On human prints, the speed of the bald young man's fist technique was also shockingly fast. He was actually able to block his opponent. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves in an instant, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Interesting, you can actually keep up with my speed. But let me tell you, I'm only halfway there. The skinny alien laughed coldly. Suddenly, his speed increased once more, and his 4 sharp weapons began to move at double the speed they had before. The bald young man was shocked. He roared and circulated his fist technique to the extreme. However, he was still no match for the other party and was not faster than him. Updated on B0X and Zerlu. A wound appeared on the bald youth's body, almost cutting his body in half. Blood was flowing out. The bald youth retreated frantically, trying to avoid his opponent's attack. However, his opponent's figure didn't stop, and neither did his attacks. He couldn't avoid it at all. The bald young man was hit again. His body was slashed, and this time, one of his arms was cut off. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and revealed a look of despair. Die! The skinny non-human's eyes were savage as he charged toward the bald youth. I admit defeat, one admit defeat. At the critical moment, the bald man shouted, Die! The petite young man didn't stop and continued to attack the bald young man. Enough! One of the celestial thearchs beside heavenly venerates 6 sages made his move. A wave of power enveloped the bald youth and swept him up to his side. Hee, you need the celestial the arch to make a move? What a waste! The skinny foreign man sneered and looked at the bald youth with disdain. Then he stepped back. The bald youth's expression was extremely unsightly. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and then sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. Heavenly venerates 6 sages and the few heavenly emperors also had ugly expressions on their faces. When the heavenly emperor saved the bald youth, the other party's heavenly emperor did not stop him. Perhaps the other party did it on purpose. The bald youth's defeat and the heavenly emperor's intervention were witnessed by countless people from both sides. This was a huge blow to the heaven realm. Their top geniuses were no match for the heavenly emperor and needed the heavenly emperor to save them. How ironic was this? How did this happen? Some people in the heaven realm looked desperate. If their overall strength could not compare to the outsiders, and even the geniuses of this generation could not compare to the outsiders, then what hope did the heaven realm have? If he struggled on his last breath, he would be defeated and destroyed by the other party sooner or later. At this moment, there were still 2 heaven's favorites who had yet to make a move. The non-human who was like a shadow stepped out and said in a cold and harsh voice, "Which one of you is going to fight me?" There were still 2 young heaven's favorites from the heaven realm. One of them was a beautiful woman, and the other was a handsome young man in a blue shirt. I'll deal with this person. As for the royal non-human race, I'll have to rely on you. I'm definitely not his match. At this moment, the beautiful woman said to the young man in blue. There were also differences in the 9 absolutes of the heaven realm's youth. The young man in blue was one of the top 9 absolutes. He was ranked in the top 3. Alright, no matter what, we can't lose the next 2 matches. The young man in blue said. Alright, the beautiful lady nodded her head and floated out. Without saying anything, she started to fight with the shadow-like evil god race member. The 2 of them should be at the 7th stage true emperor realm. This battle was very intense. However, the other party's body was extremely strange. Not only was it like a shadow, but it could also launch soul attacks. After dozens of moves, the beautiful woman was at a disadvantage. How did this happen? The people from the heaven realm cried out in disbelief. How could there be so many powerful heaven's favorites from the alien race? They are even more terrifying than the heaven realm. This is really despairing. No, I can't be defeated. The beautiful woman's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Suddenly, she no longer defended and let the other party stab her. She seized this opportunity and attacked with all her might. This was a lose-lose fighting method, but it was effective. Obviously, the opponent had not expected the beautiful woman to be so ruthless and be hit in one move. Boom, boom. The 2 of them were forced back. The beautiful woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body was almost torn apart by the sword chi and she was severely injured. However, The other party was not in a good state either. He was hit by the beautiful woman's full-force attack and was also seriously injured. Both sides were injured. On the heavenly realm side, after the beautiful woman's all-out attack, the battle finally ended in a draw. However, no one in the heavenly realm was happy. There was only despair. The evil god realm had also given birth to such a powerful heaven's favorite. What hope did the heaven realm have? It seems that you came prepared today. The four of them should be the strongest heaven's favorites in your world, right? A heavenly emperor from the heaven realm spoke. Many people's eyes lit up. It was possible that the alien race had come prepared. They might have brought the strongest heaven's favorites here, which was why they were so strong. As for the heaven realm, not all of the 9 absolutes were present. There were still some geniuses who were still growing. If that was the case, then there was hope. You don't have to lie to yourselves. 111 tell you the truth. The 3 people who fought just now can't even enter the top 10 in my Jia. A non-human heavenly emperor sneered. You can't even enter the top 10? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. It's fake. It's definitely just an alarmist talk. It's probably a blow to us. We can't believe it. Everyone in the heaven realm was in an uproar. No one believed it. The 3 outsiders who had just fought were already unbelievably powerful. Even 9 absolutes from the heaven realm was no match for them. With such combat strength and cultivation, they still couldn't enter the top 10 of the outsiders. This was too despairing. They naturally didn't believe it. How sad. No wonder you were defeated. One swear in the name of the heavenly emperor that all of this is the truth. The heavenly emperor from the foreign race said indifferently. Everyone in the heaven realm was in despair. Was what the other party said true? This is a prince of our realm. He has amazing talent and is ranked 9th among the younger generation in our realm. Then, the non-human heavenly emperor pointed at the non-human young man. The young man from the royal family stepped forward and looked at the young man in blue. Remember, my name is Emotion Luo, and I will crush you. Fight. The young man in blue stepped forward and launched an attack at the prince of the alien race, Emotion Luo. Bush, bush, bush. The blue divine light turned into a series of shocking attacks. The young man in blue revealed his terrifying combat strength as soon as he attacked. Rank 8 True Emperor. The eyes of the people from the heaven realm lit up. There's a hope. The blue-shirt young man's battle power had already reached the battle power of a rank 8 True Emperor. At such a young age, he was definitely powerful. You have some strength, but it's not enough. Emotion Luo said indifferently. A destructive light burst out of his eyes, turning into a dozen sword lights and slashing toward the blue-robed young man. The sword light whistled and broke through the attack of the young man in blue, forcing him to retreat quickly. What? He's so strong. Many people were shocked. How was it possible for him to force the blue-robed young man to retreat with a single move? Kill, die. Emotion Luo shouted. The sword light whistled and slashed at the young man in blue. The young man in blue let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He used a terrifying divine art to break the sword light and attacked Emotion Luo. I'll defeat you. Emotion Luo said indifferently. He shot up into the sky and struck out with his palm. Chapter 2275 Chaos Gems found Emotion Luo was incomparably powerful and brave. He struck out with his palm, which directly pierced through the void and broke through all the attacks of the young man in blue. The blue-shirt young man's expression changed drastically. He wanted to retreat and dodge, but it was too late. Bang! The terrifying palm print hit the chest of the young man in blue. He screamed as his chest was pierced through. His body flew more than 10,000 meters away and coughed up blood. He was seriously injured. No, that's impossible. Updated on B0X and Zergu. Someone from the heavenly realm shouted. It was hard to accept this. The young man in blue was ranked in the top 3 among the 9 unique youths in the heaven realm. His combat strength had reached the level of a rank 8 True Emperor. However, he was severely injured after only a few moves from the prince of the foreign race. The difference was too great. More importantly, was it really as the foreign heavenly emperor had said, that Amutianluo was only ranked 9th among the younger generation of the foreign races? In that case, there was really no hope for the heaven realm. When this generation of geniuses grew up, what they brought to the heaven realm would not be hope, but despair. Many people roared, unwilling to accept all this. They had waited for countless years, fought for countless years, and finally arrived at the golden age, the age of geniuses. This generation was destined to rise to the top and give birth to the most powerful experts. Everyone was looking forward to the rise of this generation, and then they would kill their way back and take back the 9-heaven domain of the heaven realm. However, this was the result that he had been waiting for. Many people's faces were pale. At this moment, their morale was completely gone. What was the use of fighting and risking their lives? It's not good. Heavenly Venerate 6 sages sighed inwardly. He knew that this was a huge blow to everyone, and the situation was not good for the heaven realm. The so-called golden age of the heaven realm is nothing more than this. You can't even withstand a single blow. Do you still have any heaven's favorites? All of you come out and fight. One of the heaven's favorites laughed. His laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. Today, their goal had been successfully achieved. The morale of the heaven's favorites is low. After a period of time, they will definitely collapse. There are still many geniuses from the heaven realm who are not in the two-world city. Otherwise, they would not be weaker than you. Heavenly Venerate 6 sages spoke. At this point in time, he definitely couldn't show weakness. Oh really? Then I'll give you time to send people to find the heaven's favorites. I'm just afraid that the people you send will be too weak to withstand a single blow. The foreign celestial the arch laughed. Go and find the top 2 of the 9 uniques. This time, we can't let our morale drop. Heavenly Venerate 6 sages sent a voice transmission to a heavenly emperor. I'm just afraid that they have even more powerful chosen. The heavenly emperor sighed. I can't care so much. Now we can only fight. The celestial said. The heavenly emperor nodded and left in a flash. The non-humans stood still on the battlefield, waiting with calm and composed expressions. At that moment, Ming had ended his cultivation. I don't have enough energy to break through to the true emperor realm. Ming sighed. Although he had refined many world cores, he had only managed to rush to the peak of the 7-star illusionary emperor stage. It was impossible for him to break through to the true emperor stage unless he had a large number of chaos stones or primordial chaos stones. Forget it, he'll continue to the battlefield of true emperors. With my current cultivation, I'm invincible in the periphery of the battlefield of true emperors. 111 Hunt for some alien race essence crystals and exchange them for chaos gems. After making up his mind, Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and flew out of Two-World City. As they neared the city walls, Ming felt that something was amiss. The atmosphere in Two-World City was extremely heavy and oppressive. There's a big battle. Ming did not need to think. He could guess that there must have been a huge battle. When he arrived at the city wall, he found that many people's eyes were filled with helplessness and despair, as if they had lost hope. Ming understood what had happened after asking around. A heaven's favorite from another race? There's also the prince of the alien race. I found the chaos gem. Ming muttered to himself before his eyes suddenly lit up. Ming's eyes swept across the city and saw the Hengyu heavenly emperor and the others on the city wall. He hurriedly walked toward them. Ming. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu sensed Ming and smiled. Senior Hengyu, please let me out. Ming said. You're going out? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu revealed a look of surprise. That's right. I'm going to go and meet some outsider chosen. Ming nodded. The Hengyu Heavenly Emperor and the other Heavenly Emperors looked at Ming hesitantly. Although Ming's talent was unprecedented since ancient times, he had just become a martial emperor not long ago. A few years ago, in the Alcade ancient city, Ming's combat strength was not weak and he could defeat the Black Tortoise Forest at that time. But now, even though the Black Tortoise Forest's combat strength had improved greatly, they were still not a match for the foreign kind's prodigy. Even if Ming's progress was faster and he was stronger than the Black Tortoise Forest, It was impossible for him to be a match for the alien prince. All right. However, the Eternal Universe Heavenly Emperor only considered it for a moment before nodding in agreement. Lu Ming had already created history. He had become a divine emperor with many laws. It was unprecedented. No matter how fast Lu Ming improved, there was nothing to be surprised about. There was a glimmer of hope in their eyes. They hoped that Lu Ming could defeat the alien race's prodigy and restore the morale of the Heaven Realm. The Hengyu Heavenly Emperor immediately ordered the formation to be opened and Lu Ming to leave. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he flew out of Two World City. Instantly, it attracted everyone's attention. That is, Lu Ming. It's him. It's Lu Ming. Why is he out? Is he going to fight with the alien race's prodigy? Before Lu Ming became a divine emperor, he controlled many laws and even 3 ultimate laws. He defied the heavens and became a divine emperor. There has never been anyone like him in history. As soon as he became a divine emperor, he rushed to the 4-star Void Emperor realm and suppressed the Black Tortoise Forest. Now that a few years have passed, Lu Ming must be stronger. He might even be able to fight against the prodigies of the alien race. Many people revealed hopeful expressions. One don't think so. No matter how strong he is, he can't be a match for the prince of the alien race. Someone poured cold water on the conversation. He was an expert from the Land family. Why boost other people's morale and destroy your own? You'll know after the battle. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu glanced at the Land family's expert and said coldly. The Land family's expert's expression changed, and he didn't dare to say anything. Lu Ming moved as fast as lightning and arrived beside the 6 sages. Lu Ming. Heavenly venerates 6 sages, and the others looked at Lu Ming and nodded. Senior, let me fight. Lu Ming said. You want to fight? What a joke. Didn't you see how strong the other party was? If you go, you'll only make us lose one more battle and deal a greater blow to our morale. Xuanwulin said first. You're a piece of trash. Do you think others are like you? Lu Ming cast a disdainful glance at the Black Tortoise Forest. The Black Tortoise Forest's face turned red, but he had indeed suffered a crushing defeat just now, and he couldn't refute it. Lu Ming, fight with all your might, said the 6th saint. Lu Ming nodded and stepped forward. As he walked in front, the aura of a 7-star illusionary emperor completely burst out from his body. A 7-star illusionary emperor? How did he improve so quickly? Black Tortoise Lin's pupils contracted sharply as he roared in his heart in disbelief. Lu Ming takes action. The Black Tortoise Forest roared in his heart. He was in disbelief and was shocked by Lu Ming's cultivation. The others weren't any better. They were tongue-tied and gasped. A 7-star illusionary emperor was nothing, but this 7-star illusionary emperor had only become a great emperor 2 years ago, which was terrifying. The rest of the Ninju group, such as the bald young man, the young man in the blue shirt, and the beautiful lady, looked at Lu Ming in shock. All right. Updated on B0X and Zuru. Com Heavenly venerates 6 sages and the other celestial emperors were overjoyed. Lu Ming was so talented. If he continued to grow, he might really become a peak expert. The people from the Heaven Realm were shocked, but the outsiders were stunned and looked down on them. They did not know that Lu Ming had become a martial emperor more than 2 years ago. Is there really no one else in the Heaven Realm? They actually sent an illusionary the Arch to die? A heavenly emperor from the foreign race sneered. So what if you're an empty emperor? It's enough to defeat your so-called heaven's favorites. Lu Ming's words were full of provocation and disdain. Arrogant. Leave this brat to me. Among the 4 heaven's favorites, the burly one covered in purple scales stepped out. A giant axe appeared in his hand, and his eyes were ferocious. This person was called Wei Mo, and he had easily defeated the Black Tortoise Forest in his previous battle. No one from the foreign tribe stopped him. In their opinion, Wei Mo alone was enough to deal with a mere void emperor. Bang! Bang! Wei Mo's body glowed with purple light. He was 4 meters tall, more than twice Lu Ming's height. With every step he took, the ground rumbled, as if a giant beast was walking. Brat, 111 chop you into pieces with my axe. Wei Mo opened his mouth ferociously, his 3 eyes emitting a ferocious light. Lu Ming raised his middle finger and showed a look of disdain. "You're looking for death." Wei Mo took a step forward, causing the ground to crack. His burly figure rushed towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. He was in midair when he swung his axe at Lu Ming. A terrifying axe radiance split the void into 2. "A 6th-stage true emperor is too weak," Lu Ming muttered. His figure soared into the sky and he charged towards the other party. When he encountered the other party's axe gleam, Lu Ming struck out with his palm. Lu Ming used the inextinguishable golden body. His entire body was like a peerless divine weapon. At the same time, the power of the law covered his palm. Boom! The axe gleam was like tofu and could not withstand a single blow. It was immediately destroyed. Lu Ming's figure did not stop as he charged toward Wei Mo. Wei Mo was shocked. He did not expect that the attack that he had used all his strength to launch would be so weak in Lu Ming's hands. This was completely beyond his expectations. In his opinion, a mere void emperor could not be that strong. He would definitely be killed by his axe. It was too late to react and dodge. Lu Ming had already arrived. Bang! Lu Ming slapped Wei Mo's face. Wei Mo let out a blood-curdling scream and half of his face exploded. His body fell heavily to the ground, creating a huge pit. He lay in it and twitched non-stop. He was already half dead. The entire place suddenly fell silent. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Wei Mo, who had been extremely powerful just now and had easily defeated the profound martial arts world's Wei Mo, could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. With just one move, he was crushed by Lu Ming and was severely injured. The impact of this was too strong. "All right. Good hit." The heavenly realm erupted in cheers, and the two-world city was in an uproar. Many people shouted in excitement. It felt too good, too good. Earlier on, the heaven realm's paragons had been suppressed by the other party. Now that Lu Ming had made a move, he could kill one of the other party's paragons with one slap. This scene was as cool as drinking a glass of cold beer in the summer. At first, many people were in despair, but now, they couldn't help but show hope. There were even stronger geniuses in the heaven realm. Although the heaven's favorites of the foreign races were strong, they were not undefeatable. Of course, there were also a few people who were angry instead of happy. For example, people from the Black Tortoise Forest, Lan Cheng, and others who had a grudge against Lu Ming. Damn it, how did he become so strong? Damn it. The Black Tortoise Forest roared in his heart. He found it difficult to accept. Previously, he had been easily defeated by Wei Mo. Now, Wei Mo could not even withstand a single blow in front of Lu Ming. Did this not mean that he was too trashy? His face was extremely gloomy. "Umph." Lan Cheng coldly snorted, his expression not looking good. At the same time, the alien powerhouses also looked terrible. The alien race's prodigy had been defeated by Lu Ming in such a domineering manner. It was a slap to the face. It was really ugly and not good for their plan. "Is this your chosen? Too weak, change to another one," Lu Ming said casually, looking at the remaining 3 non-human talents. Of the remaining 3, other than Mo Tianluo, the prince of the foreign race, the other 2 looked solemn. Even if their combat strength was stronger than Wei Mo's, it was not by much. It was impossible for them to crush Wei Mo as easily as Lu Ming did. Even if they went up, they would definitely not be Lu Ming's match. A 7-star illusionary emperor with such battle strength. Interesting. Let me test you. Mo Tianluo stepped out. His purple hair was flying in the wind, and he was extremely handsome. In addition, the third eye between his brows was filled with a sense of evil. If he were to enter the human race, he would probably charm thousands of young girls. Lu Ming smiled. His target was the demonic Skynet. "Make your move, don't waste time," Lu Ming said loudly, as if he did not take the Devil Sky King seriously at all. Mo Tianluo's eyes flashed with a hint of gloominess. His purple hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was surrounded by purple chi. His eyes shone with a brilliant light, which transformed into a huge combat sword. It slashed at Lu Ming with shocking power. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and circulated the world energy to the extreme. At the same time, a long spear containing 8 types of laws appeared in his hand. Although Lu Ming appeared to be carefree when facing the Demon Sky King, he did not dare to be careless. His opponent's battle strength had already reached the 9th stage True Emperor. His current battle strength was also at the same level as Mo Tianluo's. Buzz. Lu Ming's long spear expanded and collided with his opponent's combat sword. There was a loud clang and the force was unrestrained. The opponent's combat sword was destroyed by Lu Ming, and he took a few steps back. I blocked it. So strong. The eyes of the people from the heaven realm lit up. Lu Ming had blocked the other party's attack. This meant that he had the ability to fight. At this moment, although many people were shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength, they hoped that Lu Ming would be able to fight and even defeat the other party. Kill! Seeing that Lu Ming had blocked his attack, Mo Tianluo shouted. His third eye continued to shine, turning into more than 10 combat swords and slashing at Lu Ming. At the same time, his body flashed and he charged toward Lu Ming. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand pierced out continuously, blocking more than 10 combat swords. In the end, he exchanged a blow with Mo Tianluo and his figure drifted backward. Chapter 2276 Demanding an exorbitant price. Lu Ming and the demonic Skynet exchanged a blow and he retreated. What powerful strength! Lu Ming felt that his arm was slightly numb. It seemed that he was still at a disadvantage in terms of strength even after using 8 types of laws. Then 9 laws it is. Lu Ming added the life law into the long spear. Updated on B0X and Zerlu. Combuzz. The long spear buzzed and its power increased greatly. It turned into a towering spear radiance and pressed toward Mo Tianluo. Kill! Mo Tianluo's palms were like purple jade as he attacked Lu Ming. He kept blasting and colliding with Lu Ming's spear radiance, causing a terrifying explosion. The two of them continued to collide. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves, and it was difficult to determine the winner. After Lu Ming used the 9 types of laws, his combat strength was at the level of a 9th stage True Emperor. He was on par with his opponent and was not weaker than him. So strong. Lu Ming is so strong. He can totally fight with the other party. That's right. Who says the heaven realms chosen are inferior to the alien race? They just didn't come out before. Lu Ming has created miracles and become a great emperor with many laws. He will definitely become an unparalleled expert in the future. He is the hope of the heaven realm. Many people were discussing. When Lan Cheng heard these words, his face turned even gloomier. A cold light kept flashing in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. The battle continued. Lu Ming and Mo Tianluo fought in the sky and exchanged hundreds of moves. Defeat lose. At this moment, Mo Tianluo was getting impatient. The main thing was that Lu Ming's cultivation level was too low. He was only an illusionary divine, and he could not even take down an illusionary divine. If news of this battle were to spread back to the evil god realm, he would definitely be suppressed and ridiculed by the other princes. His attacks became more and more violent. It's almost time. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a cold smile. The spear's momentum suddenly changed into a spinning momentum, strangling toward the other party. He had completely abandoned his defense. You're looking for death. Mo Tianluo's eyes lit up. He struck Lu Ming with his palm, but he was also swept by Lu Ming's spear. The two of them were sent flying at the same time, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. They were seriously injured. However, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scroll. He circulated the indestructible ancient scroll, and his injuries were rapidly recovering. Buzz. Lu Ming charged at the other party again. The two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. Lu Ming completely ignored defense and only attacked. He was in a stance of exchanging injury for injury. The two of them were hit by each other, but Lu Ming's injuries recovered quickly. On the other hand, Mo Tianluo's injuries became more and more serious. His aura became weaker and his combat strength weakened rapidly. In the end, he was no match for Lu Ming and was crushed. Boom! Lu Ming's spear struck Mo Tianluo's body, blasting him to the ground. The earth shattered, and Emo Tianluo's hair was disheveled. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura was extremely weak. However, Lu Ming did not stop and continued to attack Emo Tianluo. "Senior, help me keep an eye on the other side's celestial emperor." At the same time, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to 6 sages. "All!" Emo Tianluo roared and rushed out of the ground, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming caught up with him in an instant and whipped him with his spear. His body flew out like a cannonball in the direction of Two World City. "Enough!" A heavenly emperor of the alien race shouted and reached out his hand, trying to grab Emo Tianluo. However, with a wave of his hand, the 6 Sacred Sky clan destroyed the other party's hand. "What do you want to do? Are we going to start a war?" The foreign celestial the Arch bellowed and launched an attack at the same time. However, 6 sages was stronger and managed to block his attack. Lu Ming had already caught up with Emo Tianluo. At this moment, Emo Tianluo had almost no strength to fight back. Lu Ming stepped on his body, breaking his bones inch by inch, worsening his injuries. Then, Lu Ming grabbed Emo Tianluo's neck and ran toward Two World City. "Release our prince." The foreign celestial emperors were furious and attacked at the same time. However, Celestial Master 6 sages and the other celestial emperors of the Heaven Realm also blocked their attacks. Then, they picked up the young man in blue and the others and rushed towards Two World City. After catching up with Lu Ming, Celestial Master 6 sages picked him up and flew towards Two World City. Behind him, a few foreign heavenly emperors were furious and chased after him. However, on the Two World City, the Hengyu Heavenly Emperor and the others made their moves. One attack after another flew out and blocked the other party. With this, Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages and the others had already returned to Two World City and landed on the city walls. He won. Lu Ming had won. At this moment, everyone's eyes in the Heaven Realm fell on Lu Ming, shining with surprise. Their eyes were filled with hope again. It was not that the Heaven Realm's prodigies were inferior to him, but that the stronger ones had not made a move. Didn't they see that Lu Ming had completely defeated his opponent the moment he made a move? Moreover, Lu Ming was only an illusionary divine. If even an empty emperor was so powerful, how astonishing would it be in the future? They saw hope again. In the future, the Heaven Realm might have a chance to fight against the alien races, or even counterattack. "Hand over the prince of my tribe. Otherwise, 111 make sure not even a chicken or dog remains." A few foreign celestial thearchs stopped outside the Two World City and roared, "Hee hee, I'm so scared. Come and attack." "You speak as if you want to attack if I hand it over." Lu Ming sneered. He held Emo Tianluo's neck and stood on the city wall. "Brat, you'll die a horrible death, one swear." Emo Tianluo roared. Bang. Lu Ming held the demonic sky silk and smashed it against the city wall. The walls of Two World City were made of special materials and carved with countless inscriptions. They were extremely hard. Emo Tianluo was smashed into a daze. Many of his bones were broken, and his face was beyond recognition. He no longer had his previous handsome appearance. "If you continue to talk nonsense, 111 directly pickle you," Lu Ming said coldly. Emo Tianluo shut up. At this moment, the few celestial thearchs of the alien race were furious. They wanted to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. They hated Lu Ming to the core. This time, their plan was to use the younger generation to strike a blow to the morale of the Heaven Realm. Originally, their plan had already been completed perfectly, and the morale of the Heaven Realm's people had dropped many times. Unfortunately, at the critical moment, Lu Ming came out and completely ruined their plan. He defeated their proud sons of heaven one after another and restored the morale of the Heaven Realm. In fact, even the prince of the alien race had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. A prince of a foreign tribe was not only of noble status, but also extremely talented. He would definitely become an unparalleled master in the future. Nothing could happen to him. "What do you want? Only then will you release the prince of my tribe?" One of the foreign celestial emperors said. "Originally, I was going to kill him directly, but seeing how sincere you are, I can let him go. How about this? Give me 1,000 chaos gems and I'll let him go. Lu Ming demanded an exorbitant price. What? 1,000 chaos gems? That's impossible. You are too greedy. One of the foreign heavenly emperors roared. Oh, chaos gems? What a joke. Do you think chaos gems are cabbages? A few are already very precious, and you want all? If you can't take it out, then I'll collect his corpse. Lu Ming said with a cold face. 1,000 yuan is too much. It's impossible. A non-human heavenly emperor said. 0 chaos gems in hand. He'll take a step back. 100 chaos gems, no less. Lu Ming pretended to consider for a moment before he spoke. It dropped from 1,000 to 100. In fact, he was indeed asking for an exorbitant price. He also knew that 1,000 yuan was simply impossible. He was just trying to bargain. 100 yuan is still too much. Give me a little less. Upped on Biomicron x Zeroville. Simicron, a non-human heavenly emperor, still wanted to bargain. Bang. Lu Ming lifted the Demon Sky King and smashed it against the city wall again, causing the Demon Sky King to scream in pain. Alright, 100 yuan it is, let's go and gather the money. The foreign races were left with no choice. One of the foreign celestial thearchs returned to the foreign army to collect chaos gems. I object to using the prince of a foreign race to exchange for the stone of chaos. At this moment, a person from the heaven realm stepped out and said coldly. Lu Ming looked over. It was Lan City. Lan Cheng looked around and said to the people of the heaven realm, this non-human prince is too talented. If we let him go, he will be a great enemy to us when he grows up. We must kill him with such a good opportunity. His words made many people's eyes light up. That's right. This non-human prince was so talented that even the top 3 of the 9 absolutes were no match for him. In the heaven realm, he could be said to be a supreme talent at the top of the pyramid. How terrifying would such a person be when he grew up in the future? Many people were moved by Lan Cheng's words. Lan Cheng sneered. It was not that easy for Lu Ming to exchange the demonic sky silk for resources. He wanted to stop him. Moreover, the alien race would definitely bear a grudge against Lu Ming after killing Mo Tianluo. This would only be beneficial to him. Nonsense. Mo Tianluo is Lu Ming's captive. He has the final say in how to deal with him. No one else has the right to interfere. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu walked over and started cursing. How could he not see through Lan Cheng's thoughts? He was truly despicable and shameless. Heng Yu, you can't say that. We can do whatever we want to ordinary prisoners, but this alien prince is too talented. He concerns the safety of the heavenly realm, so we can't do whatever we want to him. Lan Cheng quibbled, not letting go of the safety of the heavenly realm. He. At this moment, Lu Ming sneered, his voice filled with mockery. Lan Cheng looked at Lu Ming with a cold glint in his eyes. Lu Ming, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you for not having balls. Lu Ming said. How dare you? Lan Cheng was furious. Lu Ming actually dared to say that in front of so many people. How preposterous. I finally understand why the heaven realm lost. It's because there are too many people like you. You don't have any confidence at all. Without confidence, without the belief that you will win, how can you win? If I can defeat this non-human prince today, I will be able to crush him in the future. Not to mention one non-human prince, even if there are 10 of them, so what? In the future, I can even suppress it with a flip of my hand. Since I dared to let him go, I will deal with this person in the future. So, you don't need to worry about it here. Lu Ming said, full of confidence. That's right. In your eyes, Lan Cheng, this alien prince might be a great enemy in the future. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, he's just a clown. What's there to be afraid of? Heng Yu laughed. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Lan Cheng said with a gloomy face. Since you can't be sure, why are you still wasting your breath? Maybe you'll kill him tomorrow. Lu Ming sneered and turned around, ignoring Lan Cheng. Gotcha. Lan Cheng clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. However, he concealed it very well. He was the celestial arch. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in this manner. He was simply courting death. Of course, he would not think about why Lu Ming had such an attitude. Because of Lan Yun, back then in Yaoguang Ancient City, Lu Ming was targeted by Lan City in every way. They wanted to deal with him repeatedly. He was the Celestial the Arch, but he was targeting Lu Ming, a junior. Even a man made of mud would be angry. Lu Ming could not bear it any longer. He simply did not give Lan Cheng a good look. At this moment, the Celestial the Arch who had gone to collect the Chaos Gems had returned. The Chaos Gem is here. Release our prince. The Heavenly Emperor said. Senior 6 saints, he'll have to trouble you. Lu Ming handed the demonic sky net to the 6 sages. It would only be foolproof if the 6 sages Heavenly Venerate were to make the exchange. If he were to make the exchange, he would definitely be slapped to death by the other party. Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages nodded, took the Devil Sky Net, and flew out of Two World City. The other party had no choice but to hand the Rock of Chaos over to the 6 sages Heavenly Venerate in exchange for Mo Tianluo. The 6th saint returned with a storage bracelet and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look. There were exactly 100 Chaos Gems in the storage bracelet. Lu Ming was overjoyed. 100 Chaos Gems was a huge fortune. He had been fighting for more than 2 years on the True Emperor battlefield, but the alien essence crystals he had obtained could only be exchanged for 3 Chaos Gems. And now, he had obtained 100 Chaos Gems all at once. With these Chaos Gems, his cultivation would definitely break through to the True Emperor realm. Many people looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. There was envy, jealousy, and many other things. Take the Black Tortoise Forest as an example. He was beaten up by the other party when he went to battle, while Lu Ming went to battle and received 100 Chaos Gems. The difference was too great. As for Lan Cheng's group, their faces were gloomy. The more resources Lu Ming received, the faster he would grow. Brat, there are more heaven's favorites from our race. Let's continue the battle. At this moment, a non-human Celestial the Arch roared and glared at Lu Ming. Now, with this, the morale of the Heaven Realm side was not weakened, but instead greatly increased. It was the non-humankind's side that had low morale. They were not willing to give up and called more powerful Heaven's favorites to fight Lu Ming and demoralize the Heaven Realm. "I'm not free." Lu Ming only replied with 2 words. He then waved his hand and flew toward his residence. Now that he had the Stone of Chaos, Lu Ming could rush back to break through. He was not in the mood to fight. Damn it, what other Heaven's favorites are there in the Heaven Realm? Call them out and fight with our race's Heaven's favorites. The foreign Celestial the Arch roared. "I'm not free." This was the reply of Heavenly Venerate's 6 sages. He wasn't that stupid. Lu Ming had just won a big victory and restored the morale. Why would he be silly enough to call for a duel again? What if he was abused by the other party and the morale was low? Anyway, they had won a great victory, so they should stop while they were ahead. The non-human Celestial the Arch was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had sent out elites to challenge the Two World City, but the Heaven Realms simply ignored them. In the end, the alien races had no choice but to retreat. Their plan this time had failed completely because of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming returned to his residence, he entered the mountain and river diagram directly. He took out a pile of raw gemstones and devoured their energy to restore his condition to its peak. He then took out a Chaos Gem. He wanted to use it to break through to the True Emperor realm. Breaking through to the True Emperor realm required a lot of energy, but 100 Chaos Gems were definitely more than enough. He took a deep breath and 3 streams of Chaos Chi flew out of the Chaos Gem and were sucked into his mouth. Lu Ming began to refine the mixed drop Chi to break through to the next realm. Breaking through to the True Emperor realm. Once a Void Emperor broke through to the True Emperor realm, the small world would become stable. Living beings could enter and live in the small world, and they could even cultivate inside. Naturally, the amount of energy required was also very shocking. Now, Lu Ming's speed of refining the Chaos Chi was much faster than before. He could refine a Chaos Stone in 3 days, which was 3 wisps of Chaos Chi. After refining 1 piece, Lu Ming took out another piece. Very quickly, a month had passed. Lu Ming had refined 10 chaos gems, but he had not broken through. Update on Biomicron X0vil. Semicronim. Lu Ming continued to refine. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Lu Ming's speed of refining the chaos gems was getting faster and faster. In 3 months, he had refined more than 30 pieces. Boom. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming's accumulation had reached its peak. His small world rumbled and expanded continuously. In the end, the area of Lu Ming's small world had reached a radius of 100,000 miles. This area was almost the same as the mountain and river diagram. Evolution. With a single thought, mountains, rivers, and lakes appeared in the small world. However, there were no signs of life. If one wanted to create a living being, they had to at least reach the Great Emperor realm and control the Great Tao. Buzz. At this moment, a layer of light emanated from Lu Ming's body. It was the world's divine light. The world god light meant that the small world was completely stable and he had stepped into the true Emperor realm. I've finally broken through to the true Emperor realm. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He could feel that his world energy was 5 to 6 times stronger than before. It was extremely robust. After refining more than 30 chaos gems, Lu Ming finally broke through to the true Emperor realm and became a 1-star true Emperor. My current battle strength should be at the 10th level of true Emperor. Lu Ming estimated his combat ability. Before his breakthrough, his battle power was at the 9th stage true Emperor realm. However, the increase in combat strength was multifaceted. The most important aspect was the laws. However, after breaking through from the illusionary divine stage to the true divine stage, the power of his world had increased by 5 or 6 times. Therefore, his combat strength had also increased by a large margin, reaching the 10th level of combat strength. Normally, it would be difficult for one's combat strength to increase by so much after breaking through a minor level. A true emperor is divided into 18 levels of battle prowess. Only when one's cultivation reaches the peak of 7 stars, the 9 types of nomological laws that they control have reached the 3rd realm, and they have mastered powerful divine abilities, can they be considered to have battle prowess at level 18. However, I don't need to reach this step at all. I can reach rank 18 combat power. Lu Ming smiled. He was different from the rest, and the strength of his body far exceeded that of ordinary people. Furthermore, he had mastered 3 types of ultimate laws, while the rest were king path laws. If his cultivation reached the peak of 7 stars and all 9 of his laws reached the 3rd realm, his fighting power would naturally far exceed that of a rank 18 true emperor. One still have more than 60 chaos gems, but I've just made a breakthrough in my cultivation. One need to consolidate it first before making a breakthrough. I should focus on cultivating my nomological laws now. Lu Ming planned the direction of his future cultivation. When one's nomological laws reached the 2nd realm, there was a difference in maturity. Many of his nomological laws had just broken through to the 2nd realm and had not reached the peak of the 2nd realm. There was still room for improvement. Moreover, there was no bottleneck. It was the best choice to use the path understanding ancient tree to comprehend. Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and headed straight for the mature path understanding ancient tree in Two World City. In the following days, Lu Ming was comprehending the laws under the path understanding ancient tree. Two World City had also calmed down. After a few strong attacks, the non-humans didn't succeed. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. Their plan to attack the morale of the heaven realm didn't succeed either. During this period of time, they quieted down and didn't continue to attack. However, everyone knew that the foreign kinds would never give up. This was only the calm before the storm. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Lu Ming had been comprehending the laws under RT Mature Path Understanding Ancient Tree for the past year. His 9 laws had all improved by leaps and bounds. After breaking through to the 2nd realm, there was no bottleneck. All kinds of nomological laws were rapidly approaching the peak of the 2nd realm. In a year, at least 6 or 7 types of nomological laws had reached the peak of the 2nd realm. This caused Lu Ming's cultivation level and combat strength to increase by another level. Lu Ming estimated that he should have the combat strength of a rank N true emperor now. But now, many of his laws had reached a bottleneck. If he went any further, he would reach the third realm of laws. It was very difficult to break through by bitter cultivation. Lu Ming decided to continue to the battlefield of true emperors. He could only break through quickly by fighting the alien races. However, before he set off, Lu Ming made a trip back to his residence and refined another 20 chaos gems. This allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to reach the level of a 2-carat star true emperor in one go. Although his cultivation had broken through one stage, Lu Ming's combat strength was still at the 11th stage of the true emperor realm. However, he had already reached the peak of the 11th stage. When everything was ready, Lu Ming quietly left Two World City and headed towards the battlefield of the true emperors. He did not let anyone know. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the battlefield of true emperors. The empty emperor battlefield, the true emperor battlefield, and the great emperor battlefield were all specially set up. If the foreign races wanted to attack Two World City, they would nor pass through these battlefields. With my current fighting power, there's no challenge in the outer area of the battlefield of true emperors. Only the core area will be challenging. Lu Ming pondered. The experts in the core area of the battlefield of true emperors were all existences with the combat strength of a 10th stage true emperor or above. It was the most suitable place for Lu Ming to fight and train. Lu Ming flew toward the core area of the battlefield of the true emperors. If he flew like this, he would definitely be targeted by the alien races. Along the way, he was ambushed by two groups of alien races. The strongest among them was only a 9th-level true emperor. They were easily killed by Lu Ming and he obtained many crystal cores. When Lu Ming stepped into the core area of the true emperor battlefield, he slowed down and concealed his aura. He advanced carefully. Clang. Not long after, a dazzling red light flashed in front of them. At the same time, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard. It was obvious that there were people fighting. Lu Ming cast the divine breath spell and moved along the ground, approaching it carefully. All of a sudden, there were two streaks of light in front of him. One was in front of him and the other was behind him. They were flying rapidly toward Lu Ming. In front of him was a green sword light, and it was controlled by a green-robed elder. Behind him was a middle-aged man in a blood-red robe. He held a blood-red saber in his hand as he chased after the green-robed old man. It was obvious that the two of them were from the heaven realm. "Save me!" The green-robed elder saw Lu Ming and roared. However, the middle-aged man in the crimson robe suddenly sped up and slashed with his crimson saber. The green-robed elder roared and tried to block it, but it was useless. His defense was directly broken by the blood-red blade light and he was cut in half. Buzz! The blood-robed middle-aged man rushed over and collected the green-robed old man's storage ring. He also dug out the old man's world core. "I've met another one, and he's so young. He's so young and he dares to come to the core of the true emperor battlefield. He's quite bold, but you're unlucky to have met me, Blood Bladesman." The blood-robed middle-aged man licked his lips and revealed a ferocious expression. Lu Ming's pupils constricted slightly and his expression turned grave. Chapter 2280 Bloody Blade Hand. Lu Ming had heard Bai Tai mention the name Bloody Swordsman before. There was a rule in Two World City that all beings from the heaven realm were not allowed to kill each other after entering the battlefield. Those who violated it would be severely punished. However, there would still be people who would take the risk and kill heaven realm beings on the battlefield to make a huge profit. This kind of person usually disguised themselves. They had one identity on the battlefield and another identity when they returned to Two World City. Of course, there was a huge risk in doing so. Once he was recognized, only death would await him. Update on Biomicron X Zeroville. Samicronim Blood Blade Hand was such a person. In addition to his strong combat strength, it was said that he had the combat strength of a level 14 true emperor. Just now, he was hunting the Heaven Realm's experts and happened to run into Lu Ming. Now, he had turned his attention to Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming did not retreat. His eyes were filled with an eager expression. His fighting power had already reached the peak of level 11 true emperor, only one step away from level 12. With the indestructible ancient scroll, he could even kill a rank 12 true emperor. Therefore, he wanted to try and see how strong a rank 14 true emperor was. Even if he was no match for them, Lu Ming still had the fallen star bow and the celestial thearch's physical body. He would have no problem escaping. The bloody swordsman was slightly surprised. He did not expect Lu Ming to not run away after hearing his name. If he didn't escape, he would die. The bloody swordsman's figure flashed and he charged at Lu Ming like a ray of blood light. Buzz! In Lu Ming's palm, the divine ability infinite dragon spear appeared. Kill! Lu Ming erupted with all his strength and stabbed the bloody swordsman with his spear. The spear radiance howled and shattered the void. Its power was extremely shocking. This was Lu Ming's first time using his full strength after he had broken through to the true emperor realm. Rank 11 battle strength. He's only a 2-star true emperor at such a young age, but he already has rank 11 battle strength. He's a peerless genius. Bloody Blade Artist was shocked at first, but his shock was soon replaced by greed. At such a young age, he already had the battle power of a rank 11 true emperor. This was simply terrifying. As far as he knew, in the entire Heaven Realm's younger generation, only 1 or 2 people had reached this step. Could the young man in front of him be one of the top 2 of the 9 absolutes? No matter what, this kind of genius was frighteningly rich. The bloody swordsman's eyes were burning as he slashed at Lu Ming. The blood-red saber light slashed at Lu Ming's spear radiance. Lu Ming's spear radiance trembled violently. The infinite dragon spear, which was formed by 9 types of laws, trembled continuously as if it was about to be torn apart by the other party's power. At the same time, a terrifying saber chi rushed towards Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's body was sent flying. His body was covered in knife wounds and blood was flowing out. Lu Ming spat out a large mouthful of blood. He was severely injured in one move. The difference between a rank 11 true emperor and a rank 14 true emperor was too great. They were no match for each other. If it was an ordinary rank 11 true emperor, he would have died from this move. However, Lu Ming had the indestructible ancient scroll and the indestructible golden body. His defense was amazing, and his recovery ability was even more terrifying. At this moment, Lu Ming's injuries were rapidly recovering. The knife wound was also healing rapidly. He didn't die. Bloody Blade Hand was shocked. A person with the battle power of a rank 11 true emperor had taken his attack and was still alive. This was beyond his imagination. Wait a minute. Bloody Blade Hand's eyes suddenly widened, revealing an extremely shocked expression. He recalled the exchange of blows with Lu Ming earlier. He could sense that Lu Ming's divine power contained 9 types of laws, 3 of which were ultimate laws. A person could actually master 3 ultimate maxims. He had stayed in the battlefield of true emperors for decades and had never heard of Lu Ming's name. Naturally, he was shocked when he thought of it. However, after the shock, it was the blazing fire. Kid, hand over your cultivation method. The bloody swordsman's eyes were filled with greed as he rushed toward Lu Ming. He had thought that Lu Ming had cultivated 3 ultimate maxims by relying on some ancient scripture. If he could get it, would he not be able to dominate the world? He had to get it. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming's injuries had almost recovered. He held the long spear and charged at the bloody swordsman again. Boom! The 2 of them exchanged another blow. Lu Ming retreated rapidly and was seriously injured once again. However, Lu Ming's eyes were exceptionally bright. A life-and-death battle. This was a life-and-death battle. He could feel the aura of death with every move he made against Blood Bladesmen. However, this made him concentrate his spirit to the extreme, and every trace of strength in his body burst to the extreme. His potential was also stimulated to the extreme. He could feel that his usage of the laws was deepening. What kind of monster is this? His recovery ability is so shocking. Even the life law can't have such a shocking recovery effect. I'm going to cripple this kid and search his soul. Die. Blood saber roared in his palm. He did not give Lu Ming the chance to recover and charged at him again. Lu Ming thrust his spear. This spear attack had reached its peak in history. Buzz. The spear clashed with the bloody swordsman's bloody blade. However, the result was that Lu Ming was still forced to retreat. His body was covered in dense wounds. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the bloody swordsman continued to attack. Before Lu Ming could recover, he was sent flying again, and his injuries worsened. "Brat, no matter how strong your recovery ability is, you'll still die," Bloody Blade Hand said maliciously. "It's almost time," Lu Ming muttered. It was disadvantageous for him to continue fighting. Even if he had the indestructible ancient scroll, he would be killed by the other party. Temporarily retreat. Buzz. A pair of transparent wings suddenly appeared behind Lu Ming's back. With a flap, Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly, then he turned around and left. "Stay here." The bloody swordsman was unwilling to give up and chased after Lu Ming frantically. However, the 6 divine wings was a divine ability that he was proud of. It was so exquisite that once it was used, its speed was astonishing. Even though Lu Ming's cultivation level was relatively low, he was still faster than the blood swordsman when he cast it. Lu Ming sped away, the distance between him and the bloody swordsman growing further and further. Damn it! After chasing for a while, seeing that he couldn't catch up, the bloody swordsman roared and stopped. In the end, Bloody Blade Artist had no choice but to turn around and leave. Not far away, Lu Ming stopped as well. The injuries on his body were recovering rapidly. He had already recovered by 30%. This speed was simply too shocking. No wonder the indestructible ancient scroll was known as one of the most powerful ancient scrolls in the Heaven Realm. It wasn't without reason. Its life-saving ability was simply too strong. This bloody swordsman is a rare training target. I can't let him go. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then retracted his aura. He spread his 6-feathered divine wings and followed the bloody swordsman on the ground. Lu Ming was very careful. He hid behind objects on the ground and completely concealed his aura. In addition, the bloody swordsman did not expect Lu Ming to be so bold as to follow him. Therefore, he did not notice Lu Ming at all. After a while, the bloody swordsman arrived at a hidden cave and walked in. Lu Ming found a place nearby, hid himself, and channeled his energy to heal his injuries. His injuries recovered quickly, and soon he was back to his peak. Rank 13 True Emperormi nomological laws have improved again. This Bloodbladesman is actually good at the nomological laws of death, Array Dao laws, and devouring laws. Lu Ming's eyes were shining. Bloodbladesman was definitely a very suitable target for training. Among the laws that he controlled, there were 3 that were the same as Lu Ming's. Although the battle with the bloody swordsman was short, he had a strong impression of Lu Ming. In particular, the other party had 3 types of laws that were the same as Lu Ming's. After fighting with the other party, Lu Ming's understanding of the 3 types of laws became faster. Update on Biomicron X0vil. Semicronim Lu Ming would not let blood swordsman off just like that. Lu Ming was there, comprehending the laws and digesting what he had gained from the battle. 2 days later, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. "Let's continue the battle," Lu Ming muttered and rushed straight to the cave where the bloody swordsman lived. From a distance, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hands and he thrust it forward. A huge spear light as big as a mountain stabbed toward the cave. The cave exploded. "Who's there?" With a furious roar, the bloody blade hand soared into the sky. Endless blood light burst forth, shattering the mountain rocks. Then he saw Lu Ming. "Brat, I didn't go to find you, but you actually dared to come to me. You're simply looking for death." Kill. The bloody swordsman roared and charged at Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them exchanged a few moves in a row. Just like the previous time, Lu Ming was still no match for him. He was completely suppressed and severely injured. The 3rd level of the law of death. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Ha! Lu Ming laughed heartily in his heart. During the battle with the bloody swordsman, Lu Ming had caught a trace of inspiration from the other party's death law. He felt that there was hope for a breakthrough. "Blood Blade Wielder, let's not fight today. Well, fight another day." Lu Ming laughed and flew into the distance with his 6 feathered wings. Bloody Blade Hand roared as he pursued madly. However, after chasing for a while, he could only stop helplessly. This brat's life-saving energy is too strong, and his speed is also fast. Unless he's heavily injured to the point where he can't fight back, it's very difficult to kill him. Bloody Blade Artist gritted his teeth and left in a flash. This time, the bloody swordsman kept changing his position, afraid that Lu Ming would secretly follow him. He had guessed correctly. Lu Ming had indeed followed them, and the bloody swordsman had not noticed him at all. The bloody swordsman was very familiar with the core area of the true Emperor battlefield. After running for a distance, he looked around but did not see Lu Ming. He then hid in a hidden place. Lu Ming was cultivating not far away. He had left a part of his mind to observe Blood Blade Hand's movements, while most of his mind was used to comprehend the laws. His understanding of the law of death continued to deepen. Finally, after a few days, the death precept broke through the limit, entering the 3rd realm of the precept in one fell swoop. This was the peak of the laws, the limit of the laws. Lu Ming's combat strength had skyrocketed after the breakthrough in the death rule. This was an ultimate maxim, and the increase in combat strength was especially shocking. Lu Ming's combat strength had reached the peak of a rank 12 true emperor in one fell swoop, increasing his combat strength by a whole rank. All right. Lu Ming revealed a smile. Just as he was about to continue his battle with Bloody Blade Hand, he saw a figure appear. It was Bloody Blade Hand. Bloody Blade Artist looked around for a moment before he turned and left in a direction. Lu Ming secretly followed them. Not long after, Lu Ming saw the bloody swordsman lying in ambush on a mountain peak. Then he saw a figure flying over from the distance. It was a living being from the heaven realm. This guy wanted to kill the creatures of the heaven realm again. Buzz! Bloody Blade Hand made his move. A blade light burst out, slashing towards the creature. The heaven realm being was shocked. It transformed into a fierce tiger and let out a long roar, shooting out a beam of light from its mouth. However, this tiger only had the battle strength of a level 12 true emperor. It was no match for the Blood Blade Artist. The light pillar was cut open and the blade chi hit its body, sending it flying. Its body was covered with wounds. It was severely injured and could no longer fight. Blood Blade Hand. The ferocious tiger roared, filled with despair. Die! Bloody Blade Hand said savagely. Bloody Blade Hand, 1 a.m. your opponent. At this moment, Lu Ming also rushed out and thrust his spear. A terrifying spear ray shot out toward the bloody swordsman. The bloody swordsman did not have time to kill the fierce tiger. He could only turn around and slash at Lu Ming. Boom! The spear's radiance was scattered and Lu Ming's attack was blocked. The long spear trembled continuously. Brat, it's you again. Combat strength. The bloody swordsman was shocked. He realized that Lu Ming's combat strength had improved a lot since the last time. Blood Bladesman, our battle isn't over yet. Let's continue. Lu Ming rushed forward and engaged the bloody swordsman in a fierce battle. Senior, quickly leave. At the same time, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to the fierce tiger. Young friend, thank you. The ferocious tiger thanked Lu Ming and turned to leave. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the bloody swordsman had exchanged more than 10 moves. Lu Ming was still no match for the bloody swordsman. However, he was much better than before. Although Lu Ming was completely at the bottom and was injured by the other party, it was not serious and he could still resist it. Lu Ming did his best to fight the bloody swordsman. Boom, boom. The two of them exchanged more than 20 moves. Lu Ming finally retreated with serious injuries. Let's go! Lu Ming cast the 6-feathered divine wings, turned around, and fled. His speed was faster than before, and the bloody swordsman could not catch up with him at all. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The bloody swordsman was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He knew that he had been targeted by Lu Ming and he could not get rid of him. If he had known that this would happen, he would not have taken action against Lu Ming back then. It was too late for him to regret. Following that, no matter what method the bloody swordsman came up with, he could not shake Lu Ming off. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would look for him and fight with him. However, he did not dare to leave the battlefield and return to Two World City because Lu Ming had been keeping an eye on him. He was afraid that Lu Ming would report him when he returned to Two World City. If that happened, he would die without a burial. Half a year passed just like that. In the past 6 months, Lu Ming had fought more than 10 battles with the Bloody Swordsman. His progress was astonishing. The Bloody Swordsman was the best magic refining stone. Its combat strength was slightly higher than Lu Ming's, but not by much. Every time, Lu Ming could fight with all his might. In the past 6 months, Lu Ming's engulfing laws and array Dao laws had broken through to the third realm. The breakthrough of the two King Path laws had caused Lu Ming's combat strength to soar to the 13th level of the true emperor. It's time to end him. At this moment, Lu Ming decided to get rid of the Bloody Swordsman. Boom! Lu Ming caught up to the Bloody Swordsman and launched an attack. Brat, let's die together. The Bloody Swordsman was about to go crazy as he attacked Lu Ming frantically. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was only 1 rank lower than the Bloody Swordsman's. He was not afraid of the latter at all. Lu Ming used a lose-lose strategy and eventually severely injured the Bloody Swordsman while his own injuries recovered rapidly. "They'll send you on your way," Lu Ming said coldly. His long spear was like a rainbow, piercing through the void. Chapter 2281 Undercurrent. The Bloody Swordsman was no match for Lu Ming. In the end, Lu Ming's spear pierced through his head and destroyed his soul. "Since you've accompanied me in my cultivation for half a year, I want to take your world core," Lu Ming muttered. After taking away the Bloody Swordsman's storage ring, he struck out with his palm and blasted a big hole in the ground. He then buried the Bloody Swordsman's corpse in it. It could also be considered as a favor to his sparring partner for half a year, which allowed Lu Ming's combat strength to rise by 2 levels. Then, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a secret place. He took out the storage ring of the Bloody Swordsman and checked it. This guy has quite a lot of resources. Lu Ming discovered that there were at least 100 alien crystal cores in Bloody Blade Hand's storage ring. They were all true Emperor Realm alien crystal cores, and there were dozens of world cores. He'll cultivate for a while first. Lu Ming planned to improve his cultivation. Now, 3 of his 9 nomological laws had reached the 3rd realm, while the other 6 were at the peak of the 2nd realm. He should increase his cultivation. However, Lu Ming did not take out the Chaos Gems to cultivate. Instead, he took out the World Core and refined it. Upped it on Biomicron X0vil. Semicronim. After destroying the law on the World Core, Lu Ming began to refine it. Just as Lu Ming was refining the heart of the world and improving his cultivation, in Two World City, in a great hall of the Lan family, Lan Cheng and the Lan family's experts were having a meeting. "Lu Ming, you've entered the battlefield of true emperors again. Are you sure?" Lan Cheng asked an old man from the Lan family. "I'm sure. Moreover, Lu Ming has been fighting against the Bloody Swordsman frequently." The old man said, "Bloody Blade Artist? What's his combat strength?" Lan Cheng asked. "I heard that it's a level 14 true emperor." The old man said, "What? A rank 14 true emperor? Lu Ming is already able to fight with a rank 14 true emperor. His improvement is too fast. It must be the indestructible ancient scroll. It must be." Lan Cheng was a little shocked, and his eyes flickered with greed. "Pass down my order. Any expert of the Lan family who is training in the battlefield of true emperors should be killed without mercy if they encounter Lu Ming. Extract the indestructible ancient scroll from his soul." Lan Cheng asked with a gloomy face. "Celestial the Arch, if word of this gets out, I'm afraid we'll be targeted by other powerhouses." The elder from the Lan family said, "Then don't let anyone know. Do it in secret. Contact the Yen family and join forces with them." Lan Cheng ordered. One by one, Lu Ming refined dozens of world cores. His small world expanded again. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's small world grew bigger and bigger. It finally stopped when it was 300,000 miles in radius. At the beginning of the breakthrough, The size of the small world was 100,000 miles in radius. After each breakthrough, the length and width of the small world would increase by 100,000 miles. Previously, Lu Ming's cultivation level was at 2-star True Emperor, and his small world had a radius of 200,000 miles. Now, Lu Ming had refined a large amount of the world core and his cultivation had broken through again. His small world had expanded to a radius of 300,000 miles. Lu Ming's combat strength had finally improved and he had barely reached the combat strength of a rank 14 True Emperor. He could only barely reach the fighting power of a rank 14 True Emperor and was considered weak. Lu Ming did not stop. He took out a Chaos Stone, absorbed the Chaos Chi, and continued to refine and improve. After refining 5 Chaos Gems in a row, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the peak of a 3-star True Emperor. At this point, Lu Ming continued to refine a few more Chaos Gems before he stopped. He had planned to break through in one go and become a 4-star True Emperor, but he realized that it was impossible. A 4-star True Emperor was a high-stage True Emperor. There was a hurdle that he needed time to consolidate and accumulate his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through. Now, my combat power has barely reached the level of a rank 14 True Emperor. With the Fallen Star Bow, I can barely protect myself in the core area of the True Emperor realm. I'll go out and hunt for alien races to train myself. Lu Ming pondered. Only by fighting could one improve quickly. If Lu Ming had stayed in Two World City to cultivate instead of fighting here, he would not have made such a great improvement even if he stayed under the path understanding ancient tree every day. Lu Ming left the place and walked around the True Emperor's core area in search of the alien races. At this moment, a piece of news spread across the entire battlefield of True Emperors. The entrance to a small world suddenly appeared somewhere on the battlefield of True Emperors. It was speculated that this small world might have floated in the space of eternal nothingness for countless years and connected with this space by chance, which led to the appearance of an entrance. A small world that could float in the eternal void for countless years was at least the small world of a peak great emperor. It might even be the small world of a heavenly emperor. Otherwise, it would have collapsed after so many years. Only a small world created by an extremely powerful being could float in the eternal void for so many years and still exist. If it was a small world left behind by a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse, it was very likely to be priceless and contain supreme treasures. After hearing this news, all the living beings in the True Emperor battlefield were alarmed and started searching for the entrance. Even some of the True Emperors outside the battlefield of True Emperors had found experts to go with to try their luck. Bai Tai also contacted some powerful True Emperors and headed to the core of the battlefield. The Lan family, the Yen family, and other major powers had also gathered their powerful forces to search for the entrance to the small world. There was a huge plot of land in the mountains. The entrance to the small world was in this area. But now, a large number of foreign experts were hiding around the plot of land. This time, they'll take advantage of this opportunity to kill the experts of the heaven realm. One of the alien experts said coldly. They had discovered the entrance to this small world earlier, but they didn't go in to investigate immediately. Instead, they had laid an ambush here with a large number of experts, waiting for the heaven realm experts to come and kill them one by one. The True Emperor battlefield was filled with killing intent. Lu Ming did not know any of this. He concealed his aura and wandered around the core area of the True Emperor battlefield. However, after searching for a few days, he didn't encounter a single alien race. Instead, he met a few heaven realm experts, who were all in a hurry, looking for something. On this day, Lu Ming came to a mountain range. At this point, Lu Ming stopped because he felt a strange fluctuation in the space in front of him. These fluctuations are extremely similar to the spatial fluctuations of the entrance to a small world. Could it be that there's an entrance to a small world in these mountains? Let's go take a look. Lu Ming was highly skilled and bold. He headed towards the mountains. He had the fallen star bow and the celestial thearch's corporeal body, so he was naturally unafraid. Lu Ming flew into the mountains and was naturally discovered by the alien races who were lying in ambush. It's a human from the heaven realm. Why is there only one? There's actually only one of them. Fine, let's kill this person first to avoid alerting the enemy. The alien race immediately sent an expert to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming was flying when a streak of light suddenly rushed toward him. A jet-black axe radiance was heading toward him. It's a foreign race with rank 12 combat strength. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Chapter 2282 Hunting and Counterkilling. It was a burly member of the evil god race who was charging toward him. His 3 eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Kill! A long spear condensed in Lu Ming's hands and he thrust it out. The shocking spear radiance destroyed the opponent's axe radiance in one fell swoop and pierced through the opponent's glabella. Instant kill. Then, with a sweep of his world power, he put away the other party's storage bracelet and dug out the other party's crystal core. Damn it. This person has the battle power of a rank 14 true emperor. One of the ambushers roared. Initially, they had thought that Lu Ming's combat strength would not be that high since he was so young. They would be able to easily deal with him if they sent a rank 12 true emperor expert. He did not expect that Lu Ming would be able to resolve it easily. Send more people to kill this person. Hurry up, don't be discovered by the other people in the heaven realm. An alien ordered. Immediately, some alien races charged out and attacked Lu Ming. Update on Biomicron X Zeroville. Omicronim this time, there were 6 of them. There's more. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The 6 alien races burst with a shocking aura and charged toward Lu Ming. From a distance, 6 beams of destructive light blasted toward Lu Ming. Buzz. Whoosh. Lu Ming brandished his long spear and shot out beams of spear radiance at the alien race's destructive light. Boom, boom, boom. A series of collisions occurred. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated continuously. 2 at rank 15 true emperor and 4 at rank 14 true emperor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he determined the other party's strength. Such a formation was more than enough to deal with a rank 14. However, their opponent was Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was injured, his injuries were recovering rapidly and he was not in any serious condition. Kill! The 6 alien races charged at Lu Ming with all kinds of attacks, trying to drown him. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He held his spear and charged over. The 2 sides continued to clash and kill each other. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, it was impossible for the alien race to kill him in a short time. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming risked his injuries and killed a rank 14 true emperor alien in the air with 1 shot. Damn it, how can this human from the heaven realm be so strong? His vitality is unbelievably tenacious. Some of the non-humankind beings who were lying in ambush roared in anger. Then, more non-humankind beings rushed out. This time, there were more than a dozen of them. The strongest one had the battle power of a rank 16 true emperor. So many? Could this be the nest of the alien race? Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. There were so many alien races, and some of them even had the combat power of a level 16 true emperor. Lu Ming was obviously not their match. Boom. Lu Ming knocked back a rank 14 martial artist with a single shot. He then charged forward at top speed. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hands. Buzz. Lu Ming pulled the fallen star bow and 999 colored arrows flew out. They were aimed at a rank 15 true emperor alien. Bang. This foreign being was shot to death in the air. Buzz. Buzz. Lu Ming drew his bow continuously. The bowstring vibrated and a few arrows flew out in succession. Each arrow killed 1 alien. Detestable. Those alien races who had been lying in ambush couldn't sit still any longer. Some of the more terrifying ones were even more furious. Charge out and kill this person. A leader-level non-human shouted and rushed out. This time, more than 200 foreign races rushed out from the surrounding mountains. Each of them had a combat strength above level 10 true emperor. The strongest had even reached the fighting power of a rank 17 true emperor. So many! Lu Ming's expression really changed. A few hundred alien races all at the same time, and all of them were at least a 10th stage true emperor. This was definitely not a coincidence. They had been lying in ambush here for a long time. Although Lu Ming did not know what had happened, he knew very well that he was unlucky and had accidentally walked into an ambush of the alien races. Hundreds of alien races, all of which had the combat strength of a 10th level true emperor or above, charged at Lu Ming from all directions. The entire void was shaking as if there were an army of thousands of soldiers. "Kill him!" one of the alien race members shouted. This person had the appearance of a human and purple hair. He was actually a member of the royal race. A few beams of destructive light burst out, causing the void to tremble continuously. A stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. At the same time, the celestial thearch's physical body emerged and floated in front of Lu Ming, growing in size. Lu Ming took a step forward and his body merged into the celestial thearch's physical body. It was impossible for Lu Ming to be a match for so many foreign tribe powerhouses. He would probably be drowned by the attacks of so many foreign tribes in an instant and be blown up by so many attacks. The only way was to use the celestial emperor's corporeal body. Buzz. Controlling the celestial thearch's physical body, Lu Ming slashed with his sword. A beam of sword chi, vast and mighty, pierced through the clouds, broke through the attack of the foreign tribe, and slashed towards the group of foreign tribe members. A few of the alien races, who were all level 10 true emperors, were cut in half by the sword chi. At this moment, a group of people arrived not far away. This group of people were the experts from the Lan and Yen families. There were dozens of them, and there was no lack of terrifying true emperor experts. The experts from the Lan and Yen families were also looking for the entrance to the small world. They could see the mighty sword chi from afar. There's a battle between experts ahead. What terrifying power! Be careful to hide. One of the Lan family's experts said in a low voice. These people immediately concealed their auras and carefully flew forward. They then landed on a mountain peak and looked ahead. At a glance, they saw Lu Ming controlling the celestial thearch's physical body to fight against the alien race. Of course, they did not recognize Lu Ming as he had merged into the celestial thearch's physical body. When they saw so many alien races, they were almost scared to death. There's a wondrous spatial fluctuation up ahead. Could the entrance to the small world be here? Could it be that these foreign races are lying in ambush here, trying to ambush and kill the powerhouses of our heaven realm? The Lan family and the Yen family could easily think of this key point. Their faces turned pale at the thought of this. They understood that someone had barged into this place first, or they would be finished. Who's that giant golem? What powerful battle prowess! That should be a puppet. The experts from the Lan and Yen families discussed in low voices. At this time, Lu Ming had killed a few more alien races in a row, which infuriated the alien races. Let's attack together. The non-human king roared. All the alien races made their moves. Hundreds of attacks were aimed at Lu Ming. All of these attacks were from beings above the 10th level of the true emperor realm. The power was so shocking that even ordinary great emperors didn't dare to take them head-on and could only dodge. However, Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was still Celestial Emperor's corporeal body. Furthermore, it was made of stone and was extremely sturdy. Even great emperors couldn't penetrate it, let alone true emperors. Lu Ming ignored the attacks from all directions. He held the Celestial Emperor's sword and rushed toward the alien race. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and slashed out with his sword. The sword ray was 100 miles long and the 3 alien races were blown up in the air. Chapter 2284 Energy exhausted Lu Ming killed 3 alien races with a single slash. Then, he slashed his sword horizontally and lulled 2 more alien races. The attacks of RHE hundreds of outsiders landed on the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body, causing loud rumbles. However, RHE's Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was completely fine. However, Lu Ming's combat sword did not stop and he kept slashing. The huge sword light was as big as a mountain. It swept across RHE's sky with shocking power. Over the years, Lu Ming would find some time to integrate the energy from the energy crystals he obtained from the alien races into the celestial thearch's body. The celestial emperor's corporeal bodhis energy was already close to 30%. It was extremely powerful. Bang, bang, bang. As the mountain-like sword light pressed down, the bodies of the non-humankind beings exploded one after another, and they died on the spot. In a few breaths, dozens of foreign kinds were killed. No matter what combat strength they had, they could not withstand one move from Lu Ming. When close to 30% of the energy in the celestial thearch's physical body erupted, even an ordinary one-star great emperor would be in danger. Lu Ming could kill him, let alone a true emperor. The battle power of a level 18 true emperor was only equivalent to the true emperor realm. Even the most powerful rank 18 was only at RHE peak of true emperor, and they would still be killed in seconds. Update on Biomicron X0ville. Omicron M therefore, no matter what combat level they were at, there was only one outcome when they faced Lu Ming, and that was to be killed in seconds. They were invincible. Kill, kill. Lu Ming shouted. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, he charged and killed wantonly. His combat sword kept slashing out, and every slash took the life of a few outsiders. In less than a minute, more than 100 of the more than 200 alien races had died under Lu Ming's sword. Go, quickly go. One of the remaining alien race members finally panicked. They shouted in fear and turned to run. Kill! Lu Ming had his eyes on the alien royal family. The number of royal non-human races was pathetically small, but without a doubt, each of them had shocking talent. Once they reached adulthood, they would have terrifying battle power. The heavens' favorites among them were even more terrifying. Since he saw them, he couldn't let them go. Lu Ming chased after the alien royal. Stop him! The non-human king was terrified. He ran for his life and ordered the other non-human races to stop Lu Ming. In the foreign races, Archie hierarchy was strict and unusual. The status of a member of the royal family was extremely precious. The ordinary people and RHE aristocrats of the evil god tribe had to obey RHE royal family unconditionally. In the face of danger, he had to stand in front of the royal family unconditionally. Otherwise, there would be a great disaster. At that moment, although the other alien races were frightened, they still rushed toward Lu Ming. Among them, there was no lack of level 17 true emperor battle strength. Kill! Lu Ming showed no mercy. He charged forward and slashed with his combat sword, killing one alien race after another. Among them, there was even an existence with the battle power of a rank 17 true emperor. In the battlefield of true emperors, a rank 17 true emperor was already the peak of battle power. This was because a rank 18 true emperor had reached the peak of true emperor in all aspects. Most of them were in seclusion, preparing to break through to the great emperor realm. Lu Ming was invincible in the true emperor stage when he controlled the celestial thearch's body. Lu Ming dashed past them and killed dozens of true emperors. He then rushed toward the non-human royal clan. The non-human king screamed in fear, but he was still cut in half by the sword. Run! The other non-humans fled in all directions. Lu Ming stopped and did not continue to pursue. The intense battle just now had consumed a lot of the energy of the heaven and earth body. These foreign kinds had the combat strength of a 10th level true emperor or above. It seemed easy for Lu Ming to kill them, but he had to consume a lot of energy. After killing more than 100 non-human powerhouses, the energy of the celestial thearch's body was almost exhausted. Killing so many true emperor realm experts was no easier than fighting a one-star great emperor. By now, the energy in celestial emperor's corporeal body was almost completely depleted. After the alien race had fled far away, Lu Ming's figure appeared and he kept the celestial the arch body. It seems like there should be an entrance to a small world here. These foreign races have been lying in ambush in this vicinity in order to kill RHE beings of the heaven realm. On second thought, Lu Ming could guess the alien race's plan. At this moment, the people from the Lan family and the Yen family widened their eyes in shock. Lu Ming, it's that Lu Ming, it's him. He has such a terrifying puppet. The faces of the Lan and Yen family members turned pale. They had received orders to kill Lu Ming if they had the chance in the battlefield of true emperors. However, Lu Ming actually had such a powerful puppet, which left them with a lingering fear. If they had attacked Lu Ming, they would have been dead. That's not right. Here must be a condition to control such a powerful puppet. It's impossible to control it so easily. Just now, the alien race escaped, but he didn't pursue them. This doesn't seem like him. Could it be that the puppet can't be used anymore? Controlling a puppet requires energy, and energy will be exhausted. The Lan family and the Yen family were communicating in secret. Some of these people had already lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and some even millions of years. They were all experienced and sly old foxes, so they could guess the general situation in a few moments. Their eyes lit up and were filled with cold killing intent. This was a great opportunity. If Lu Ming's puppet could no longer be controlled, it would be the best time to kill him. Let us go all out. The experts from the Lan and Yen families were determined. Their higher-ups had given the order to find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming and strip him of the indestructible ancient scroll in his soul. If they could complete the task, they would be rewarded handsomely. Now that there was no one else from heaven around and Lu Ming's puppet could nor be used, it was the best time to make a move. Go and kill Lu Ming. The leader of the Lan family sent a message to the crowd and then rushed out. The others also rushed out. Beams of rainbow light shot toward Lu Ming at high speed. Lu Ming was about to head to the small world when he suddenly realized that there were dozens of people flying in his direction. He could not help but be stunned. He did not recognize these people as the Lan and Yen families. The Lan family and the Yen family did not have any special symbols. These people were all true emperors. Lu Ming had never seen them before. He had thought that the other party was just an ordinary person from the heaven realm. Are these people also here for the small world? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The people from the Lan family and the Yen family stopped not far away from Lu Ming. They did not make a move immediately. They were still a little afraid of Lu Ming's methods. You're Lu Ming? The leader of the Lan family pretended to have just recognized Lu Ming and asked with a surprised look. That's me. May first know why everyone is here? Lu Ming said. Imzwa Zhang. He leader of the Lan family lied. He walked toward Lu Ming with a smile on his face and said, recently, there has been a rumor that a small world that has been floating in the eternal void for countless years has connected to the battlefield of Rhe True Emperor. Perhaps there are extraordinary treasures there, so many people have come. Brother Lu, you must be here for this small world. The leader of the Lan family always had a smile on his face. He was very gentle and made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Lu Ming's murderous intent. It is indeed a small world. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he did not show it. That's right. I'm also here for the small world. At this moment, the leader of the Lan family glanced at the alien corpses and said, so many alien corpses. Did Brother Lu kill them? He had clearly seen it but pretended not to see it. He wanted to test Lu Ming. No, I just got here too. Lu Ming said. Oh, don't tell me that someone has already entered that small world? Then let's hurry in too. The Lan family's leader pretended to have a change in expression. He strode forward and approached Lu Ming. At this moment, a terrifying ray of light burst out from the hands of the leader of the Lan family and headed towards Lu Ming. At this moment, the two of them were very close. If Lu Ming was not on guard, he would definitely not be able to dodge. However, just as the Lan family's leader made his move, the six-feathered wings suddenly appeared on Lu Ming's back. In a flash, Lu Ming's figure flew away at top speed, avoiding the opponent's attack. The leader of the Lan family's expression changed. He looked gloomy as he stared at Lu Ming. How did you find out? You're good at disguising yourself, but the others aren't so good at it. If someone wants to kill me, do you think one won't notice? Who are you people? Update on Biomicron X0ville. Semicronim. Lu Ming's expression was a little gloomy. If not for his extremely sharp senses and the fact that there were people from the Lan and Yen families with strong killing intent, Lu Ming would have caught them despite their efforts to conceal it. So what if I'm discovered by you? You'll still die today. The leader of the Lan family shouted. He no longer concealed himself and unleashed his full power, charging towards Lu Ming. He displayed extremely terrifying combat strength. Rank 17 True Emperor Battle Power. Lu Ming's expression changed. Although Lu Ming's combat strength had barely reached the 14th stage of the True Emperor realm, he was still far from the 17th stage of the True Emperor realm. He was not a match for them at all. Moreover, there were other people. The other members of the Lan family and Yen family also made their moves. Each of them had shocking battle strength and were all above the 10th level of True Emperor. If the Celestial Thearch's physical body was still around, these people would not be a threat to him. However, Lu Ming was no match for them now. Lu Ming cast his six-feathered divine wings and retreated rapidly to avoid the attack. At the same time, the fallen star bow appeared in his hands. Where do you think you're going? One attack after another streaked across the void and headed straight for Lu Ming. Are you from the Lan and Yen families? Lu Ming shouted. The moment the other party made a move, he could not hide his unique magical ability and Lu Ming recognized it. Due to his enmity with the Lan family and the Yen family, Lu Ming had studied the ancient scriptures and divine abilities passed down by these two families. That was why he could recognize them at a glance. Kill! The Lan family and Yen family members shouted, their killing intent extremely cold. Buzz! As Lu Ming retreated, he drew the fallen star bow. An arrow shot out at an extreme speed, tearing through the void like a star. One of the Lan family's rank 15 True Emperor powerhouses was shot to death in the air by Lu Ming. Damn it! The leader of the Lan family shouted and increased his speed to the maximum. It was as if he was traveling through the void. His speed was at its maximum, not slower than Lu Ming's six-feathered divine wings. There was another person from the Yen family who was also a rank 17 True Emperor. They worked together with the person from the Lan family and charged toward Lu Ming from both sides, closing in on him quickly. Lu Ming drew his bow continuously. Two 9-colored arrows were shot at two people with the combat power of a rank 17 True Emperor. However, a rank 17 True Emperor was really powerful. He blocked the arrows with brute force and only his figure was hindered. A level 17 True Emperor is this strong? Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. Lu Ming, you're dead meat today. Hand over the indestructible ancient scroll and the ancient scroll that you're cultivating, and we'll give you a quick death. The leader of the Lan family said coldly. However, at this moment, his expression changed. The other members of the Lan family and Yen family also changed their expressions. That was because there was a flash of light in the distance. Someone was coming. The Lan and Yen families stopped in their tracks. That was because there was a rule in the heaven realm that no one was allowed to kill each other on the battlefield. If anyone violated this rule, even the Lan and Yen families would be punished. The rainbow light receded, and a total of 6 people appeared not far away. Lu Ming! A voice rang out. Senior Bai Tai. Lu Ming was stunned. He did not expect that one of them would be Bai Tai. With Bai Tai's cultivation level, shouldn't he be active in the periphery of the True Emperor battlefield? How did he end up in the core of the battlefield of True Emperors? Could it be because of that small world? Lu Ming had an idea. Everyone, what's the matter? Bai Tai looked at the Lan and Yen families. Just now, from afar, they seemed to have seen someone fighting here. Then Bai Tai and the others looked at the alien's body and their faces changed. Could it be that the Lan family and the Yen family were fighting against the foreign races? At this moment, the leader of the Lan family had a gloomy expression and a flash of killing intent. Attack and kill these people together. The leader of the Lan clan transmitted his voice to the others. The others' expressions changed. If word got out that they killed their own people on the battlefield, the Lan and Yen families wouldn't be able to protect them. But now, there was no one else present. They just had to kill them to silence them. Attack! The leader of the Lan clan transmitted his voice. Not good. Senior Bai Tai, run. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted loudly. He could feel the murderous aura exuding from the Lan family and the rest. These people were so audacious that they wanted to kill Bai Tai and the others. As Lu Ming roared, he rushed towards Bai Tai at top speed. However, the Yen family's rank 17 true emperor had already charged at Bai Tai. At the same time, the leader of the Lan family charged at Lu Ming and launched a series of attacks. Lu Ming could only try his best to dodge. He was not in a hurry to rescue her. "You guys?" Bai Tai was shocked. He didn't expect that the Lan and Yen families would suddenly attack them. Bai Tai's combat strength was only at the 7th stage true emperor realm. He was no match for the other party. His heart was pierced through by the other party's attack. The terrifying power caused Bai Tai's body to explode. Senior Bai Tai. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes turned red and he revealed a terrifying killing intent. He and Bai Tai had worked together to hunt for alien races for 2 years and fought dozens of battles. They had formed a deep friendship. Bai Tai, his ancestor, had all died in the hands of the alien races. His biggest wish in his life was to hunt the alien races. He had no other intentions. At the same time, he knew that his talent was limited. When he was hunting the alien races, he would deliberately give more world cores to Lu Ming so that Lu Ming could improve faster. It could be said that this was a respectable old man who had spent his entire life hunting foreign races. But now, he had died under the greed of the Lan and Yen families. Lu Ming's heart was filled with cold killing intent. At this moment, he could not wait to kill everyone from the Lan and Yen families. "Lan family, you will all die a horrible death." All. The people who came with Bai Tai were all killed. "Lu Ming, no one can save you." The leader of the Lan family kept launching attacks at Lu Ming. At the same time, the others also flew toward Lu Ming. The space collapses, the people from the Lan family and the Yen family flew toward Lu Ming and surrounded him. However, at this moment, the expressions of the Lan and Yen families changed. In the distance, there was a faint flash of light. Clearly, more people had come. This time, there were many people, dozens of them, more than the Lan and Yen families. "Damn it!" The Lan family and Yen family shouted. They just needed a little more time and they would be able to kill Lu Ming. They did not expect that someone else would come. "Quick! Collect the alien corpses, quick!" The leader of the Lan family shouted. He abandoned Lu Ming and quickly collected the alien corpses. The other members of the Lan family and Yen family did not know what was going on, but they did as they were told. They collected all the bodies of the alien races, leaving only the bodies of those who came with Bai Tai. Bush, bush, bush. In a flash of light, dozens of people appeared in the sky. All of them were creatures from the heaven realm, and some of them were extremely powerful. What's going on? The people who came later glanced at the corpses of Bai Tai and the others, and their eyes flashed. Everyone, Lu Ming is extremely audacious. He killed people from the heaven realm for money and we happened to discover him. We're going to take him down. The leader of the Lan family shouted and accused Lu Ming of killing Bai Tai and the rest. "What? Lu Ming, how dare you?" The people from the heaven realm who came later all looked at Lu Ming with anger in their eyes. Haha. Lu Ming was so angry that he laughed. "The Lan family and the Yen family wanted to kill me and take away the indestructible ancient scroll. They were seen by others, so I killed them to silence them. Now they dare to slander me. How ridiculous! Nonsense! Everyone, Lu Ming is a man of words. We can't be fooled by him. One suggests that we arrest him first, cripple his cultivation, and bring him back to Two World City for interrogation." The leader of the Lan family shouted. "Lan family, Yen family, one will definitely make you pay for what you did today." Lu Ming shouted, turned around and left. He knew that he was at a disadvantage today. No matter how much he argued, it would be useless. He could only escape first and then think of a way to reveal the Lan and Yen family's crimes to the public. Lu Ming cast his 6-feathered divine wings and flew into the distance at top speed. "Chase him, don't let him escape. He wants to escape." The leader of the Lan family shouted. Together with the Yen family experts, they chased after Lu Ming. The other people from the heaven realm looked at each other. They did not know who was telling the truth and could only watch. It was not good for them to make a move. Lu Ming, you can't escape. The leader of the Lan family shouted. A jade talisman appeared in his hand and he crushed it. A green energy enveloped his body. His speed suddenly increased and he quickly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. He turned around and drew his bow, shooting an arrow at the man. A combat sword appeared in the man's hand. He slashed out and collided with the arrow, causing it to explode. His body slowed down slightly, but he continued to chase after Lu Ming. Bush. The leader of the Lan family slashed a few times in succession. The sword chi whistled and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming dodged continuously, but he was still hit by a sword chi. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. No, one can't escape like this. I'll go to that small world and try my luck. With a single thought, Lu Ming dashed towards the place where there was a spatial fluctuation. The experts from the Lan and Yen families were in hot pursuit. As they chased, the leader of the Lan family kept slashing out sword chi. Lu Ming could only draw his bow to block and at the same time, try his best to dodge. However, after a few moves, Lu Ming was hit again. His body was almost split apart. However, with the indestructible ancient scroll, Lu Ming was fine. His injuries were recovering rapidly. After a while, a huge black vortex appeared in front of him. It was obvious that this was the entrance to the small world. Lu Ming did not look back and rushed in directly. The leader of the Lan family also rushed in. The two of them were the fastest, while the others were a little slower. The moment Lu Ming rushed into the vortex, he appeared in a void. However, the scene that entered his eyes made Lu Ming's eyes narrow. The ground of this small world cracked open, and many hideous cracks appeared. The world was barren. In the sky, there were spatial cracks that kept flashing. Let's go! Lu Ming did not have time to think and rushed forward. Behind him, a fluctuation came. The leader of the Lan family had also appeared. The moment he came out, he was also shocked by the scene in front of him. However, when he saw Lu Ming, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he charged at Lu Ming. Buzz! Buzz! The leader of the Lan family used his world energy and displayed his full power. His battle power of a level 17 true emperor was revealed. The sword chi cut through the void, and the space directly exploded. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He wanted to use the fallen star bow to block the attack, but he stopped. The leader of the Lan family's expression also changed greatly. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the entire world began to shake violently as the sky exploded. The leader of the Lan family's sword strikes seemed to have lit a fuse, causing the entire world to collapse and explode. Not good. The leader of the Lan family realized that something was wrong. He turned around and was about to leave through that entrance. But with a boom, the entrance also exploded. The exit had collapsed. Boom, boom, boom. The earth crumbled, and dense spatial cracks appeared in the sky. Damn it, damn it. The leader of the Lan family kept roaring in fear. This is a small world that is about to collapse. Lu Ming's mouth was full of bitterness. At this moment, how could he not understand? This small world must have been floating in the eternal void for countless years and was about to collapse. When they rushed in and unleashed their cultivation, they broke the balance and caused the world to collapse. The power of the collapse of a small world was extremely terrifying. In particular, this small world could very likely belong to a powerful existence, so it was even more powerful. Boom. Sela. The ground exploded, and the sky was filled with cracks. More and more cracks appeared, revealing a dark void. A terrifying spatial storm swept in all directions. Given Lu Ming and the Lan family's leaders' combat abilities, it would be fine if they entered the dark void. However, if they were to be swept up by the space storm caused by the collapse of the small world, they would definitely die. The two of them tried their best to dodge. However, after a while, the entire world, the entire space, was filled with spatial storms, and there was almost nowhere to hide. Damn it, it's all your fault, it's all your fault, one wants you to die. The leader of the Lan family roared madly, blaming everything on Lu Ming. If Lu Ming had not rushed in, Why would he have chased after him? If Lu Ming had not fled and allowed him to kill him, how could such a thing have happened? He roared angrily and pounced toward Lu Ming. However, in a spatial storm, the leader of the Lan family screamed. The lower half of his body was torn apart, leaving only the upper half to escape. He almost died. Entering an unfamiliar heavenly domain at that moment, Lu Ming was in danger. The space storm swept in all directions and he was almost caught in it. Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Hide in the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming thought of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. With a single thought, a Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron appeared in front of him and he rushed into it. The energy of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron seemed to have been exhausted and it had fallen into a deep sleep. Lu Ming could not activate the terrifying power. However, the material of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was extremely hard. Now, he could only rely on the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron to resist the spatial storm outside. While Lu Ming had just hidden in the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron when it was swept up by a spatial storm. The terrifying spatial storm burst forth with astonishing power, constantly cutting the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. However, the material of the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was extremely hard. Although the spatial storm was powerful, it could not do anything to the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The leader of the Lan family also saw this scene. "Save me, Lu Ming, save me!" The leader of the Lan family yelled. "Idiot!" Lu Ming's faint voice was heard from the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. "No, save me. You can't leave us in the lurch. We're all from the heaven realm." The leader of the Lan family shouted and wanted to rush toward the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. However, at this moment, the entire world seemed to have collapsed. Endless spatial storms swept out. The leader of the Lan family was directly swept into the spatial storm. He let out a desperate scream and then there was no sound. Outside the small world, the other members of the Lan family and the Yen family were about to rush into the small world as well. However, as soon as they approached the vortex shook violently and exploded. What's going on? The Lan and Yen families were shocked. Boom, boom, boom. Following that, the entire space trembled violently. The Lan and Yen families were shocked and quickly retreated. The people from the other heaven realms also came over and looked on in surprise. Selah. A crack had actually appeared where the whirlpool had originally been, and one could vaguely see the scene of destruction inside. The small world has collapsed. That small world has collapsed. Everyone was an experienced person. How could they not have thought of this when they saw this scene? They also speculated that the small world must have been too ancient, and now it was completely collapsing. Lu Ming is dead, someone said in a low voice. Everyone's expression was grave. Facing the collapse of a small world, the true Emperor Realm expert was most likely dead. The Lan and Yen families felt a wave of fear. It was a good thing they didn't rush in, or they would have died as well. It's a pity about the indestructible ancient scroll. The Lan family and Yen family sighed in their hearts. They did not care whether Lu Ming lived or died. It was a pity that the indestructible ancient scroll would be buried in the void with Lu Ming forever. They didn't leave, but watched from a distance. At this time, the small world had completely collapsed, and the endless space storms swept over the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Thump, thump, thump. Even though Lu Ming was hiding in the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and was protected by it, the power formed by the terrifying vibrations still seeped into the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming suffered a terrifying attack. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by the power of law. At the same time, he activated the imperishable golden body to resist the terrifying power. However, he was still heavily injured. His bones were broken and his muscles were torn apart. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. This small world was definitely the small world of a heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouse. The energy formed from the collapse was too terrifying. The Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron was like a small boat in the boundless ocean, drifting with the current. It was swept into the boundless dark void by the spatial storm and drifted far away. After an unknown period of time, the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron suddenly let out a violent roar. Then, a violent explosion erupted outside. Then, everything calmed down. What's going on? Could it have been swept out of the dark void? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Through the opening of the divine cauldron, he noticed a ray of light shining in. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It seemed that he had really left the dark void. Lu Ming crawled out of the cauldron. In the outside world, birds were chirping and flowers were blooming. He was currently on this mountain peak. However, when the divine nine-dragon cauldron smashed down just now, half of the mountain was crushed and embedded in the mountain. Lu Ming waved his hand and put the divine nine-dragon cauldron away. Where is this place? Lu Ming looked around. What came into view was an endless green mountain, verdant and lush, full of vitality. This wasn't the battlefield of true emperors at all. In fact, it wasn't even the battlefield outside Two World City. Because of the constant battles on the battlefield, it had long been deathly silent, and no vegetation could survive. It was completely different from this place. Could I have been sucked into a spatial storm somewhere in the Taiqing heavenly region? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. However, his heart skipped a beat at the next moment. He thought of another possibility. If they could be swept into the Taiqing heavenly region, wouldn't they be swept into other heavenly regions as well? Could this place be another heaven domain? Of the 9 heaven domains in the heaven realm, except for the Taiqing heaven domain, the other 8 heaven domains were all occupied by the alien races. It would be troublesome if they went to the other heaven domains. Let's heal first. Lu Ming shook his head. He was severely injured. No matter where he was, he had to heal his injuries first and adjust his condition to the peak. That was the best way. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the indestructible ancient scroll to begin healing his injuries. However, he had just started to recuperate when streaks of rainbow light flew over at high speed from the distance. Lu Ming's expression changed and he had no choice but to stop recuperating and look at the rainbow light. An alien! At one glance, Lu Ming's expression turned even uglier. There couldn't be any foreign races in the Taiqing heavenly region, and this wasn't the battlefield outside the Two World City, so there was only one possibility. This was another heavenly domain in the heavenly realm. Lu Ming felt bitter. He did not expect that he would really come to another heaven domain in the heaven realm. It's the human race. Kill all the humans who have escaped. The alien races also saw Lu Ming and charged toward him. Beams of destructive light were shooting toward Lu Ming from a distance. The strongest is only a 10th level true emperor. From the other party's attack, Lu Ming could sense that the strongest alien race was a 10th level true emperor. Such combat strength was not a threat to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not care about his injuries. He condensed the infinite dragon spear in his hand and charged forward. One after another, the spear radiance pierced toward the foreign tribe members, killing them one by one. More than 10 alien races were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. After storing more than 10 alien corpses into his small world, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he left the place. He could not stay here for long. Lu Ming had to find a hidden place to recuperate. His injuries had worsened after he forcefully attacked just now. But the next moment his expression changed. Because another group of alien races was also coming from another direction. It's a human that escaped the net. Kill him. Dozens of the alien races rushed toward Lu Ming. People from the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain upped by BOXN0. Omicronim dozens of alien races charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming could sense that there were terrifying experts among them. Although there were no great emperors, there were definitely level 16 and level 17 true emperors. Lu Ming was severely injured now. He was no match for these alien races and could only avoid them for the time being. Lu Ming cast his 6-feathered divine wings and flew into the distance at top speed. The alien races were following closely behind. Which heavenly domain is this? He said that the human race has escaped. It seems that there are still human beings in this heavenly domain. Lu Ming was thinking as he flew. Behind him, the alien races were very fast, especially a few of them. They were shockingly powerful and were slowly closing the distance between them and Lu Ming. My injuries are too severe, One can't use my full strength. Lu Ming frowned, thinking of a solution. After a while, he had flown tens of thousands of miles in an instant. But at this moment, another group of foreign people appeared in front of them. There were more than 20 of them. Lu Ming had no choice but to change his direction and dash to the left. In this way, the distance between him and the opponent's powerhouse was shortened. What do we do? Lu Ming quickly thought of countermeasures. He could have taken out the divine nine-dragon cauldron to resist the other party's attack, but that would be like catching a turtle in a jar. In such a situation, it was not desirable at all. Lu Ming could only continue flying. Human, die. The few alien races slowly approached Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot a few arrows in succession. However, these alien races were very powerful and they were all blocked. He pulled the fallen star bow forcefully, worsening his injuries. Buzz. Lu Ming flew past a high mountain that reached into the clouds and entered a huge canyon. The foreign races had also charged into the Great Canyon. Bush, bush, bush. At this moment, a series of attacks burst out from the canyon. These attacks were not aimed at Lu Ming, but at the alien races. In an instant, 7 to 8 foreign kinds were killed. The foreign kinds who were chasing Lu Ming were also stopped. Kill these foreign kinds. Roars came from the canyon as more than 20 figures rushed out. A human, a divine beast. Lu Ming was a little stunned, then he was overjoyed. These people who rushed out were actually humans. There were also divine beasts, and they were all very powerful. One of them, a middle-aged man, held a battle blade. When he slashed out, the blade light was vast and powerful. 2 of the outsiders with the battle power of a rank 16 true emperor were killed, and one of them with the battle power of a rank 17 true emperor was severely injured. This is a peak true emperor. He has the battle power of a rank 18 true emperor. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In addition, there were also a few with battle strength at rank 17 and rank 16 true emperors. It was a one-sided battle. Dozens of foreign kinds were killed continuously. Lu Ming could not care less about his injuries. He kept drawing the fallen star bow and killed a few of the foreign tribe members who escaped. There were a total of 40 to 50 alien races. Not long after, they were all killed and their bodies were collected by those people. Then, those people's gazes turned to Lu Ming. Everyone, thank you for your help. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked him. Who are you? Why have I never seen him before? Could it be that there are other small worlds that have yet to be conquered by the non-human kind? A young woman stepped on the air and looked at Lu Ming curiously. This woman was very beautiful. She wore iron armor, which revealed her impressive figure. Other small worlds? Lu Ming revealed a confused look. Everyone may first ask what this place is. Which heavenly domain? Lu Ming continued to ask. Which heavenly domain? Of course, we're in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. Are you not from there? The young woman asked, very curious. The others also walked over and sized Lu Ming up curiously. 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. I'm actually in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. Lu Ming's heart trembled. 10,000 spirit heavenly domain was one of the 9 heavenly domains in the heaven realm and had long been occupied by alien races. It seemed that he had been swept into the 10,000 spirit realm by the power of the collapse of the small world. I'm not happy with all of you. I'm from the Tai Ching heavenly region. Lu Ming said. What? You're from the Tai Ching heavenly region? The young woman and the others all widened their eyes in shock. Then, their eyes were filled with surprise. We know from the alien races that the Tai Ching heavenly region has not been conquered and is still in the hands of the heaven realm. Is that true? How did you come to 10,000 spirit heavenly domain? Is there a secret passage? The young woman asked a lot of questions in a row, and the others were also curious. At this moment, Lu Ming's body trembled slightly and his face turned pale. At this moment he was seriously injured. Let's leave this place first. This little brother's injuries are very serious. It won't be too late for us to ask him after he's recovered. An old man walked over and said, I was too excited. Let's go. The young woman said. Immediately, The young woman waved out a wave of world energy and flew in one direction with Lu Ming and the 20 people. During this time, they kept changing directions as if they were afraid of being pursued by the alien race. Not long after, they came to a secret place and entered an underground space through a secret path. After arriving, Lu Ming sat cross-legged and began to recuperate. He circulated the indestructible ancient scroll and his injuries recovered rapidly. In less than 2 hours, Lu Ming's injuries were completely healed and he was back to his peak condition. So fast! Seeing that Lu Ming had fully recovered in just 2 hours, those people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming's injuries were definitely not light. An ordinary person would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover from such injuries. However, Lu Ming had recovered in just 2 hours. They were shocked and curious. "Thank you for your help earlier." Lu Ming stood up and thanked everyone. "We're all heaven realm beings, it's only right for us to help." The young woman laughed. She was very forthright. Among these people, the young woman was the only one from the younger generation. She was around the same age as Lu Ming and naturally, they were more friendly. "Imran-chan, what's your name?" the young woman asked. "My name is Lu Ming," Lu Ming said. "Can you tell me how you came from the Tai Ching heavenly region?" Ren-chan blinked his eyes and asked curiously. "I accidentally entered a small world that was about to collapse." Lu Ming briefly explained how he came to this place. "I see. One thought there was some secret passage." Ren-chan sighed in disappointment. The others also sighed. Lu Ming had entered this place through a small world that was about to collapse. This was a complete coincidence and could not be replicated. If there was a secret passage, they could use it to go to the Tai Ching heavenly region. "Right, what's the situation here?" Lu Ming asked about the situation in the 10,000 spirit realm. Immediately, Ren-chan also told him some of the situation in 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. Rank 15 True Emperor upped by BOXN0V. Omicron M. The 10,000 spirit heavenly domain had been conquered by the alien races countless years ago. However, the 10,000 spirit heavenly region was extremely vast, with all kinds of wonderful places. Many strong men were born in the past, and there were even many heavenly emperor figures. As a result, there were many small worlds attached to the 10,000 spirit heavenly region. Most of the entrances to these small worlds were extremely well hidden and difficult to find. The place where Ren-chan and the others lived was one of the extremely hidden small worlds. However, after the alien races occupied 10,000 spirit realm, they sent out a large number of masters to search for those small worlds and the hidden heavenly realm creatures. For so many years, countless heaven realm experts had been lulled, and small worlds had been found and broken through. Now, there were very few heaven realm creatures left in the small worlds in 10,000 spirit heavenly region. The rest of the people were struggling to survive. That was why they were so excited when they heard that Lu Ming came from the Tai Ching heavenly region. The conditions in the 10,000 spirit heavenly region were too difficult. They did not know when the alien races would find their small worlds and conquer them. In the 10,000 spirit heavenly region, they would face danger at all times. Of course, they wanted to go to the Tai Ching heavenly region to cultivate. This time, we came out to look for a rough stone mine and seize some rough stones. I didn't expect to run into you. Ren-chan sighed when he said this. Lu Ming had completely understood. Ren-chan and the others were hiding in a small world without a rough stone mine. If this went on for a long time, their rough stones would run out. How could they cultivate without rough stones? That was why they took the risk to come out and look for raw gemstones. However, most of the ore veins in the 10,000 spirit realm are guarded by alien races. It's not easy to get them. It's dangerous. We plan to go to a small mine nearby. Brother Lu, do you want to go with us? Ren-chan asked. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Now that the people in the 10,000 spirit realm were all from foreign races and it was rare to meet people from the heaven realm, Lu Ming naturally had to go with them. Otherwise, it would be more dangerous to travel alone. Immediately, the group left the place and carefully headed in a certain direction. Along the way, they didn't encounter any more foreign races. In fact, there weren't that many alien races in the 10,000 spirit heavenly region. Although the foreign tribes could absorb and refine the original chi in the heaven realm, the speed was slow and the efficiency was low. It was very unfavorable to the cultivation of the foreign tribes. It was just like how Lu Ming's speed of absorbing the alien race's crystals was very slow. Therefore, there weren't many alien races in the heaven realm. They all took turns. A group of foreign races had been stationed there for many years, and a group of foreign races had changed. Only the battlefield in Two World City had a large number of foreign race experts. Otherwise, Ren Chan and the others would not have dared to come out. About a day later, they arrived at a dense mountain forest. Here, ancient trees towered into the sky, and the grass was as green as a blanket. More than 20 people were hiding nearby. Through the leaves, they could see a huge mountain in the distance. It was a rough stone mine guarded by alien experts. "Till investigate," 11 Rinchan said, then sat down cross-legged. The others surrounded Rinchan obviously. Rinchan had a high status among these people. On the way, Lu Ming had already found out that Rinchan's combat strength was at the 10th level of a true emperor. With such combat strength at his age, he could be ranked among the top of the 9 absolutes even in the current Taiching Heaven region. At this moment, a layer of green light emanated from Rin Chan's body. This layer of green light resonated with the surrounding green grass and ancient trees, causing the green grass to emit a layer of crystal-clear green. After a while, Ren Chan opened his eyes and said, "There's a great emperor guarding the mine. It looks like we'll have to wait for an opportunity." Lu Ming was shocked. Could it be that Ren Chan had used the green grass and ancient trees to detect the enemies in the mine? This method was extremely profound. Other than great emperors, how about those with the battle power of a true emperor? An old man asked. "There's one with the battle strength of a rank 17 true emperor. There are 2 of them. The rest are below rank 17 true emperor. There are about 50 of them," Rinchan said. "Those in the true emperor realm are still fine. As long as that great emperor leaves, we can make our move," a middle-aged man said. "Lu Ming, we need to wait here for a while," he said. Rin Chan walked over and said with a smile, "That's fine." 11 Lu Ming smiled. After that, Lu Ming found out that Rin Chan had indeed mastered a wonderful supernatural power. One of RHE's strongest laws that Rin Chan controlled was the law of life. Combined with other laws, it constructed a wonderful divine power that could sense the situation of the enemy in the distance and even the strength of their cultivation through flowers and trees. The further the distance, the weaker the perception. Of course, it was also based on Rin Chan's cultivation. The stronger the cultivation, the further the perception distance. This divine power was amazing. No wonder Rin Chan had a high status in everyone's hearts. After that, they began to wait in the forest. Lu Ming was not idle either. He was comprehending the laws at the side with peace of mind. Now, he had 3 types of laws: the death law, the devouring law, and the array Dao law. He had already reached the 3rd realm. As for the laws of chaos, which was the first law that Lu Ming had comprehended, he was very close to the 3rd realm. Lu Ming was fully focused on comprehending the chaos laws. As long as he had a breakthrough in the chaos laws, his combat strength would increase exponentially. This wait lasted for 3 months. I'm about to break through. One day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He felt that it was finally time for him to make a breakthrough in the laws of chaos. Lu Ming was fully immersed in it, with no other thoughts in his mind. Boom. Soon, Lu Ming's aura grew and he broke through to the 3rd realm in the laws of chaos. Around them, Ren Chan and the others looked at Lu Ming and exclaimed in admiration. During this period of time, they already knew that Lu Ming had mastered 3 ultimate maxims. In the beginning, they were shocked beyond doubt. Even now, when they saw Lu Ming cultivating, they still sighed. Lu Ming is probably an unrivaled genius in the Taiching Heaven. It's a pity that he's in the 10,000 spirit heaven. If he could grow up in the Taiching Heaven, he might become an unrivaled powerhouse in the future. Someone sighed. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. Now that Lu Ming was stranded in the 10,000 spirit realm, he lacked resources and could not go back. It was hard to say what his future would be like. And Ren Chan. Many people looked at Ren Chan. Ren Chan's talent was also rare in the world. Although their entire small world had concentrated resources to cultivate Ren Chan, the resources were limited under such conditions. Even so, Ren Chan had achieved so much. If he were in the Taiching heavenly region, he would probably have achieved even more. After a while, Lu Ming ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. My current combat strength should have reached rank 15 True Emperor. Lu Ming was measuring his combat strength. Previously, his battle power was at rank 14 True Emperor and the laws of chaos were no small matter. Once he broke through, his battle power increased greatly. Lu Ming's combat strength had reached the 15th level of the True Emperor realm. With Lu Ming's current combat strength and the Fallen Star Bow, he was not afraid of any opponent unless he encountered a rank 18 True Emperor. Chapter 2291 Attacking the Minyu. Ted by BX and Zerthal. In a crumb they continued to wait, and in the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. The Emperor has left. Ren Chan suddenly shouted, extremely excited. They had waited for more than 3 months before the great Emperor finally left. Only one Emperor left? Someone asked. That's right, only the great Emperor left. Ren Chan nodded. That's not bad. The other party has 1 rank 18 True Emperor and 2 rank 17 True Emperors. However, we have 1 rank 18 True Emperor and 3 rank 17 True Emperors. It's enough to suppress them. A white-haired old man said. This white-haired elder was the strongest among them. He was a level 18 True Emperor, which was already at the peak. In addition, there were 3 rank 17 powerhouses among them. Let's make our move later. 111 Deal with the opponent with a rank 18 True Emperor battle strength. We'll also have to block the other 2 with rank 17 True Emperor battle strength. We'll have 1 more rank 17 True Emperor battle strength to assist the others and kill the other alien races. Then, we'll work together to kill the 3 strongest people on the other side. The white-haired old man explained the strategy. Everyone nodded. This strategy was the best one at the moment. However, to be on the safe side, they didn't make a move immediately. Instead, they waited for a while to prevent the other party from returning. After a few hours, they would make their move after confirming that the Emperor had really left. They concealed their auras and rushed toward the mine from the forest. Not long after, they arrived near the mine. There were 2 outsiders guarding the mine. They were both in the True Emperor realm, but their combat strength was not high. They were killed by the white-haired elder in 1 move. Charge in! The white-haired old man growled, and they rushed into the mine. It's a fish that escaped the net from the heaven realm. Kill! As soon as they rushed in, they were discovered by the alien races. They roared like thunder and dozens of alien races rushed out from all over the mine. There were more than 50 of them, double their numbers. Kill! Ants from the heaven realm, die! A purple-colored alien exuded a terrifying aura as he charged toward them. This was a rank 18 True Emperor powerhouse. Leave it to me. The white-haired old man rushed over and began to fight with this person. The 2 of them had similar combat strength, and it was difficult to tell who was stronger. At the same time, the 2 rank 17 True Emperors from the foreign race were also blocked by the 2 from their side. On their side, there was an additional level 17 True Emperor. Although they had fewer people, they were all elites, and their combat strength was obviously stronger. Kill! Lu Ming also rushed over. A long spear condensed in his hand. With a thrust of the spear, an alien race member with the combat power of a rank 13 True Emperor was killed. Lu Ming realized that among these alien races, only a few of them had purple scales. Most of them were ordinary evil god races with black scales. This was normal. The purple-scaled evil god tribe was a noble of the evil god tribe, so they naturally didn't have that many. They could only see so much outside the battlefield of Two World City. Lu Ming's bravery was unrivaled. After killing 2 alien races in a row, he was finally targeted by an alien race powerhouse. This person was in existence with the battle power of a rank 15 true emperor. The alien roared and charged at Lu Ming. Kill! The six-feathered wings on Lu Ming's back flapped, and he charged at the alien as well. Boom! The two of them used their killing moves and clashed together. Then, the two of them quickly retreated. The difference was that the other party spat out a large mouthful of blood and a large hole was blasted in his body. He was severely injured, while Lu Ming only suffered light injuries. They were of the same combat strength, but Lu Ming had the indestructible golden body and shocking defensive power. The other party's attack could only cause him minor injuries, while he could easily injure the other party. Kill! Lu Ming continued to attack the man. The two of them exchanged a few more moves, and the man died on the spot after his head was pierced by Lu Ming's spear. Lu Ming had the absolute advantage in terms of combat strength. Of course, having the same combat strength did not mean that they were of the same cultivation realm. In fact, the other party's cultivation realm was much higher than Lu Ming's. However, Lu Ming's combat strength was strong and he could fight above his level. Hence, his combat strength was the same. At this moment, Lu Ming's team had an absolute advantage. They were all elites with powerful combat strength. Although the other side had more people, their combat strength was not as strong as theirs. At this moment, more than 20 people had been killed. Especially that rank 17 true emperor expert, he was unrivaled and killed everyone. They were about to achieve victory according to their plan. Right at this moment, a loud boom was heard from one of the mines. Then, two burly foreign beings rushed out. Damn remnants of the heavenly realm, kill! The two demonic humans bellowed in rage. They soared into the sky and charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Bang! All! On Lu Ming's side, two powerhouses were sent flying. One of them spat out a large mouthful of blood while the other one, who was slightly weaker, was killed immediately. Not good, there are two level 17 true emperor experts. They were in the depths of the mine. There were no plants, so I couldn't find them. Rin Chan exclaimed. Not good. The others were also shocked. The other side had two more rank 17 true emperors. This way, their high-end combat power was at a disadvantage and they were about to lose. Heaven Realm's remnant, die. The two alien races roared and charged at Lu Ming and the rest. I'll block them. The rank 17 true emperor expert charged toward the two foreign races. However, he was fighting 1 against 2 and was not a match for them at all. After a few moves, he was injured. This wasn't a match in cultivation level, but a match in battle prowess. If one's battle prowess was equal, then they would be evenly matched. It would be difficult to determine who was stronger. It would be 1 against 2, so naturally one would be no match. What do we do? What do we do? Ren Chan and the others were extremely anxious. Their small worlds didn't have many people to begin with, and they didn't have many experts either. The death of even one was a huge loss. Leave it to me, let's go, Lu Ming said. He rushed over and the fallen star bow appeared in his hands. Buzz. Lu Ming pulled the bowstring and the fallen star bow trembled slightly. The power of the law and the power of the world poured into the fallen star bow madly. A 9-colored arrow was shot at one of the rank 17 true emperor alien race. Buzz. The alien waved his axe and chopped at the arrow. Boom. With a violent boom, the alien's battle axe shook and cracks appeared on it. The alien couldn't hold the battle axe and it flew out of his hand. He was also sent flying backward and spat out blood. He was severely injured. Before Lu Ming's Chaos Law had a breakthrough, his combat strength was at the level of a rank 14 true emperor. When he used the fallen star bow, he would be blocked by a rank 17 true emperor. However, now that Lu Ming had made a breakthrough in his Chaos Laws, the power of the fallen star bow had increased by a large margin. A rank 17 true emperor could not withstand it at all and was severely injured by Lu Ming's arrow. Then, Lu Ming shot another arrow at the heavily injured alien. This time, the other party could no longer resist and was shot to death in the air by Lu Ming. All right. Ren Chan and the others were ecstatic. Chapter 2291 Kill Them One by One, Twilight Land You. Ted by BX and Zerdu. Unicronim Ren Chan and the rest were overjoyed. They did not expect Lu Ming to be so powerful that he could kill a rank 17 true emperor. This way, they could completely turn the tide of the battle. The other alien races were also shocked. At this moment, Lu Ming pulled the bowstring for the third time. An arrow was shot at another true emperor rank 17 alien. Boom. This alien had been severely injured by an arrow. How could the expert who had fought with him miss such an opportunity? He rushed over and killed the other party with one strike. The two rank 17 true emperor aliens were instantly killed. Then, Lu Ming charged towards the remaining alien race members who had the combat power of a rank 17 true emperor. Every time Lu Ming drew an arrow, the other party would be severely injured and then killed by his opponent. By the time Lu Ming shot the fifth arrow, all of the opponents who had the combat power of a rank 17 true emperor had already died. On Lu Ming's side, the three rank 17 true emperor powerhouses freed up their hands to kill the remaining alien races. With the addition of the three rank 17 true emperors, the battle was completely one-sided. Not long after, the remaining alien race members were all killed. Only the rank 18 true emperor alien race member was still fighting the white-haired elder. Damn it! The true emperor rank 18 alien roared and glared at Lu Ming with hatred. It was all because of Lu Ming that the battle had ended up in such a state. However, Lu Ming's arrow was the only reply he got. A 9-colored arrow with a long tail shot toward the alien. Bang! The foreign being struck out with all his might and blocked the 9-colored arrow, but his body also trembled violently, revealing a flaw. The white-haired old man seized the opportunity and injured his opponent with one move. Let's attack together. At the same time, the others also made their moves. More than 20 attacks were launched at the other party. The alien was exhausted and retreated. During this time, Lu Ming shot 2 more arrows. The 2 arrows were shot out in succession, shocking the other party and causing him to block them repeatedly. In this way, he was no match for the white-haired old man at all. He was hit by the white-haired old man's killing moves and finally killed by the white-haired old man with an unwilling cry. At this point, all the alien races in the mine had been killed. Lu Ming, this time, it's all thanks to you. Ren Chan and the rest came over to thank Lu Ming. This time, if it were not for Lu Ming, they would be in danger. Even if they could escape, they would suffer heavy losses, let alone obtain the rough stone. Since we've come here together, 111 naturally do my best. Lu Ming smiled and heaved a long sigh. He kept the fallen star bow and took out a pile of raw gemstones to devour and absorb. Shooting 7 arrows in a row just now had consumed a lot of Lu Ming's energy. He needed to replenish his world energy. They'll be here to keep a lookout for you. You guys go and collect the raw stones. Ren Chan said to the others. The others nodded and entered the various parts of the mine to collect raw stones. Ren Chan, on the other hand, used his supernatural power to observe the surrounding movements through the plants. Lu Ming sat cross-legged at the side, absorbing the rough stone to restore his cultivation. A few hours later, Lu Ming had already recovered to his peak. However, he did not go to dig for the raw gemstones. He still had a large number of raw gemstones. It was enough for Lu Ming to use for decades. Lu Ming sat at the side and waited. After a few days, the group finally ended their excavation. This time, they had gained quite a lot, enough to replenish their energy for a period of time. They had to leave now. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. If the other side sent a great emperor, they would all die. The group of people left this place and ran along the mountain forest, rushing towards the small world where they lived. With Ren Chan, who could sense them, they were very safe and could avoid the alien races perfectly. However, they didn't dare to increase their speed recklessly. Just like that, after more than half a month of traveling, they finally arrived near the small world where Ren Chan and the others lived. In front of them were mountains, but there was no vegetation. It looked dead silent, and gray fog filled the air, making visibility extremely low. This is the land of dusk, one of the 3 forbidden lands of 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. It's the first of the 3 forbidden lands, known as the Land of Dusk for all living beings. It's full of terrifying energy and very dangerous. Rin Chan explained. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood that the entrance to the small world where Rin Chan and the rest lived should be in the Land of Dusk. Are there no foreign races here? Lu Ming asked. Yes, of course there is. Ren Chan said, the Land of 10,000 Spirits' 3 forbidden areas have long been targeted by the alien races. The other 2 have already been conquered by the alien races. Only the Land of Dusk has not been conquered yet. The Land of Dusk is full of terrifying energy. The alien races have attacked it many times and suffered a great loss. Our small world's entrance is only on the periphery of the Land of Dusk. We don't dare to go in because it's very dangerous. You have to follow us closely later. They concealed their auras and carefully entered the Land of Dusk. This was because there were alien races wandering around nearby. They couldn't let the alien races find the entrance to the small world. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. The alien races wouldn't let them go. After entering the Land of Dusk, their speed slowed down. The white-haired elder walked in front, and the others followed the path he had taken. This region was filled with mountains and there was a terrifying pressure. Anyone who looked at it would feel a strong sense of danger. The terrain here naturally formed all kinds of terrifying field energy. The more core the Land of Dusk was, the more terrifying and dangerous the field energy was. They advanced carefully. After a few hours, they finally entered an underground crack, entered an underground river, and went through the river to an underground cave. There was a pitch-black vortex here. The entrance to the small world was right here. It was extremely well hidden, so it was no wonder that the foreign races had never found it after so many years. They stepped into the vortex. In the next moment, Lu Ming and the rest arrived in a mountain range. We're here, let's go to the city. Ren Chan smiled and the group flew forward. This small world was extremely huge and had a wide area. After flying for a while, they arrived at a huge city. There were many people and divine beasts in this small world. After all, it was a small world. After so many years of reproduction, there were naturally many of them. Therefore, cultivation resources became scarce and the supply could not meet the demand. After they arrived at the city, Ren Chan arranged a place for Lu Ming to stay. Lu Ming settled down here with peace of mind. Since he had come, he would take it. Now, Lu Ming could only cultivate while looking for a way to return to the Tai Ching heaven. Or, when his cultivation was strong enough, he could just kill his way back. But that would be many years later. A few days later, the higher-ups of the small world invited Lu Ming to ask him some questions. Lu Ming had come from the Tai Ching heavenly region. This matter had alarmed some of the powerhouses in the small world. They asked about the current situation in the Tai Ching heavenly region and how Lu Ming had come. Wanling Mountain. The higher-ups of the small world all wanted to know how to get to the Tai Ching heavenly region. This was not a solution. The cultivation resources in this small world were getting less and less, and it was difficult for strong cultivators to be born. If they were found by the alien races, they would be destroyed sooner or later. The best plan was to go to the Tai Ching heavenly region. In the ancient times, when the alien races invaded, not everyone retreated. Many didn't have time to retreat and stayed in 10,000 spirit realm. This small world was like this. Unfortunately, they did not gain anything from Lu Ming. They only knew the current situation of the Tai Ching heavenly region. Next, Lu Ming stayed there and cultivated in peace. Every day, he would enter the mountain and river diagram to comprehend Tao and laws under the Path Understanding Ancient Tree. Now, the Path Understanding Ancient Tree had grown to 50 meters tall, but its effect was much worse than a mature Path Understanding Ancient Tree. But it was better than nothing. However, after cultivating for a few months, Lu Ming did not make any breakthroughs in other laws. He was still at the peak of the second realm. It wasn't that easy to break through to the third realm. During this period of time, Ren Chan would look for Lu Ming to spar with him from time to time. In this small world, There was no doubt that Ren Chan was invincible among her peers. Now that Lu Ming had come, he was about the same age as her, but his combat strength was far above hers. Naturally, she would often look for Lu Ming. After a while, the two of them had become very familiar with each other. On this day, Ren Chan came to look for Lu Ming again. Lu Ming were planning to head out to Myriad Spirit Mountain to pick some spiritual and sacred herbs. Do you want to come along? Ren Chan said. Wanling Mountain? Lu Ming's gaze flickered. That's right. Wanling Mountain is the most famous mountain in the 10,000 spirit realm. There are countless spiritual herbs and saint herbs growing in Wanling Mountain, and it contains sacred land, which is very suitable for the growth of saint herbs and spirit herbs. The first goal of our trip is to bring back some spiritual and sacred herbs. The small world is in serious shortage of spiritual and sacred herbs. Many low-realm warriors lack them for cultivation. If the conditions allow it, we can dig up some sacred land from 10,000 Spirit Mountain. That would be the best. We can plant large amounts of spirit and sacred medicine. Rin Chan explained. All right, 111 go. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, Wanling Mountain is different from other places. Although our spirit herbs and sacred medicine are not of much use to the foreign tribes, they don't want us to get them either. Therefore, Wanling Mountain is guarded by a large number of powerhouses, which makes it very dangerous. If you don't want to go, one won't force you. Rin Chan said. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming also wanted to go out and train. Otherwise, his cultivation progress would be slow. Moreover, Lu Ming had killed a large number of alien races in the True Emperor battlefield and obtained many black crystals unique to them. Over the past few months, Lu Ming had also taken some time to let the Celestial Emperor's body absorb a large number of crystals. The energy stored in the Celestial Emperor's body had once again reached about 30%. With the Celestial Emperor's body, he had much more energy to protect himself. All right, we'll be setting off soon, let's go together. Ren Chan smiled and followed Lu Ming to a square. There were already a few people gathered here. This time, they were going to send out many experts, even 5 great emperors. There was definitely a non-human emperor guarding Wanling Mountain. Without an emperor, there was no way to get the spirit herbs. Almost everyone's here, let's go. An old man whose hair was about to fall out said. This person was an elder of the small world and was an expert even among great emperors. Lu Ming understood. This small world was guarded by a heavenly emperor. However, he had been in seclusion and did not come out. Therefore, the elders were the highest level. This time, an elder was leading the team with 5 great emperor realm experts as support. The rest were all true emperors and there were more than 100 of them. This was already a very strong force. They left the exit of the pocket world, carefully left the land of dusk, and headed in one direction. 10,000 Spirit Mountain was located in the center of the land of 10,000 forests. It was the most famous holy land in the land of 10,000 spirits. It was said that the land of 10,000 spirits got its name from the 10,000 Spirit Mountain. In the ancient times, before the foreign races invaded the land of 10,000 spirits, the land of 10,000 spirits was extremely prosperous. The strongest sect in the 10,000 spirit realm, the 10,000 spirit sect, guarded the 10,000 Spirit Mountain. After that, the foreign tribes invaded, and the 1,000 Spirit sect was destroyed. All the experts were killed, and the 1,000 Spirit Mountain was occupied by the foreign tribes. They advanced very carefully, and along the way, they didn't encounter any foreign races. According to Ren Chan, the number of alien races in the 10,000 Spirit Heavenly region had suddenly decreased significantly in the past 10 years. That was why they dared to come out and obtain resources. In the past, they wouldn't have dared to set their eyes on Wanling Mountain. As the number 1 holy land in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain, there were a large number of alien overlords stationed there. However, in recent years, the number of alien races on Wanling Mountain had decreased significantly, and most of them had retreated. Is it because of the attack on the Taiching heavenly region? Lu Ming made a guess. There were 2 battlefields in the Taiching heavenly region, and they had both been attacked by the alien races in the past 10 years. Perhaps the alien races had transferred the powerful beings from other heavenly regions to the battlefield of the Tai Ching heavenly region, which was why the number of them had decreased. This was very possible. It took them more than half a month to get to Wanling Mountain. In front of them, there were many majestic mountains that reached into the clouds. However, there was one mountain that was the most majestic. It was like a flock of cranes among the mountains. That was Wanling Mountain. The original qi here was so dense that it had already turned into mist. Ren Chan, check it out. The doyen instructed. Ren Chan nodded and began to investigate through the flowers and trees. Not long after, Ren Chan finished his investigation and said, 4 of them are extremely powerful. They should be great emperors. For great emperors? Good. The doyen revealed a look of joy and said, wait a moment. Well, attack and hold back the enemy's great emperor. You guys take the opportunity to rush in and harvest the sacred medicine. It would be best if you can dig up some sacred land. After the doyen gave his instructions, he looked at the other 4 great emperors and nodded silently before rushing out together. 5 great emperor realm experts rushed towards Wanling Mountain. Their terrifying auras immediately alarmed the non-humans. Buzz, 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 buzz. 4 beams of light immediately shot out of Wanling Mountain. They were all great emperors, and they fought intensely with the 5 founding elders. Let's go, let's go. Someone said. They rushed toward Wanling Mountain at top speed. When they got close to Wanling Mountain, they split up into groups of a few. They split up and entered Wanling Mountain to pick spiritual and sacred herbs. Then they would meet up outside. Their main goal this time was to step on the spiritual and sacred herbs, not to fight with the other party. More than 50 people were divided into more than a dozen groups and rushed toward Wanling Mountain in different directions. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and a few other people formed a team. They followed the forest and rushed towards Wanling Mountain. Boom, boom. Not long after, they heard violent rumbles from other directions. It was clear that someone had encountered an alien race and a great battle had broken out. Five-colored soil in the other directions, they had already encountered the evil god tribe, and a fierce battle had begun. However, they had Ren Chan, who could sense the aura of the enemy through the grass and trees. Therefore, they had avoided the evil god tribe perfectly. Not long after, they successfully entered the depths of Wanling Mountain. Here, the origin qi was extremely rich, and the grass was as green as a blanket. Spirit herbs and saint herbs could be seen from time to time. Quickly pick them, come on. Ren Chan shouted. The few of them moved and picked all the spiritual and saint herbs in a flash, not letting a single one go. There were too many spirit herbs and saint herbs here, and the medicinal fragrance was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. There were spirit herbs and saint herbs every few steps. All of a sudden, Lu Ming saw a herb that was crystal clear and shimmering. Its medicinal fragrance was much stronger than other spirit herbs and sacred herbs. This is an emperor's medicine. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He didn't expect to see the emperor's medicine before he even reached the main peak of Wanling Mountain. Spiritual medicine was very useful for those below the martial saint realm. As for the emperor's medicine, as its name suggested, it was for martial emperors. In fact, the path understanding ancient tree was also a kind of emperor's medicine, a top emperor's medicine. Lu Ming rushed over and condensed the world energy into a shovel. He dug out the emperor's medicine and kept it. Buzz, buzz. Their speed was shocking. Wherever they went, all the spirit herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs were dug up. This was a rare opportunity. It was rare for the number of alien races to decrease. If the number of alien races increased in the future, there would be no such opportunity. Therefore, he naturally had to take the opportunity to dig up more medicinal herbs. In just a short while, Lu Ming had dug up hundreds of medicinal herbs of different levels. He had even dug up 3 emperor's medicine. At this moment, the 3 of them had arrived at the real Wanling Mountain. There's sacred land in Wanling Mountain. That's the most precious. Let's dig. The eyes of Ren Chan and the others lit up. The power of the world turned into hose and they dug into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The hard rock was broken, and soon, they lifted the rock on the surface of Wanling Mountain. Suddenly, a five-colored light filled the air. Lu Ming's eyes widened. There was a type of soil under the rocks of Wanling Mountain. It was a soil with 5 colors. This kind of soil was like mud. It was not hard and looked very soft. It could even flow. Do it. Ren Chan and the others condensed the power of the world into large hands and grabbed at the 5-colored soil. However, they could only grab a small piece each time. It's so troublesome, can't you just take it away? Lu Ming took out a storage ring, wanting to take away the entire myriad spirit mountain. However, it was of no use. Then, Lu Ming wanted to put the 5-colored soil in, but it was useless. Lu Ming, it's useless. This kind of sacred land can't be taken away at all. It's useless even if we use the small world. We can only dig it out bit by bit. Ren Chan informed. Lu Ming was helpless. Following that, he condensed a huge hand with the power of the world and grabbed down. However, the 5-colored soil seemed to be a single entity and was extremely viscous. He couldn't grab it at all. Every time, he could only grab a little bit. Compared to the huge Wanling Mountain, it was only a drop in the ocean. This is too slow. Even if we dig for a few days, we won't be able to dig up much 5-colored soil. One wonder if it'll work if we use the path understanding ancient tree? Lu Ming sighed. Then his eyes lit up. This 5-colored soil had a shockingly strong spiritual nature. All the spirit herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs near the myriad spirit mountain were produced because of this 5-colored soil. If Lu Ming had a large amount of 5-colored soil, his path understanding ancient tree would definitely grow rapidly. The few of them made use of the time and dug at high speed. But not long after, they were still discovered by the alien races. It's the remnants of the heaven realm, kill. More than a dozen alien races charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Their auras were very frightening. Ren Chan and the others were about to fight. Leave these alien races to me. Allure them away. You guys continue digging the 5-colored soil and medicinal herbs. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he rushed toward the foreign tribe members. The infinite dragon spear in his hand condensed and he killed them. Whoosh, whoosh. Lu Ming thrust out a few spear gleams in succession, shattering the void and attacking the alien race. Among the alien races, there was an extremely burly alien. He wielded a huge mace and blocked Lu Ming's spear radiance. Rank 17 True Emperor Battle Power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The strongest of these alien races had the combat power of a rank 17 True Emperor, which was very powerful. Lu Ming did not fight them head-on. Instead, he flapped his 6-feathered divine wings. Like a phantom, Lu Ming bypassed the alien race and attacked the other alien races. A ray of spear light flashed and a rank 12 True Emperor alien was killed by Lu Ming. Then, with a sweep of the long spear, a rank 14 True Emperor alien was sent flying. His body almost exploded and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You're looking for death. The True Emperor rank 17 alien was furious. Lu Ming actually dared to kill his people right under his nose. He was simply courting death. He had no time to care about Ren Chan and the others. He was bent on killing Lu Ming. He charged at Lu Ming, but Lu Ming turned around and fled in another direction. Chase. The leader of the alien races roared and led the other alien races in a mad pursuit of Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current abilities, he was still slightly faster than a rank 17 True Emperor alien when he used the 6-feathered divine wings. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to shake off his opponent. Instead, he slowed down on purpose so that his opponent felt that he could catch up to him. Therefore, the alien races did not let Lu Ming go. In the blink of an eye, they came to the other direction of Wanling Mountain. This is the place. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Brat, you know you can't escape now, go to hell. The alien races charged toward Lu Ming. They'll send you on your way. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot an arrow. Bang. The rank 17 True Emperor alien was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with fear. Then, Lu Ming shot another arrow and killed the alien. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then, he shot 2 more arrows and killed 2 more rank 16 true Emperor alien cultivators. The remaining alien races were shocked and wanted to escape. Lu Ming put away the fallen star bow and cast the 6-feathered divine wings to give chase. The strongest of the remaining alien races were only at level 15 true Emperor. They were no match for Lu Ming. They wanted to escape, but they were not as fast as Lu Ming. Soon, all the alien races were killed by Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, he put away all the alien races' storage rings and crystal cores. Lu Ming landed on Wanling Mountain and chose a spot to break open the rock, revealing the 5-colored soil inside. Let's take a look at the path understanding ancient tree. Lu Ming had an idea and entered the mountain and river diagram. The path understanding ancient tree was rooted on one of the mountain peaks in the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming crushed the mountain and pulled the path understanding ancient tree out. Lu Ming's figure reappeared on Wanling Mountain. He placed the path understanding ancient tree into the 5-colored soil. A sudden change occurred. Chapter 2294 Planting a Small World. When Lu Ming placed the path understanding ancient tree on the 5-colored soil, a shocking scene happened. The roots of the path understanding ancient tree grew wildly and burrowed into the 5-colored soil. The roots were growing too fast. Some of them burrowed into the soil while others grew outside. They followed the 5-colored soil and wrapped it up. At this moment, the path understanding ancient tree started to grow crazily. Its leaves stretched out, and its branches grew longer and thicker. The entire path understanding ancient tree was growing at an extremely fast speed. The path understanding ancient tree was 50 meters tall. Soon, it grew to 60 meters, 65 meters, 70 meters. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was indeed a sacred land. The effect of nurturing plants was amazing. Lu Ming had cultivated the path understanding ancient tree for decades and spent a lot of resources to grow it to 50 meters tall. However, it had grown to nearly 50 meters in just a short while. The roots were growing crazily, as if they were going to wrap up all the 5-colored soil. After a while, the height of the path understanding ancient tree had grown to an astonishing height of 100 meters. At this moment, there was a flash of light in the distance. An expert had arrived. Collect. Lu Ming hugged the path understanding ancient tree and used the small world's power to envelop the path understanding ancient tree. Boom, boom, boom. The path understanding ancient tree was pulled up and it headed toward Lu Ming's small world. The roots were like countless claws, grabbing onto the 5-colored soil and moving towards the small world. Boom, boom, boom. About 1/10 of the 5-colored soil on the entire 1,000-spirit mountain was taken by the path understanding ancient tree into Lu Ming's small world. There was an unknown amount of 5-colored soil. There was too much of it. If they were to dig slowly, they did not know how long it would take. I've earned it this time. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not know how many herbs he could cultivate with so much 5-colored soil. Furthermore, the path understanding ancient tree did not need to purchase any spiritual liquid to water it anymore. With so much 5-colored soil, it would be enough. Its growth speed would definitely be shocking. Human, die. From afar, a loud roar could be heard. Some alien races were rushing towards them. Lu Ming used his 6-feathered wings and left the place in a flash. Not long after, Lu Ming shook off the alien races and entered Wanling Mountain. He picked spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, and emperor's herbs madly. They had agreed that they would leave this place in 2 hours and meet up at the corresponding location. Lu Ming continued to harvest and harvested at least thousands of medicinal herbs of various grades. At this moment, he ran into Ren Chan and the others, who were being chased by a few alien races. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and killed them. Then, they continued to harvest the herbs. Soon, 2 hours were almost up. They could only give up and rush out of Wanling Mountain. With Run Chan's senses, they only encountered a wave of alien races along the way, but they avoided them. They flew all the way and soon came to a hidden mountain pass. This was the place they had agreed to meet up at. However, they were the first to arrive, and the others had not yet arrived. I wonder how the others are doing? Rin-chan was a little worried. Not long after, a group of 4 people arrived. However, all of them were injured to varying degrees. As soon as they arrived, they began to circulate their internal energy to heal their injuries. Not long after, more and more people came. Half an hour later, only about 30 people arrived. When they had arrived, there had been more than 50 people. But now, only about 30 people had returned. This made everyone's expression turn ugly. Most of the people who didn't come were already dead. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. The void moved and 5 figures appeared. They were the Doyens and the other 4 great emperors. Let's go back. The elder instructed. Grand Elder, where are the others? Should we wait a little longer? Someone said. No need to wait, let's go. The Doyen sighed. The others all revealed a trace of grief. From what the Grand Elder meant, the others were most likely dead. They were helpless. Now that the alien tribes had occupied the entire myriad forest heavenly region, they were like turtles in a jar, hiding all day and facing danger at any time. They didn't know when they would fall into the hands of the alien tribes. It would be great if he could go to the Tai Ching heaven. Some people sighed. The news of the attack on Thousand Spirit Mountain spread quickly. The alien races in the Thousand Spirit realm were shocked and they were hunting for Lu Ming and the rest everywhere. Along the way, they were careful and avoided the alien races with the help of Rin-chan's senses. They returned to the small world after more than 10 days. After returning to the small world, they would hand over the spirit herbs and 5-colored soil they picked to the elders of the small world for them to distribute. Lu Ming also handed in some. However, Lu Ming only handed over a little bit of the 5-colored soil. He handed over 80% of the spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, emperor's medicine, and the rest. He kept a few hundred for himself and planned to plant them in the small world. Brother Lu Ming, you can keep your spirit herbs and sacred herbs for yourself. One of the elders smiled. After all, Lu Ming was not from this small world. They were already very grateful that he went on an adventure with them. It's fine. I don't have much use for these spiritual herbs and sacred medicines. Elder, one want to collect some spiritual herb seeds or plant seeds. Lu Ming smiled. Alright, I'll send it to you in 2 days. The elder said. After that, Lu Ming returned to his residence. As soon as he entered, a body condensed in his small world with a single thought. This was not Lu Ming's actual body, but a body condensed from the power of the soul. In Lu Ming's own small world, he was a god who could control everything. This was because he was in control of the laws in this small world. When the power of the soul was condensed in his own small world, it was no different from a physical body. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to a plain. The plain was vast, and the path understanding ancient tree was rooted here. Under its roots was colorless soil. In a dozen days, the path understanding ancient tree had grown a lot taller. Of course, it did not grow as fast as when he had first obtained the 5-colored soil. It had already stabilized. However, the height of the path understanding ancient tree had still reached 200 meters. The leaf was crystal clear and resplendent, and the aura of the great Tao lingered around it. It was much faster to comprehend the Tao here than outside. Lu Ming dug out some colorless congealed soil from under the path understanding ancient tree and placed it in other places. Then he planted the remaining hundreds of sacred and spiritual herbs everywhere. A newly formed small world had no living beings or vegetation, and it needed to be added by itself. At the Great Emperor realm, one could create living beings, but that would take a long time. Adding on one's own was the fastest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 3 days later, the founding elders sent people to deliver all kinds of spirit herbs and plant seeds. Lu Ming scattered these seeds all over the small world. After some time, these seeds would take root and sprout. The small world would then be full of vitality. Next, Lu Ming began to cultivate. Chapter 2294 The alien races are here. Cultivation knew no time, and time flew by quickly. Lu Ming cultivated in this small world. Sometimes he would spar with Ren Chan. Sometimes he would go out with them to obtain resources. Very quickly, 2 years had passed. In the first year, Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the rest went out often. In the second year, they rarely went out. In the second year, the number of alien races in 10,000 spirit heavenly region had increased again, and there were many more masters. Lu Ming guessed that the alien races had stopped attacking the Tai Ching heaven and had retreated. Moreover, during this time, there were many more foreign races in the land of dusk. In the entire 10,000 spirit heavenly domain, only the land of dusk hadn't been conquered yet. Obviously, the alien races were very curious about this area and had sent a large number of masters to conquer it. During this period of time, the foreign races had been attacking the land of dusk. The entire land of dusk was rumbling. The foreign races were bombarding the ground and destroying the structure of the earth. They wanted to destroy the field energy here. After paying a price, the structure of the land of dusk had indeed been destroyed by the foreign races, and a safe path had been forcibly opened up. The people in the small world were also paying close attention and sending people to inquire about the situation outside. This was because it concerned their survival and safety. If the land of dusk was completely conquered by the foreign races, their small world would probably be found by the foreign races as well. Not long after, a shocking piece of news came. The alien races fought deep into the land of dusk, but they were attacked by a terrifying force. In the depths of the land of dusk, a terrifying creature had awakened and was attacking the alien races. A terrifying battle had begun. That day, a thunderous roar came from the depths of the land of dusk, as if a giant beast had awakened. In that battle, the alien race suffered a great loss. A large number of powerhouses died inside. It was said that a heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouse was killed and fell inside. The alien race retreated from the depths of the land of dusk in defeat. Ren Chan, Lu Ming, and the rest were also extremely shocked when they heard that. What exactly was in the depths of the land of dusk? Even a heavenly emperor had fallen in there. It was too shocking. I'm still not strong enough. One need to continue increasing my combat strength. Lu Ming muttered. He condensed his body with his soul and entered his own small world. He went to the path understanding ancient tree to comprehend the laws. One did not need a physical body to comprehend the laws. One's soul could still comprehend them. Right now, his main focus was to comprehend the life law. In the past 2 years, he had only broken through to the 3rd level in one of his artifact Tao laws. He had also refined all the remaining chaos gems and raised his cultivation to the peak of a 4-star true emperor. As for the laws of life, he was also on the verge of breaking through. This was because he was able to comprehend the indestructible ancient scroll, the life laws, and the laws of craftsmanship faster than the other laws. The cultivation this time went very smoothly. His life law had already reached the limit of a breakthrough. A few days later, Lu Ming successfully broke through and his life law broke through to the 3rd level. In this way, Lu Ming's 3 ultimate maxims had all reached the 3rd realm. In addition, the law of devouring, the law of craftsmanship, and the law of array Tao were all at the 3rd realm. Only the laws of alchemy, the laws of extremity, and the laws of penetration were still at the 2nd realm. In addition to Lu Ming's peak 4-star true emperor cultivation base, his current combat strength had already reached the limit of a rank 17 true emperor. As long as he had one more law or his cultivation broke through to become a 5-star true emperor, his battle prowess would reach level 18 true emperor. The fighting power of a rank 18 true emperor was known as the fighting power of a peak true emperor. Not everyone could reach that level. It had a strict rule, which was to master an ultimate law and 8 king path laws. One had to cultivate all of them to the 3rd realm and reach the peak of 7-star true emperor. Only such a person had the combat power of a rank 18 true emperor. On the other hand, those who had not mastered an ultimate maxim would not have the battle power of a rank 18 true emperor even if they cultivated it to the peak. At most, they would only have the battle power of a rank 17 true emperor. Some of them could only reach rank 16 true emperor at most. This was also the reason why Lu Ming rarely encountered a rank 18 true emperor. One of the reasons was that most of the rank 18 true emperors were in seclusion to break through to the great emperor realm. The other reason was that they were rare. As for Lu Ming, he had yet to reach the peak of his cultivation and laws, but he was about to reach the combat power of a rank 18 true emperor. If his cultivation and laws were both at the peak, his combat power would be unimaginably strong. Of course, it didn't mean that one couldn't break through to the great emperor realm without reaching the fighting power of a rank 18 true emperor. Many people who didn't master an ultimate law could still break through to the great emperor realm if they had 9 types of laws at the peak. They only needed 1 type of king path law. That's right. To break through to the great emperor realm, one had to master at least 1 king path law out of the 9 laws. This was also why the king body had the potential to become a great emperor. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Lu Ming ended his cultivation and pondered, there was a sudden tremor. It was as if the entire world was shaking. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Boom, boom, boom. The entire world was shaking more and more violently. The small world is under attack. Gather, everyone gather. A voice spread to every corner. Lu Ming's expression changed. Could it be that the alien race had found this small world? Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. In the huge city, countless figures rose into the air and gathered outside the city wall. Lu Ming also flew over and saw Ren Chan and the rest. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly and heavy. They looked in the direction of the small world's exit. The violent shaking was coming from that direction. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. From that direction, beams of light flew over. They were the experts guarding the exit. At this moment, they were all panicking. The alien races are attacking. Someone shouted. Many people's faces turned pale. They thought of the rumors that wherever the alien race passed, they would leave no one alive. How is that possible? How could the alien races find the entrance to the small world? Someone shouted. It had been so many years, and the alien races hadn't been able to find the entrance to their small world. How did they find it now? No matter what, prepare to face the enemy. An old man with almost all his hair gone stood at the front and spoke. He was an elder of the small world. There were a total of 5 elders in the small world, and they were all extremely powerful great emperors. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, deafening rumbles came from the front. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were marching in the air, causing the void to tremble. Then, a mass of dark clouds rushed over. It was not a dark cloud, but a foreign race. Countless alien races rode on all kinds of beasts and roared as they charged over. The remnants of the heaven realm, kill them all, leave no one alive. The alien races roared and the alien beasts roared. They waved their weapons and charged over. Let's kill our way out, kill? An elder shouted. All the experts in this small world gathered and charged toward the alien race. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the rest followed the crowd and charged out. The 2 sides clashed. The first to be hit were the great emperors from both sides. When they collided, terrifying shockwaves erupted as they fought fiercely. Chapter 2296 Intense Battle, Kill. A long spear materialized in Lu Ming's hand. He thrust the spear forward and its radiance burst forth. In an instant, more than 10 alien races were killed by Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, he was almost unrivaled among the true emperors. Even if he encountered a rank 18 true emperor, he could defeat them with the help of the profoundness of the indestructible ancient scroll. Therefore, Lu Ming seemed to have entered a no-man's land. He did not put up any defense at all and attacked with all his might, killing the alien races one after another. Wherever Lu Ming passed, the alien races fell to the ground like raindrops. However, there were too many alien races. They were much more in number and had more experts. Miserable shrieks rose and fell. People from the heaven realm were also constantly being killed and fallen here. Especially in the battle between the great emperor realm experts, the heaven realm was at a disadvantage. Some great Emperor realm experts had already fallen. The situation was extremely disadvantageous to them. Kill! A rank 18 true Emperor alien had his eyes on Lu Ming and was charging towards him. Boom! Boom! The two of them collided continuously. Lu Ming disregarded his own defense and launched a frenzied attack. Lu Ming hit the other party and the other party hit Lu Ming as well. The two of them retreated while coughing blood. However, Lu Ming had the imperishable golden body and his defense was astonishing. In addition to his breakthrough in the life law, the power of the indestructible ancient scroll was even more terrifying. Lu Ming's injuries were healing continuously. Lu Ming did not care about his injuries at all. He rushed towards the other party again and fought with all his might. The alien roared and charged at Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. The two of them continued to exchange blows. After more than 10 moves, the alien was finally defeated. Lu Ming could recover quickly, but the alien could not. Kill! Lu Ming became one with the spear. He thrust his spear forward and pierced the other party's head. A rank 18 true Emperor powerhouse was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current strength was truly at the peak of the true Emperor realm. With a sweep of his world energy, he pulled the corpse into his small world. Lu Ming then used his 6-feathered divine wings to attack a non-human with the combat power of a level 17 true Emperor. After a few moves, the alien was also killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flickered. He specifically picked some top-notch true Emperors to kill. For example, a level 16 true Emperor, a level 17 true Emperor. In this way, Ren Chan and the others could finally take a breather. Go and kill that brat. In the sky, a non-human emperor stared at Lu Ming. There were more great emperors of the non-human race, and they could easily take out some to do other things. Kill! A non-human emperor charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils contracted. His current combat strength was almost invincible in the true emperor realm. However, he was no match for a great emperor. Even the weakest great emperor could kill him easily. Lu Ming planned to use the celestial thearch's physical body. Initially, there were too many foreign tribe experts and many top-notch great emperors. Even if Lu Ming used the celestial thearch's physical body, it would not be of much use to the overall situation. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to save it for critical moments. However, he had no choice but to use it now. Boom! Just as Lu Ming was about to use the celestial thearch's physical body, a terrifying and shocking pressure burst out from the depths of the small world. That was the might of the heavens, the might of the heavenly Tao. The celestial emperor. Lu Ming had a thought in his mind. It was said that there was another celestial emperor in this small world. It seemed that it was true. Forefather. The heaven realm's cultivators roared and became excited. Bush, bush. In the depths of the small world, a few sword lights shot out. Wherever the sword lights passed, the space was torn apart, leaving hideous cracks. A few sword lights were aimed at the few great emperors. One of them was the great emperor who was about to attack Lu Ming. It's the celestial emperor. The alien expert roared as he retreated in fear. However, how could their speed compare to the celestial thearchs? They couldn't retreat at all. A few emperors of the non-human race were killed by a few sword lights. Then, a sword light flashed in the void, and an old man with white hair and a long robe appeared. This was the old ancestor of this small world, a celestial emperor, known as the Celestial Emperor Extinctive Sword. Buzz! Heavenly Emperor Extinctive Sword's sword let out a deafening howl as a sword light burst forth from his hand. He was about to attack the non-human emperor again. However, at this moment, Celestial Emperor Zhu Jian's expression changed drastically. His sword momentum changed and turned into a brilliant and huge sword light, slashing towards the side of the void. Boom! The void exploded, and a huge hand covered in purple scales appeared. It collided with the sword light. After a shocking roar, the sword light dissipated and the big hand also shrank back. A few scales on the big hand were cut off, and a trace of blood oozed out. Then, the void trembled, and a burly alien appeared in the sky. This foreign being also exuded a terrifying pressure that was not weaker than Heavenly Emperor Zhu Jian's. He was also a powerful existence in the Heavenly Emperor realm. I didn't expect that there would be a Heavenly Emperor who slipped through the net. You can't be left alive. Today is the day of your death. The foreign Celestial the Arch said coldly as he charged towards Celestial the Archduchess. The Celestial Emperor Extinctive Sword's body burst out with a brilliant sword light as he fought with his opponent. At the same time, a voice rang in the ears of everyone in the Heaven realm. Don't linger in battle, charge out. The voice of the Celestial Emperor Extinctive Sword rang out. Charge! The 5 elders and the other great emperor powerhouses gathered with Lu Ming and the rest. They rushed to the front and charged out without a care for their lives. All of you stay. The outsiders roared and surrounded them, not giving them a chance. You guys go first. We must rush out. 2 of the elders roared. Their bodies emitted a brilliant radiance that burned like flames. The 2 founding elders were going all out. They burned their own origins to increase their strength and block a large number of alien experts. Doyen! Many people howled in grief. Burning one's life source would definitely exhaust one's life force and one would die without a doubt. Charge! The elder roared. Charge out with us, kill! The remaining Doyens and Great Emperor Realm experts led everyone to charge forward. 2 elders tried their best to stop them, but they finally broke through the encirclement and rushed toward the exit of the small world. Behind them, the alien races were chasing after them at an extreme speed. In the process of running away, there were still people dying. Soon, they saw the exit of the small world. At this moment, the exit of the small world had been torn open by the alien race, and the exit had expanded hundreds of times. They immediately rushed out. However, when they rushed out, their expressions became even uglier. In front of him was a dense crowd of non-humans, forming an arc that surrounded the exit of the small world. Obviously, the alien race had come prepared. Moreover, he saw 2 burly men in front of the alien tribe. They were from the Heaven realm and Lu Ming had seen them before. The 2 burly men looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a cold smile. Nangong Kong, you betrayed the small world. You betrayed us. Someone shouted. They finally knew why the alien races had found the entrance to the small world. It was because someone had betrayed them. Chapter 2296. Charging into the depths of the Forbidden Land, everyone's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as they stared at the 2 burly men. They had been betrayed. Hee hee. At this moment, the 2 burly men laughed sinisterly. Then, a layer of black light was emitted from their bodies. It twisted and 2 black shadows emerged from their bodies. Beside them, 2 figures appeared like shadows. They've been possessed. One of the elders spoke. They hadn't been betrayed. The 2 of them had been caught by a foreign race when they went out to gather information. Then, they had been possessed by a foreign race and had obtained the address of the entrance to the small world. At this moment, the 2 burly men also came to their senses. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, they instantly understood that they had been used. They had found the entrance to the small world. All! The 2 of them roared and their eyes turned red. They turned around and pounced toward the alien race. It was hard for them to accept this. However, one of the Great Emperor Realm foreign beings struck out with 2 palms and killed the 2 burly men. Remnants of the Heaven realm, you still want to escape? Kill them, don't let a single one of them escape. One of the Great Emperor Realm foreign beings waved his hand. Instantly, the alien army charged toward Lu Ming and the rest. Charge out! One of the elders roared and charged over first. A chaotic battle broke out again. The 2 sides fought fiercely. However, the alien races came from behind. Lu Ming and the rest were no match for them at all. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He wielded his long spear and slaughtered his way through. The alien races were constantly killed by him. He was bathed in blood, both his and the alien races. He continued to circulate the indestructible ancient scroll, healing his injuries. He was like a killing machine that would never tire. Lu Ming had no idea how many alien races he had killed, but the number of people around him was decreasing. Ren Chan was also severely injured. If not for Lu Ming's protection, he would have died. Well, block them and let them rush out. They must rush out. One of the elders roared as his body started to burn like a flame. He burned his life source. He wasn't the only one. The other elders, including the great emperor experts, were all burning their life force. After burning his life source, his battle power had increased dramatically. They had finally torn open a hole. Get out. Ren Chan, you must survive. An elder roared. Ren Chan and Lu Ming were too talented. They could not die here. They could only rise in the future if they escaped. Young people were the hope. Grand elders, Ren Chan cried. The others were the same. The grand elders and elders were doing this to protect them. Otherwise, with their own combat strength, they would have a greater chance of getting out. At this moment, Lu Ming's nose felt a little sour. In the past 2 years, he had already blended into this small world and had feelings for it. But now, he saw with his own eyes that the people he was familiar with were dying one by one in front of his eyes. This was a kind of sorrow. Power, I need unparalleled power. Lu Ming roared in his heart. If he didn't have the strength, it was foreseeable that if the Taiqing heavenly region was breached in the future, the primordial realm would not be spared either. At that time, he would not be able to protect his family, his friends, and his lover. This was something he could not accept. Charge out. An elder roared. Kill. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the others followed suit, roaring and charging toward the gap. Stop them. The experts of the foreign races attacked crazily, but they were blocked by the doyens. Lu Ming and the group of people charged madly towards the road. In front of them, there were a few great emperor-level figures opening the way. Along the way, there were still people dying in battle, but they were determined. Finally, they broke out of the encirclement. However, the doyens and the other great emperor realm elders had already been drowned out by the foreign races. They could no longer be seen. They knew that most of the doyens and elders would not be able to survive. Kill! In the distance, the alien races were chasing after them, and the situation was still very dangerous. Where should we go? There are alien races everywhere. No matter where we go, we will die. Many people's faces were pale. Even if they rushed out, they still had no way out. Enter the land of dusk. At that moment, Lu Ming's words were heard by everyone present. Many people could not help but look at Lu Ming. The land of dusk was the #1 forbidden area in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. It was full of danger, and those who went in would most likely die. Previously, a large number of foreign powerhouses had entered the depths of the land of dusk and suffered heavy losses. Even the Celestial the Arch had died. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went in? If we try to escape in another direction, we won't be able to escape. Sooner or later, they will catch up to us. At that time, only death will await us. Only by entering the depths of the land of dusk can we have a chance to survive. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. Lu Ming spoke with a firm voice. All right, let's do that. We don't have time. Charge into the depths of the land of dusk. Ren Chan shouted. Let's go. The remaining few emperors also made their decision and rushed into the depths of the land of dusk. Behind them, the foreign races were closing in on them. As they fled, they chased and killed, and people kept dying. Well, bring up the rear. A few great emperors came to the back to stop the alien races. The land of dusk was extremely dangerous. It was filled with terrifying killing intent. However, due to the attack of the foreign tribes, the structure of the terrain had been changed. There were traces of fighting the Wa everywhere, and the energy of the field had disappeared. They had followed the path opened up by the alien race. Otherwise, they would have died under that field energy. They charged all the way into the land of dusk. However, after charging for a while, they encountered another group of foreign races. This road was also guarded by alien races. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, the alien races roared and charged over. There were strong enemies in front and pursuers behind. Now, there was only one battle left. Charge! Lu Ming took the lead. His glabella glowed, and the celestial thearch's physical body flew out. Now, he had no choice but to use the Celestial Emperor corporeal body. Fortunately, in the past few years, Lu Ming would store energy for the Celestial Thearch's body whenever he was free. Lu Ming had killed so many true Emperor Realm alien races and obtained an astonishing amount of their crystals. They were constantly converted into energy for the Celestial Emperor's physical body. Over the past 2 years, the energy stored in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had reached an astonishing 55%. The power of such rich energy was naturally astonishing and terrifying. Lu Ming merged into the Celestial Thearch's physical body. The Celestial Thearch's physical body held the combat sword and slashed. A large number of alien races below the Great Emperor level were instantly killed. Such a powerful puppet. Ren Chan and the others were overjoyed. They had thought that the Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was a puppet. Lu Ming controlled the Celestial Thearch's physical body and took the lead in killing. The Celestial Thearch's physical body was sturdy and immortal. Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He only needed to charge forward and kill. Golden-furred zombie. The Celestial Emperor's corporeal body had stored 55% of the energy. When it exploded, it was truly shocking. A 1-star Great Emperor of the non-human race rushed over and was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. If he used 55% of his energy, it would be enough to kill a 3-star Great Emperor. Kill! Lu Ming killed his way through. With Lu Ming's divine might, the alien races in front of them were finally defeated. They rushed over. However, as they were blocked by the front and the foreign races behind them caught up, they lost a large number of people. People were dying continuously. Now, they had less than 3,000 people. The number of people in the entire small world was shocking. Naturally, there were far more than 3,000 people. However, those with low cultivation levels were kept into the small worlds by the true Emperor Realm experts. However, this was also extremely dangerous. If the true Emperor was killed, everyone in the small world would die as well. So, along the way, who knew how many people and how many divine beasts had died? The numbers were endless. This was the war between the two worlds, and it was extremely cruel. When the foreign races attacked the Heaven Realm, the number of living beings that died in the Heaven Realm was uncountable. Less than 3,000 people charged into the depths of the Land of Dusk. However, after charging for a while, they encountered another group of foreign races. There was no other way. This path had been opened up by the alien races, so there were naturally alien races guarding it. However, it was even more dangerous to go anywhere else. The field energy of the Land of Dusk could kill everything. Everyone fought with all their might, bathing in blood as they charged forward. Yet another few hundred people were left here forever. Fortunately, after running into a few waves of alien races, there were no more alien races in front. Lu Ming killed his way to the back and fought with the alien races that were chasing him. At the end of the battle, the energy in Celestial Emperor's corporeal body was completely exhausted and he could no longer control it. Lu Ming had no choice but to put away the Celestial Thearch's body. At this moment, he had already killed countless alien races. In the end, they only had about 2,000 people left. This was an extremely heavy loss. At this time, they finally arrived at the depths of the Land of Dusk. In front of him, there were mountains one after another, rising and falling with each other. At this point, the foreign kinds actually stopped and retreated. In the eyes of the outsiders, everyone could see fear and terror. Lu Ming and the group perked up and did not dare to be careless. These mountains look like huge tombs. Someone said, his voice a little dry. The others were silent. Indeed, these mountains, one after another, really looked like large tombs. Although there were no tombstones or anything, the shape looked very similar. I don't think so. These mountains are so majestic, how can they be large tombs? After a while, someone asked in bewilderment, "What should we do next?" Someone asked, "The foreign tribes have retreated. Let's take a rest and recover our strength. One group will rest while the other group will patrol the surroundings." An elder of the great emperor realm said. Now, there were only 3 great emperors left among them. Everyone nodded. This was the only thing they could do now. Just as they were about to make arrangements for their rest, suddenly, a deep rumble came from the front. It came from those mountains. Everyone was shocked. They didn't have time to rest and gathered together, on guard. Boom, boom, boom. A few majestic mountains trembled. Under everyone's shocked gazes, they actually split open. A roar came from the crack in the mountain, and a terrifying demonic chi burst out. It was so terrifying that it made people's hearts beat faster. It was a great horror. Roars came from several mountains in a row. The mountains trembled under the roars, and even the earth trembled. The clouds in the sky were scattered, and cracks appeared in the space. There seemed to be a few ancient beasts lying dormant in the mountains. What is this? Someone's voice trembled. They recalled the news that they had heard before. Some time ago, the Outlanders had entered the depths of the Land of Dusk in large numbers, but they had returned in defeat in the end. A terrifying creature had awakened in the depths of the Land of Dusk. The Outlanders, who were also heavenly emperors, had fallen here. Was this the kind of creature he was facing now? Their faces turned pale. This was truly a dead end. There were alien races behind them, and there were such living beings in front of them. However, they did not blame Lu Ming. Even if they did not take this path and rush to other places in the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain, there was no way for them to go. The alien races would catch up with them. If they encountered the alien races Celestial the Arch, they would still be doomed. Ever since the alien races found the entrance to the small world, their fates seemed to have been sealed, just like all the other creatures in 10,000 spirit heavenly region. A few terrifying roars sounded from the mountains. Then a few figures walked out. And NBSP instantly, a terrifying death energy exploded and covered the world. Many of those with weaker cultivations immediately spat out large mouthfuls of blood. That is, humans. Oh no, zombies. Zombies, someone exclaimed in shock. The figure that walked out of the mountain was not a prehistoric giant beast. It was in the form of an adult and had a tall figure, more than 2 meters tall. However, these figures were covered in long golden hair and had blood-red eyes. The aura of death and fierceness was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. They were clearly zombies. These mountains were indeed huge tombs. Terrifying experts were buried in these huge tombs, and they had turned into zombies after their deaths. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming and the rest's minds. However, what kind of existence could turn into such a terrifying zombie? Even the heavenly emperor of the foreign race had fallen here. There were a total of 5 zombies. Their blood-red eyes were fixed on Lu Ming and the others. A terrifying, murderous aura filled the air. Not good. Stop. The remaining great emperors rushed forward and unleashed their auras, trying to stop the demonic chi. However, the moment the demonic chi hit them, their bodies trembled and they retreated. Their eyes were filled with shock. They couldn't resist the fierce chi. The strength of these zombies was terrifying. However, although these zombies had amazing strength, they didn't seem to have any intelligence. With a roar, their fiendish chi became even stronger and turned into a cold, killing intent. Not good. Retreat, retreat, a great emperor roared. Roar. The 5 zombies roared and moved like lightning, rushing towards the crowd at an extremely fast speed. Finished, everyone had the same thought. These few zombies' strength was incomparably shocking. They were not what they could resist at all. They would be easily torn apart. Stop! At this moment, a loud roar came from the depths of the Land of Dusk. Then the 5 zombies suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Buzz. And NBSP whoosh. In the depths of the Land of Dusk, behind the towering mountains, at least a dozen figures flew through the air. They were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were near them. Chapter 2298 Ancient Body Cultivator. Humans, it's the humans. Ren Chan exclaimed, and the others also became excited. Those people were definitely humans. They were all middle-aged men with burly bodies and strong auras. Their bodies were filled with powerful life essence. They weren't zombies, but real humans. They didn't expect that there would be humans in the depths of the land of dusk, and it seemed that those powerful zombies would listen to their orders. If he was a human, they would be saved. More than a dozen burly men came forward and first bowed to those zombies, which made people surprised. Then, the dozen of them looked at Lu Ming and the rest with a strong sense of hostility in their eyes. "You guys are from the law system? Were you the ones who disturbed our ancestors' slumber?" The leader of the group, a burly man, spoke with a cold voice. "Law system? The ancestor is in a deep sleep?" He was very surprised to see Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the others. What did this burly man mean? Why did he say that they were a system of laws? This statement was very strange. Could it be that the other party did not cultivate the nomological system? And the ancestors' slumber, could it be referring to those zombies? "Senior, we weren't the ones who disturbed your ancestors' slumber a while ago. It was the outsiders," Rinchan said. "A foreign race? What alien race?" The leading middle-aged man was puzzled. "In my opinion, it's them. There are no good people in the law system. Capture them all first and hand them over to the elders for interrogation to see what conspiracy they have." Another big man shouted. "Not bad." The other burly men nodded one after another. This made Lu Ming and the others' expressions change. The burly man in the lead nodded. At once, more than 10 burly men moved as fast as lightning and appeared around Lu Ming and the rest. Boom, boom. A shocking aura burst out from the bodies of the dozen burly men, and there was a thunderous explosion. Pillars of blood chi rushed out of their bodies and soared into the sky like smoke. It was pure blood chi. The dozen burly men were like 10 ancient barbaric dragons. Their blood chi was extremely dense, forming a terrifying pressure. Body cultivators, ancient body cultivators, they are ancient body cultivators. A great emperor exclaimed. The others were also greatly shocked. Ancient body cultivators, these people were actually ancient body cultivators. No wonder these people called them the system of laws. The immemorial cultivation system and the system of laws were indeed two completely different cultivation systems. However, the immemorial body cultivators had long been lost. Only a small number of them were still passed down, and the number of people who cultivated them was also very small. There were actually more than 10 Archean body cultivators here. "Senior, you've misunderstood. This is the first time we've come here. We were also being hunted down, so we fled here. The ones who disturbed you are indeed from the foreign tribes." An emperor explained. The auras of these dozen or so burly men were too astonishing. Their chi and blood were incomparably rich, like savage dragons. Their muscles trembled slightly, and they actually emitted a terrifying rumbling sound. It was caused by the rapid vibration of his muscles and the bombarding of air. This was a pure ancient body cultivator. It was said that the immemorial body cultivators cultivated their physical bodies. Their chi and blood were like dragons, and their physical bodies were unbelievably strong. They didn't have saint power or world power in their bodies, but they could still fly and even break the void. What he relied on was his physical body. Their muscles vibrated and resonated with the space, allowing them to fly. They had already used their bodies to the extreme. This was the case for the dozen burly men in front of him. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, you can explain it to our elders. "Let's go, don't force us to fight. You're courting death," the burly man in the lead said coldly. A terrifying aura enveloped the heavens and earth. His figure was clearly no different from an ordinary person, but he made people feel as if they were facing a giant wild beast. Roar! The 5 zombies also roared, and their terrifying aura enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Everyone's expression changed. These 5 zombies were extremely powerful. With the addition of the dozen burly men, they simply couldn't resist them. If they attacked, only death would await them. No matter what, they are all human beings. It's better than falling into the hands of the alien races. That's right, then well go with them. A few people transmitted their voices. In the end, the few great emperors nodded and decided to follow the other party. Follow us. The burly man in the lead led the way into the depths of the land of dusk. Ming and the rest followed him. The other burly men fell behind and blocked their way out. They flew toward the tomb-like mountains, and when the 5 zombies arrived, they entered the cracks in the mountains, and the mountains closed one by one. Could it be that these zombies were all experts who cultivated ancient body cultivators when they were alive? Ming guessed in his heart. Ancient body cultivators had extremely strong bodies, and it was difficult for their bodies to decay even after death. These zombies were so powerful, so they were most likely formed after the ancient body cultivators died. Experts who cultivated the nomological system did not have such powerful bodies. Even if they turned into zombies after death, they would not be so powerful. Moreover, these zombies didn't seem to have any intelligence, but they listened to the orders of the burly men. The burly men called these zombies ancestors, which explained the problem even more. The group of people kept going inside. After crossing those mountains, what appeared in front of them was still the mountains. There are so many mountains. It can't be that every mountain has a powerful zombie, right? Someone said in a low voice, full of shock. If that was the case, it would be terrifying. No wonder the foreign races would suffer a great loss here. They had flown over at least 100 mountains. In front of them, there was a col surrounded by a few mountains. In the col, there was a huge stone gate. The stone door was open, and there was a pitch-black vortex inside. This is the entrance to a small world. Ming and the group had an idea. The burly man in the lead entered the stone door first, followed by Ming and the rest. After stepping through the stone door, they arrived at a huge square in the next moment. There were already many people around the square. They were all middle-aged men with strong chi and blood. One look and one could tell that they were all from the immemorial system. The land of 10,000 spirits, number 1 forbidden area, the depths of the land of dusk, actually had a small world with a large number of Archean body cultivators. It was truly shocking. Come with me. The burly man who was the leader of the group stood in front of them. After he finished speaking, he led them and flew forward. The space. No, could it be a small world that was born naturally? Ming sensed it carefully and was even more surprised. There were many small worlds in this world and most of them were man-made. Once one's cultivation reached the true emperor realm, they would be able to cultivate a relatively stable small world. However, there were also very few small worlds that were not man-made, but were born naturally. For example, when the heaven realm was born, there would also be some small worlds born and attached to the heaven realm. However, such small worlds were extremely rare. The one where the immemorial body cultivators lived was naturally born. The world of body cultivators. After flying for a while, a huge city appeared in front of them. In the city, all kinds of stone buildings soared into the sky. They were so dense that one couldn't see the end of it. From afar, one could see many people coming and going in the city. This place was like a real world. It was like a huge country. It was said that there were many cultivation systems in the immemorial era. For example, the immemorial body cultivator, the immemorial martial Dao, the immemorial demonic Dao, the immemorial devil Dao, and so on. There were many cultivation paths, and they were extremely prosperous. Later on, the origin law system rose up and expanded at an astonishing speed. This was because the ancient cultivation system had extremely high requirements in all aspects. The cultivation conditions were harsh, and only a few people could cultivate it. However, the nomological system didn't have such high requirements. As long as one had some talent, they could cultivate it and naturally grow very quickly. It didn't take long for the nomological system to become the most powerful cultivation system. Where there were people, there would be martial arts. And NBSP, the various systems fought against each other, and then a shocking war broke out. And NBSP, the various ancient systems were fighting against the law systems. That battle was earth-shattering, but in the end, it ended with a great victory for the nomological system. As for the other systems, Many of their inheritances were severed and they fell apart. Slowly they became weaker and weaker. By now, there were not many people who cultivated the immemorial system. However, there was such a world here. Could it be that it had been here since the immemorial era? Everyone's imagination ran wild. After that, they flew into the city. Countless people looked at Lu Ming and the rest curiously, whispering to each other. Not long after, they arrived at another square. There were already quite a few people on the square. There were old men, middle-aged men, and young people. All of them had powerful chi and blood, like wild dragons. Even though the hair of the elders had turned white, their skin was smooth and their muscles were full, as if they were filled with boundless strength. Elder. The burly man in the lead came before a few white-haired elders and bowed to report. He then told them in detail about his encounter with Lu Ming and the rest. The few elders nodded. One of them walked toward Lu Ming and the rest. Were you the ones who disturbed our ancestors' slumber a while ago? The old man asked. Senior, it wasn't us. One of the great emperors on Lu Ming's side said. Not you? Some time ago, our ancestor was disturbed and walked out of the tomb. He roared and fought with people. This time, we sent people to check and happened to see you. How can you say it wasn't you? The old man's face darkened. Senior, it really wasn't us. The ones who attacked this place were the alien races. We were also chased by the alien races, so we fled here. An emperor explained. A foreign race? What alien race? Could it be a divine beast? There are also many divine beasts among you. The old man was puzzled and his gaze swept across Lu Ming and the rest. It's not a divine beast. It's a race from another world. They're fierce and brutal. Most of the territories in the heaven realm have been occupied by them, and countless creatures have died in battle. The great emperor explained. What? A race from another world? The old man's expression changed drastically. On the side, the expressions of the other immemorial body cultivators also changed. My body cultivators have been living in seclusion here ever since the war in the ancient times. I've never left. What's happening in the outside world now? The old man asked. Everyone's hearts moved. No wonder the other party didn't know about the foreign races. They had been living in seclusion here since the ancient era. The immemorial era was much longer than the ancient era. During the immemorial era, the foreign races had yet to invade. Senior, it's like this. The great emperor immediately recounted the invasion of the foreign tribes in the ancient times in detail. Then, he told them how they were besieged, how they escaped in defeat, and how they had no choice but to escape to the depths of the land of dusk. The old man and the other Archean body cultivators all listened attentively. After they finished listening, their expressions became extremely heavy. Senior, of the 9 heaven domains in the heaven realm, 8 have been occupied by the Outlanders. The 10,000 spirit heavenly domain was occupied countless years ago. Now, countless small worlds and other forbidden lands have been occupied by the Outlanders. Only the land of dusk has not been occupied. I speculate that the Outlanders will not let this place go. They will mobilize a large number of powerful cultivators to attack this place. The great emperor said. The old man's expression was uncertain. After a while, he said, What you guys said, is it true or false? It was obvious that they were still skeptical. In the battle that year, the immemorial body cultivator had been defeated by the system of laws. They did not have a good impression of people who had the system of laws. Every word is true, the great emperor said, and the others nodded in agreement. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a few burly men flew over at top speed, their faces filled with panic. Elder, a large number of experts have appeared in the ancestors' slumbering grounds. I don't know which race they are from, but they are attacking the ancestors' slumbering grounds. A burly man reported. What? Gather the experts and face the enemy. The elder roared, and his voice spread far and wide. Soon, the sound of a bell rang out from the giant city. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless figures flew out of the buildings in the city and toward the exit of the world. So many experts. Lu Ming and the rest were secretly shocked. Among them, some of their auras were terrifyingly strong. They were definitely figures of the great Emperor realm, and there was no lack of heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. You guys keep an eye on them, don't let them go anywhere. The elder ordered the people around him, then rose into the air and also headed towards the world exit. There were more than 10 burly men around them, staring at Lu Ming and the group. Lu Ming and the rest waited quietly. 2 days passed, and they saw a large number of figures flying back to the city. It seems like we won. The immemorial body cultivators are indeed powerful. Ren Chan's beautiful eyes flickered as she said. The others also revealed looks of joy. No matter what, the immemorial body cultivators were still humans, so they were better than the foreign races. At this moment, a few figures flew over. The one in the middle was a young man. The young man looked to be in his 20s. He was well-built and muscular, as if he was full of infinite strength. He flew toward Lu Ming and the group, sizing them up curiously. The elder asked me to pass on a message. He believes that what you said is true. With the current situation, all the races in the heaven realm should unite with each other. So, you can move freely here in the future. One will arrange your accommodation. Ren Chan and the others were ecstatic. They were saved. It was clear that the strong ancient body cultivators who had gone out to fight with the foreign races had finally believed their words and agreed to accept them. This brother, I wonder how the battle situation outside is? Lu Ming stepped out and asked with cupped fists. The alien tribes outside have been defeated by the powerhouses and the sacred ancestor body. The young man said, I'm guessing that the other races will probably send more troops and experts. Lu Ming said, his expression still somewhat solemn. Chapter 2300 Cultivation Field. The young man nodded and said, the elders have already thought about it. They will send a large number of experts to guard the place where the ancestor is slumbering. At the same time, the elders are also thinking of other countermeasures. Alright, I'll bring you to your living quarters first. Then, the young man turned around and flew in one direction. Lu Ming and the rest followed him. On the way, they found out the young man's name. He was called Honglu. Not long after, they came to an empty land. There were large stone houses here and no one was living in them. Lu Ming and the rest stayed there for the time being. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed since Lu Ming and the rest arrived. Honglu was very curious about Lu Ming and the rest, mainly about the outside world. Therefore, he often came to look for them. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and Honglu were all young people. Naturally, they could get along well with each other. After a while, they became familiar with each other. Lu Ming and the rest also had a better understanding of this world. Ever since their lineage was defeated in the primordial war, they had been living in seclusion in the depths of the Land of Dusk. The Land of Dusk was the most dangerous forbidden area in the land of 10,000 spirits. There was a terrifying energy field everywhere. For so many years, no one had discovered that there were actually a large number of primordial body cultivators living in seclusion here. The exit of this world, which was the place where the ancient body cultivators had said their ancestors were slumbering, was indeed the place where the ancient body cultivators' ancestors were buried. Many Archean body cultivators who had fallen would be buried there. Under the effect of the wonderful field energy there, the bodies of those experts would turn into zombies. Although the zombies had no intelligence, the ancient body cultivators had a special technique that allowed them to communicate with the zombies and control them to form a powerful combat force. Back then, when the foreign tribe attacked the depths of the Land of Dusk, they had alarmed those zombies. Those zombies had awakened and defeated the foreign tribe. The awakening of the zombie had also alarmed the Archean body cultivators, which was why they had sent people out to investigate. They had just happened to run into Lu Ming and the others, and mistook them for attacking that area. During this period of time, Honglu had also been inquiring about the outside world's information. Lu Ming told him what he knew. The alien race is so vicious. They deserve to be killed. Honglu roared angrily, filled with righteous indignation. Brother Lu, Miss Ren Chan, shall one show you around? Enjoy the scenery and customs of our side. Honglu invited. All right, Ren Chan said. She was also very curious about this place. It was just that it was her first time here, so she did not dare to walk around. Lu Ming also nodded. Immediately, they led the way, and everyone began to walk around. Most of the Archean body cultivators were simple and honest. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest, they sized them up curiously, smiled and nodded. They walked around the city and came to a wide area. This was a cultivation field of the immemorial system. The cultivation field was very wide, and there were many people cultivating there. However, most of them were quite young. There were 2 to 3-year-old kids, 5 to 6 years old kids, 7 to 8 years old kids, and the oldest was a teenager. What surprised Lu Ming and the rest was that the strength of these little brats was shockingly great. Lu Ming saw a 4 to 5-year-old kid running around with a huge cauldron weighing more than 10,000 caddies. A 7 or 8-year-old child was carrying a small mountain and walking as if he was flying. Each and every one of them was shockingly powerful. Lu Ming and Rin Chan were dumbfounded. We Archean body cultivators have to lay our foundations from the age of 1. Well, soak our bodies in spiritual liquid to polish our bodies. From the age of 3, we'll have to cultivate body tempering techniques. All our cultivation is focused on the physical body, so we're stronger. Honglu explained with a smile, feeling rather pleased with himself. Amazing, he's indeed amazing. Lu Ming sighed. The immemorial body cultivator had an unparalleled physical body and was indeed extremely powerful. Those who cultivated in the nomological system would temper their bodies and become stronger as their cultivation level increased. After reaching the martial royal realm, cultivating a spirit body would have all kinds of wonderful effects and a strong vitality. However, when it came to physical strength, Lu Ming realized that even the bodies of many martial saints were not as strong as the bodies of the 7 or 8-year-old children here, let alone martial emperors. As for those teenagers, their bodies were even more astonishing. Bang, bang. In the sky, 2 figures were engaged in an intense battle. The 2 15 or 16-year-old youths kept clashing in the sky like 2 rainbows, their speed shocking. It's equivalent to the battle strength of a bright saint. Also, this kind of use of the physical body is too amazing. Lu Ming sized it up carefully and was amazed. These 2 young men were only 15 or 16 years old, but they already had the battle strength of a bright saint. This was already very good. Furthermore, their use of their physical bodies was extremely profound. Their muscles were vibrating rapidly, resonating with the air and space, allowing their bodies to fly at an amazing speed. The vibration was very subtle. If not for Lu Ming's amazing eyesight, he would not have noticed it. The 2's attack method was very simple. It was a collision of power. Each punch hit the flesh. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 of them exchanged a few hundred moves before stopping. They each found a place to resume their cultivation. Brother Lu, I can feel that your blood qi is extremely rich and your body is strong, far beyond other cultivation systems. I'm very curious. Have you also cultivated body cultivation techniques? Honglu sized Lu Ming up and asked curiously. Honglu was an expert in body cultivation. He was very sensitive to people with powerful physical bodies. He could naturally sense that Lu Ming's physical body was extremely powerful. I've never cultivated body cultivation before. It's just a coincidence that my body is stronger, Lu Ming said with a smile. His spiritual body was a superior grade heavenly spiritual body and he had refined the chaotic qi inside, so he was extremely powerful. After that, he had been tempered by the 9 types of laws forming a river. In addition, he had refined a portion of the ancestral dragon's blood's energy. This made Lu Ming's physical body shockingly powerful. In the nomological system, none of the martial artists of the same level could compare to Lu Ming's physical body. Brother Lu, why don't we have a competition? Honglu said expectantly. He had never sparred with experts from other cultivation systems before. He had always been very curious about how strong the nomological system was. It could actually defeat other cultivation systems in the ancient era. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He was also very curious about how strong the pure physical cultivators of the immemorial era were. Bao De was also an immemorial body cultivator and was very powerful. Lu Ming had fought with Bao De in the Primordial Realm's 10 Lands battle and had a deep impression of him. The two of them moved and arrived in the sky. The youths and children in the cultivation field were all attracted. Big Brother Honglu is going to make his move. Big Brother Honglu is invincible among the younger generation. It's been a long time since he fought. I can learn well this time. The youths and children all called out in excitement. Even some of the older ones were attracted. As the strongest genius of this generation's immemorial body cultivators, there was no need to doubt Honglu's combat strength. They also wanted to see how powerful the geniuses of the nomological system were. Body cultivation technique. Brother Honglu, please. Lu Ming waved his hands. Brother Lu, be careful. Honglu said. The muscles on his body bulged slightly, and a terrifying whistling sound came from his body. That was because his blood qi was too rich. The fluctuations produced when he circulated it were like the angry roar of a true dragon. When one's blood qi reached such a level, it was absolutely terrifying. Even without the life law and the indestructible ancient scroll, one's vitality was still astonishingly strong. Most injuries would be able to heal quickly. Boom. Honglu's muscles trembled. His body rushed towards Lu Ming, and he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and circulated the world energy in his body to the extreme. The strength of his physical body was also mobilized by Lu Ming. In addition, Lu Ming used a law, the law of chaos. Boom. Lu Ming also threw a punch. This punch was a combination of Lu Ming's physical strength, the power of the world, and the power of the law of chaos. With Lu Ming's current cultivation and his third realm laws of chaos, the power of this punch was extremely shocking. Bang! The two fists collided. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He felt that Honglu's fist was like a few hundred mountains. Waves of terrifying power rushed towards Lu Ming. Even the third realm laws of chaos trembled and were almost pierced through. Lu Ming's body could not help but retreat. Honglu's body only swayed slightly before stabilizing. What powerful strength, what powerful battle strength! Lu Ming was a little shocked. With Lu Ming's current cultivation base, even if he only used one type of chaos law, his combat power was extremely shocking. Few people of the same level in the Tai Ching heavenly region could block him. However, Honglu had forced him back with one punch. Honglu's combat strength was top-notch even in the Tai Ching heavenly region. Amazing! Brother Honglu is amazing! The children and youths all began to shout in excitement. But Honglu himself, his expression was very grave. Although he had forced Lu Ming back with a punch, he could sense that Lu Ming had not used his full strength. There was a terrifying power in his body. Brother Lu, I don't think you've used your full strength. Use your full strength. Honglu said. Come. Lu Ming only said one word. At the same time, his body was constantly glowing. Array Dao Law, Artifact Dao Law, Penetration Law, and Extreme Law. Lu Ming had used 4 types of laws in succession. Among them, the Array Dao Law and the Smithing Dao Law were at the 3rd realm, while the Penetration Law and the Extremity Law were at the 2nd realm. Lu Ming's aura was stronger. Boom. The 5 types of laws fused and supplemented Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming threw another punch. Honglu also charged toward Lu Ming, throwing a punch. Bang! The two of them collided for the 2nd time. The space where their fists met kept exploding, revealing cracks that looked like spider webs. This time, the two of them swayed at the same time and took a few steps back. Then, the two of them started fighting again. Bang! 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 The collision of the fists was very direct, and they continued to bombard each other. Lu Ming did not use his divine ability, life law, or death law. The two of them exchanged hundreds of moves and ended up in a draw. After another exchange of blows, the two of them retreated, and Honglu panted heavily. Awesome, awesome. The system of laws is indeed wonderful. Brother Lu, did you use your full strength? Tell me. Honglu stared at Lu Ming. Almost just a little bit more. Ha! Lu Ming smiled. He didn't use his full strength, mainly because he wanted to save some face for Honglu in front of the child. After all, Honglu was the strongest heaven's favorite of this generation of immemorial body cultivators, and was the idol of these children. If they defeated Honglu, it would inevitably be a blow to these children's confidence. You bastard, I knew it. Let's fight again next time. Honglu was rather forthright. He chuckled and did not take it to heart. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "Your physical body is really strong. It's not weaker than some body cultivators. Why don't you try to cultivate some body cultivation techniques?" A body cultivation technique? Lu Ming was stunned. Look over there. The Honglu Road pointed to the north. There was a huge cliff at the edge of the cultivation field. From a distance, one could see dense words written on the cliff. What's written on it is a body cultivation technique. Let's go and take a look. Honglu said, "Brother Hong, this is a body cultivation technique. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to take a look." Lu Ming said, "Every system had its own cultivation technique, many of which were not taught to outsiders. They were not body cultivators' inheritors, so it would be bad if they violated a taboo. It's fine. That body cultivation technique is only used to strengthen one's foundation. Everyone can cultivate it. It's not a core technique," Honglu said as he walked towards the cliff. Lu Ming and Ren Chan were very curious and followed him to the bottom of the cliff. Little heavenly mystery art. Lu Ming looked at it carefully and realized that there was a body tempering technique recorded on the cliff. It was called the Little Heaven Mysterious Skill. The minor heavenly mystery technique is the most widespread among the ancient body cultivators. It's also the most suitable body tempering technique to build a foundation. Anyone can cultivate it. It has a total of 12 levels. If you're interested, you can try cultivating it. It'll be very helpful in improving your body," Honglu said. "Many thanks." Lu Ming and Ren Chan thanked him and then began to read it carefully. This is really amazing. It turns out that there are so many things to pay attention to in the physical body. Lu Ming sighed as he read. Soon he had memorized all the content. He then sat cross-legged and comprehended it quietly. 2 days later, Lu Ming began to cultivate. First, he activated the first level of the Little Heavenly Mysterious Art. Buzz. His muscles, his bones, and even his internal organs all let out a buzzing sound. The buzz turned into a wondrous energy. It was like a sound wave that seeped into every part of Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt his entire body go numb as if he had been electrocuted. His body was trembling slightly according to a strange pattern. Lu Ming realized that his physical body was slowly becoming stronger. Some of the areas that were difficult to temper in the past were also becoming stronger. Although the extent of this increase was very small, it was indeed becoming stronger. It was as if his physical body was being thoroughly baptized and polished. Not long after, Lu Ming felt that he had successfully cultivated the first stage of the Little Heaven Mysterious Skill. Next, the second level. Lu Ming continued to cultivate the second level. At the second level, Lu Ming realized that the tempering of his body was more thorough. His muscles and bones were vibrating at a mysterious frequency. His entire body was numb and itchy. His muscles and bones were slowly transforming. Lu Ming's physical body was already very powerful to begin with. However, it was already very shocking that he could still transform. Not long after, Lu Ming had cultivated to the second level and then the third level. Chapter 2303 Cultivating Directly to Peak. Lu Ming spent 3 days to successfully cultivate the first 3 stages of the Little Heavenly Mystery Technique. At the side, Honglu was secretly shocked when he sensed the fluctuations coming from Lu Ming's body. In 3 days' time, he had successfully cultivated the first 3 stages of the Little Heaven Mysterious Skill. Even though he knew that Lu Ming's physical strength was very strong to begin with, Honglu was still shocked. This speed was too fast. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He was completely fascinated. At every moment, he could feel his body becoming stronger and stronger. His muscles and bones were numb and itchy. There was a strange fluctuation. This feeling was too pleasurable and wonderful. Lu Ming was completely immersed in his cultivation. He had completely forgotten himself and the time. After the 3rd level, Lu Ming began to cultivate the 4th level, then the 5th level, the 6th level. The higher the level of cultivation, the greater the improvement Lu Ming had. The minor heavenly mystery technique was originally cultivated for body cultivators to lay their foundations and strengthen their foundation. As for Lu Ming, he had never cultivated any physical cultivation techniques in the past. His physical body was completely enhanced by external objects. Such an improvement would inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. For example, there were some dead spots in the body that had not been tempered, which would lead to flaws. And now, Lu Ming had reorganized his body. Although his physical strength hadn't improved much, the strength and quality of his body had a qualitative difference from before. Furthermore, after reaching the 6th tier of the minor heavenly mystery technique, his foundation had become very solid, and the strength of his physical body had begun to improve. The 7th Lu Ming had used half a month to cultivate the little heaven mysterious skill to the 9th realm. Moreover, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping and was already attempting to break through to the 10th realm. This caused Honglu to be extremely shocked. How is that possible? To be able to reach the 9th level of the little heavenly mystery technique in just half a month, and still continue to do so, he's a peerless genius in physical cultivation. We must report this to the elder. Hong Lu muttered to himself, then quickly left the place and reported this matter. Not long after, streaks of light appeared here. More than a dozen old men had come, all of whom were elders of the ancient body cultivator lineage. When these people saw Lu Ming, their eyes widened. He's already at the 10th level. Unbelievable! A person who cultivates the nomological system is able to cultivate the little heavenly mysterious art to the 10th level in such a short time. He's definitely a peerless genius. One wonder if he can successfully cultivate all 12 stages of the little heavenly mystery technique. The dozen or so old men discussed excitedly and in shock. Although the minor heavenly mystery technique was a technique that could solidify the foundation of body cultivators, it was also the most important technique. Only when the minor heavenly mystery technique was cultivated to a high enough level could one cultivate the core technique of body cultivators. However, not everyone could cultivate the little heavenly mysterious skill to perfection. In fact, it was already very good to be able to cultivate it to the 9th level. He could be considered a genius in the physical cultivation line, and his future achievements would be extraordinary. As for the 12th level, which was the highest level, there had not been many body cultivators since ancient times. Every one of them was a rare genius. For example, Honglu was such a prodigy, but he took much longer than Lu Ming. There was no one else who could cultivate the little heavenly mysterious art to this level in such a short time. Everyone waited in silence. After that, Ren Chan also ended her practice. She had only completed the 3rd level so far. If she continued, she felt that she was not strong enough and needed time to slowly polish it. When she saw more than 10 old men staring at Lu Ming without blinking, she was shocked. After asking around, Xiang Honglu finally understood the whole story of the matter. What a pervert! Ren Chan sighed. The physical cultivators might not know how freakish Lu Ming was, but she did. Lu Ming had mastered 3 ultimate maxims. He was an unprecedented figure in the system of maxims. She could not help but sigh when she saw that Lu Ming was so perverted when he cultivated the body cultivation technique. Lu Ming was unaware of everything that was happening outside. He was immersed in his cultivation. Very quickly, he completed the cultivation of the 10th level and broke into the 11th level. He felt that his body was constantly strengthening and becoming tougher. His strength was also increasing. In particular, there was a drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart. As Lu Ming cultivated the little heaven mysterious skill, traces of energy surged into Lu Ming's body from that drop of ancestral dragon blood. Lu Ming refined it and strengthened his physical body. The 11th level was not difficult for Lu Ming and he cultivated it successfully very quickly. Then it was the 12th level, Buzz, and NBSP Whoosh. It was also the last stage of the little mysterious heaven skill. At this stage, Lu Ming's body was constantly trembling and buzzing. He could feel that his physical strength had reached an extreme. A month after Lu Ming cultivated the minor heaven mysterious art, he finally cultivated it to perfection. He's succeeded. He's succeeded. Heavens, he's cultivated the little heavenly mystery technique to perfection in just a month. This kind of talent is too shocking. We can't waste his talent in physical cultivation. One think we should teach him the 7 gods mysterious technique. I agree. More than 10 old men spoke excitedly one after another. Their eyes were shining. When they looked at Lu Ming, it was as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Even Honglu was greatly shocked. The elders actually wanted to pass the 7 gods mysterious technique to Lu Ming. The 7 gods mysterious technique was completely different from the minor heavenly mysterious technique. The minor heavenly mysterious technique was only a technique used to build the foundation for physical cultivators. It was widely spread and everyone could cultivate it. However, the 7 gods mysterious technique was a core technique of the body cultivation lineage and one of the top secret techniques. Generally, only the geniuses of the body cultivation lineage could cultivate it. Honglu himself was cultivating this technique. It could be seen how much the elders admired Lu Ming. There was no one in the history of body cultivation who could cultivate the little heavenly mystery technique to perfection in just a month. This kind of talent was too shocking. It would be a waste if he did not cultivate the body cultivation technique. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. My strength has doubled. Lu Ming felt his strength and revealed a look of excitement. His physical body had become much stronger and his strength had doubled. Coupled with the world force and various laws, Lu Ming's combat strength had undoubtedly increased by another level. Lu Ming felt that if he were to unleash his full power now, he could already reach the combat strength of a rank 18 true emperor. Following that, Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and was shocked. There were more than 10 pairs of bright eyes staring at him. Little guy, how do you feel? Is your body much stronger? You're a peerless genius in the world of body cultivators. How about this? In the future, you don't have to cultivate the nomological system. Change to cultivating the body cultivation lineage. This old man will take you in as a disciple. Get lost, he's my disciple. More than 10 old men glared at him and started to fight over him. They all wanted to take Lu Ming as their disciple. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Seven Gods' mysterious technique. More than 10 white-haired old men glared at each other. They looked like they were ready to draw their swords. However, when they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were burning with passion. Lu Ming only reacted after a long while. Well, seniors, I cultivate the nomological system. I don't have any plans to abandon the nomological system and focus on cultivating my physical body. Lu Ming still answered honestly. It was not easy for him to achieve his current achievements in all kinds of laws. He had paid too much. Furthermore, his nomological system was unprecedented and unprecedented. In the future, he could master even more ultimate maxims. How could he give them up just like that? You still want to cultivate the system of laws? Kid, let me tell you, your talent in body cultivation is definitely higher than the system of laws. Do you understand? It's a waste if you don't cultivate your physical body. Don't ruin your future. More than 10 old men panicked and tried to persuade Lu Ming. Seniors, I've already decided and one won't change my mind, but... Lu Ming rolled his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. However, I can have dual cultivation. I can cultivate both the nomological system and my physical body. Seniors, what do you think? Cultivate together? The dozen or so old men quieted down and looked at each other. Boy, the path of cultivation is extremely difficult. It takes a lot of energy to cultivate one of them. Many people can't reach the peak of one of them in their entire lives. If you want to cultivate two, I'm afraid you can't bite off more than you can chew. That's right, you won't be able to cultivate either. More than 10 old men criticized Lu Ming severely. Senior, I understand that, but I'm different from other people. With my unprecedented talent, it's definitely not a problem for me to cultivate the system of laws and the body together. Lu Ming said shamelessly. His face did not turn red and his heart did not beat fast. This kid is simply shameless. However, what he said makes sense. With his talent, it's indeed difficult for anyone to compare with him. Are we just going to teach him the 7 gods' mysterious technique? He doesn't specialize in physical cultivation. It's not good to teach him like this. The 7 gods' mysterious skill is the highest secret of physical cultivation. It can be cultivated to the legendary supreme realm. In my opinion, we should ask the Grand Elder for instructions. That's right, I think so too. More than 10 old men gathered to discuss. After a while, one of them said to Lu Ming, "Kid, you wait here. Well, go and ask the Grand Elder." After saying that, the old men left. Lu Ming, you've actually cultivated the little heaven mysterious skill to perfection in a month's time. How did you do it? Honglu walked over, extremely surprised. Renchan also sized Lu Ming up curiously. She had cultivated it before, but she could only cultivate to the 3rd level. If she wanted to continue to improve, she would have to spend a lot of energy. She knew the difficulty. However, Lu Ming was able to cultivate it to the peak in one go. This was simply a miracle. I don't know either. One just casually cultivated for a while and I reached perfection. Is it that difficult? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Renchan and Honglu's eyelids kept twitching, their mouths agape and tongue-tied, completely unable to speak, so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. He was completely shocked. It's not difficult. After holding it in for a long time, Honglu squeezed out such a sentence. It should be related to the ancestral dragon's blood, Lu Ming was thinking. He felt that the reason he was able to cultivate the little heavenly mystery technique to perfection in one go was largely related to the drop of ancestral dragon blood. As he cultivated to the later stages, the energy in the ancestral dragon's blood was constantly being refined. This was how Lu Ming managed to cultivate the minor heaven mysterious skill to perfection in one go. Then, Renchan asked Lu Ming about the cultivation method of the minor heaven mysterious skill. They chatted while waiting. They didn't have to wait long before the dozen old men returned. Kid, we've already asked the Supreme Elder. He thinks that your talent is rare, and it would be a pity if you don't cultivate your body. So, the Supreme Elder has agreed to teach you the 7 gods' mysterious skill. Take it, one of the elders said. He then took out a roll of animal skin and handed it to Lu Ming. The cultivation method of the 7 gods' mysterious technique is recorded on it. Remember this and return this beast skin to us. The old man said. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude and was overjoyed. He took the animal skin and looked at it carefully. Not long after, he had memorized all the contents of the beast's skin and returned it to the elders. Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the contents. The 7 gods' mysterious technique was a supreme technique in physical cultivation, and it was much more exquisite than the minor heavenly mysterious technique. The 7 gods' mysterious technique was divided into 7 levels. Each level was further divided into the early stage, middle stage, and late stage. Lu Ming spent a total of 7 days before he roughly understood the contents of the first few levels. Then he began to cultivate. Buzz, buzz. His muscles, bones, internal organs, and even every drop of blood were giving off a wonderful vibration. Waves of wonderful power seeped into every corner of Lu Ming's body and every cell. Lu Ming's physical body was undergoing a transformation. The first 2 stages of the 7 gods' mysterious technique were also for building a solid foundation. It was very similar to the later stages of the minor heaven mysterious technique. Lu Ming was very successful in cultivating the first 2 stages and very soon he succeeded. 7 days later, Lu Ming had attained the 3rd stage of the 7 gods' mysterious technique. When the 7 gods' mysterious skill was cultivated to the 3rd level, he could compete with the Void Emperor with his physical strength alone. At the 4th level, one could fight against a true emperor with just the strength of their body. The 5th level corresponded to great emperors. The 6th level corresponded to the celestial the arch. And the highest 7th level corresponded to the supreme realm. After attaining the 3rd stage, Lu Ming's cultivation speed had slowed down. He kept on circulating the 7 gods' mysterious technique, and the drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart was constantly circulating energy throughout Lu Ming's body. As the 7 gods' mysterious technique circulated, it seeped into every cell in Lu Ming's body, continuously strengthening his physical body. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming was also constantly breaking through. The early stage of the 3rd level, the middle stage, the late stage. After 2 months, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious technique to the late stage of the 3rd level. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He felt that he could continue to break through. In the past 2 months, Ren Chan, Hong Lu, and a dozen elders had been watching nearby. Genius, what a genius! He cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious skill to the late stage of the 3rd level in one go, and he didn't show any signs of stopping. This has never happened since ancient times. The dozen or so old men exclaimed in admiration. At this moment, a few burly men flew over with grave expressions and reported, "Elders, there's bad news. Outside the exit, where our ancestor is slumbering, a large number of alien races have gathered. They've already launched an attack, and they're very powerful. They're here. Let's go and gather all the experts." An elder's eyes were cold, and he exuded a powerful aura. Chapter 2304 Combat Power Skyrockets. More than a dozen elders all left the place and headed towards the exit of the small world. At the same time, a large number of Archean body cultivators rushed to the exit. At the exit of the small world, where the ancient body cultivator ancestors were slumbering, a terrifying battle was taking place. Countless non-human experts attacked the tombs like a storm. One by one, the tombs cracked open, and zombies walked out. These zombies were all very terrifying. Many of them had the fighting strength of the Great Emperor realm. Some even had the fighting strength of the Heavenly Emperor realm. These zombies were all top powerhouses among body cultivators when they were alive. In addition, there were also people from the Archean body cultivator lineage who were fighting with countless foreign races. More than a dozen elders and a large number of body cultivators rushed out and attacked the foreign kinds. Kill! Those old men had white hair. When they shouted, their chi and blood soared into the sky like smoke. Terrifying power burst out of their bodies, as if ancient barbaric dragons were awakening. Boom, boom. Their attacks were simple. They simply punched out and the fist force shattered the void, killing a large number of alien races. As for the zombies, they were even more direct and unafraid of death. They ignored defense and attacked madly. For a time, the Archean body cultivators had the advantage. The alien race attacked for a while, but they were forced back and retreated into the depths of the land of dusk. However, the immemorial body cultivators didn't dare to slack off and sent people to guard it. As expected, every few days, the foreign races would attack again, and their overall strength was stronger than before. The two sides were caught in a heated battle, and they fought continuously. After fighting for a while, the alien races would retreat, but after a while, they would attack again. As for Lu Ming, he had been cultivating. Previously, he had spent 2 months to successfully cultivate the first 3 levels of the 7 gods' mysterious technique. After that, he used another month to successfully break through and step into the early stage of the 4th level. After that, he spent another month cultivating the 7 gods' mysterious technique to the middle of the 4th level. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop cultivating at this point. This was because he felt that his previous accumulation had been used up. He had reached a bottleneck and could not break through for the time being. He needed to polish himself for a period of time. Moreover, almost half of the energy of the ancestral dragon blood had been refined. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and heaved a long sigh. "My strength is so strong." Lu Ming felt the power in his body and was extremely excited. This was physical strength, pure physical strength. Lu Ming could feel that his physical strength was dozens of times stronger than before. The middle stage of the 4th level. Now, one should be able to fight against a level 13 true emperor with just my physical strength. Lu Ming speculated in his heart. One should not underestimate this level of power. It was extremely terrifying, because this was purely the power of the physical body without any other factors. In the past, although Lu Ming's physical strength was strong, it was far inferior to what he had now. At that time, Lu Ming's physical strength, the world energy, and the law would increase his strength. However, it was impossible to rely on the strength of his physical body alone. At most, he would be equivalent to a low-level void emperor. But now, Lu Ming did not need to do anything. He could fight against a rank 13 true emperor with his physical strength alone. If he were to add the power of the world and the various laws, Lu Ming's strength would reach a shocking level. It would far exceed the combat power of a rank 18 true emperor. Now that Lu Ming was facing a rank 18 true emperor, he could completely crush his opponent. Body cultivators, when combined with the nomological system, would burst forth with astonishing power. My Bodhi's defensive and recovery abilities have also been greatly enhanced. With the indestructible ancient scroll, I wonder what kind of shocking level it will reach. Lu Ming could not imagine how amazing his combat power would be if he were to unleash his full power now. Lu Ming, what realm have you cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious technique to? Honglu asked as he walked over. Middle stage of the 4th level. Lu Ming said, "Oh my god, you've reached the middle stage of the 4th level so quickly. You're abnormal. I've been cultivating for decades and am only at the middle stage of the 4th level. You're abnormal." Honglu howled in grief, looking like he had suffered a blow. Lu Ming touched his nose, speechless. The reason why he had improved so quickly was mainly due to his previous accumulation. In the past, his body had been tempered many times and was already very strong. With the help of the ancestral dragon's blood and the perfection of the Little Heaven mysterious skill, he was able to be so fast. In the future, the speed would slow down. Besides, cultivating the body required a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual materials, including all kinds of spiritual herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs. This time, he was completely relying on the energy of the ancestral dragon's blood. That was why he didn't need any medicinal herbs. Right, where are the seniors? Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and asked. They went to fight against the alien races. In the past 2 months, the alien races have been attacking more and more frequently. Many of our people have died in the battle. Speaking up to here, Honglu's expression was rather unsightly. Have the alien races already attacked? Lu Ming's expression turned grave. We can't continue like this. The foreign tribes are too powerful and their numbers are endless. It's not that I'm underestimating the strength of the Archean body cultivator, but if this continues, we won't be able to hold on any longer. Rinshan also said. Then what should we do? Honglu was also a bit anxious. Let's go to the front line. I want to talk to the seniors. Lu Ming said. All right, let's go. Honglu nodded, and immediately, the 3 of them headed towards the small world's exit. With their speed, it didn't take long for them to arrive near the exit of the small world. Near the exit of the small world, many buildings had been temporarily built. A large number of ancient body cultivators were stationed here. When Lu Ming and the rest arrived, it was obvious that a huge battle had just taken place outside. Many people had just retreated from the outside. In a huge stone hall, a few grand elders and more than 20 elders of the immemorial body cultivator lineage were having a meeting. However, they all looked serious and frowned. The atmosphere in the stone hall was very oppressive. At this moment, a person reported that Honglu, Lu Ming, and the others were requesting an audience. Let them in. One of the grand elders at the top spoke. The grand supreme elders of the immemorial body cultivators were all powerhouses in the heavenly emperor realm. After a while, Lu Ming, Rinshan, and Hong Lu walked in. All eyes were on Lu Ming. "Kid, what level have you reached with the seven gods' mysterious skill?" An old man asked curiously. "Middle stage of the 4th level." Lu Ming answered honestly. "Middle stage of the 4th level." The old men and some middle-aged men in the stone hall widened their eyes. They knew when Lu Ming had started cultivating. It had only been a few months and he had already cultivated the seven gods' mysterious technique to the middle of the 4th stage. Even the elders and grand elders, who had lived for a long time, could not help but be dumbfounded at this speed. They were so shocked that they could not speak. Chapter 2305 Retreat. Honglu was the most outstanding heaven's favorite of this generation of immemorial body cultivators, but he had also used a few decades to cultivate to the middle of the 4th level. As for Lu Ming, it had only been a few months. Good, peerless genius, peerless genius. The few elders sighed. After a while, they calmed down. "Why have you come to find us?" one of the grand elders asked with a smile. "Seniors, now that the outsiders have set their eyes on this place, they will definitely not let this place go. If this continues, the battle will be very unfavorable." Lu Ming said. "We know this as well. Do you have any countermeasures?" One of the grand elders said. "Charge out, leave this place. Otherwise, this place will be broken through sooner or later. At that time, no one will be able to escape." Lu Ming said, directly expressing his thoughts. "Leave this place." Everyone in the stone hall paled. "We immemorial body cultivators have been living in seclusion here ever since we were defeated in the immemorial era. We've lived here for countless years and have already taken root here. You want us to abandon this place?" One of the burly men said. The others were also silent. Indeed, their bloodline had lived here for countless years. Who would be willing to give it up just like that? "Seniors, it's not that I'm looking down on the strength of the body cultivators, but the foreign tribes are too powerful. Only a small portion of them are attacking from the outside. In the ancient times, the heaven realm was extremely prosperous. Strong people gathered and the invincible strong people dominated the world. But in the end, it was still broken through and countless strong people died in battle. Of the 9 heavens regions, only the Tai Ching heaven region is left, barely holding on. If the alien races send some powerful cultivators from the battlefield of the Tai Ching heavenly region, we will definitely not be able to defend it," Lu Ming advised. The people from the immemorial body cultivator lineage had grave expressions as they thought seriously. They also understood that Lu Ming was right. Their branch was only one of the branches of the ancient body cultivators. Their strength was far from comparable to the ancient body cultivators at their peak during the ancient era. However, the body cultivators of the primordial age, who were at their peak, had still been defeated by the nomological system. Later on, after many years of development, the nomological system flourished to the extreme, but it was still broken through by the alien races. It could be seen how strong the alien races were. They would definitely not be able to withstand it. There's actually another exit in this pocket dimension. If you want to retreat, you can retreat from the other exit. After a long time, a grand elder spoke, his voice filled with helplessness. "There's another exit?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This was much better than rushing out. "Everyone, what do you say? Should we retreat?" The grand elder who spoke earlier looked at the others. "I agree to retreat." "I also agree. Our bloodline can't be cut off like this." "I agree." The remaining elders and grand elders all expressed their willingness to retreat. Only a few people were silent and unwilling. "I have a question. Our small world has such a large population. How do we bring them out when we retreat?" One of them asked. "That's easy. Those in our nomological system can condense a small world when they reach the true emperor realm. Even a 1-star true emperor can condense a small world with a radius of 100,000 miles, which is enough to bring everyone out." Rinchan said. "Then where do we go after we retreat?" One of the burly men asked. "To the Tai Ching heavenly region." One of the grand elders said. "Tai Ching heavenly region?" This time, not only were many of the elders of the Archean body cultivators stunned, but even Lu Ming and Ren Chan were stunned. Could it be that there was a way to get to the Tai Ching heavenly region from the 10,000 spirit heavenly region? If there was, why didn't the alien races discover it after so many years? How can I go to the Tai Ching heavenly region? The eyes of many elders lit up. It would be great if he could go to the Tai Ching heavenly region. There's an ancient book in our physical cultivation sect. It says that if you start from the yellow spring in the 9 nether heavenly domain, you can reach the passage between the Tai Ching heavenly domain and the Hunyuan heavenly domain. According to Lu Ming, the passage between the Tai Ching heavenly region and the Hunyuan heavenly region has become a battlefield. As long as we get there, we can enter the two-world city and enter the Tai Ching heavenly region. Another Grand Elder said, "Doesn't that mean that we have to go to the netherworld realm first?" Someone said, "This is the only plan now." One of the Grand Elders said, "Seniors, this is totally possible. There is a passage connecting the 9 nether heavenly domain and the 10,000 spirit heavenly domain. As long as we rush through the passage and enter the 9 nether heavenly domain, we can reach the netherworld and then head to the Tai Ching heavenly domain. Moreover, the alien tribe's cultivation energy is different from ours. In the heaven realm, although they can also absorb the original chi for cultivation, the speed is very slow and the efficiency of refining it is very low. Therefore, except for the battlefield in the Tai Ching heaven, the alien tribes in the other heaven regions are not many. With your strength, you can kill your way to the netherworld," Renchan said. His words made everyone's eyes light up. "Alright, well do that then. It'll have to trouble you to put everyone below the martial supreme realm into the small world and then retreat," one of the Grand Elders announced and gave the order. Immediately, everyone got into action. The people who cultivated the nomological law system started to move. They kept all the people in the small world into the small world, leaving those above the martial supreme realm outside. After so many years of development, the population of the immemorial body cultivator lineage had already reached tens of billions. However, this was not a problem at all. A small world of a 1-star true emperor was 100,000 miles in radius. A great emperor's small world had a radius of 1,000,000 miles, and it was a piece of cake for it to contain tens of billions of people. After a few days, the people in this small world and all the resources had been collected. At this moment, they began to retreat. However, they still left a group of people to guard the exit and control some zombies to fight against the alien races. There was no other way. Someone had to stay behind, or the alien races would find out. Those who stayed behind would die without a doubt. Meanwhile, all the martial supremes and above from the body cultivators had brought a portion of the powerful zombies to the other side of the small world. There was another exit here. They passed through this exit and came outside, out of the land of dusk. Then, they flew toward the passage in the netherworld realm at top speed. However, they still ran into some alien races on the way. Although these foreign races had been easily killed by the ancient body cultivators, they were still weak. However, there were still some alien races who managed to spread the news before they died. The foreign races in the land of dusk received the news and were furious. They launched a fierce attack on the depths of the land of dusk. The Archean body cultivators who were left behind to cover the retreat were naturally no match and were all killed in the end. When the foreign races rushed into the small world of the Archean body cultivators and found that they were all gone, they were furious and ordered all the foreign races in the 10,000 spirit heavenly region to surround and kill the Archean body cultivators. However, it was too late. The sky-reaching warship Lu Ming's group was very fast. Together with some Archean body cultivators, they were very powerful. Although they encountered some foreign tribes blocking them, the foreign tribes that had gathered in a hurry were no match for them. They were easily killed. A few days later, they arrived at the passageway between 10,000 spirit heavenly domain and abysmal heavenly domain. The The passageway here was very vast, similar to that between Taiching Heavenly Realm and Hunyuan Heavenly Realm. However, there weren't many foreign races guarding this place. Other than the Taiching Heavenly Region, the other 8 heavenly regions were all under the control of the foreign tribes. They naturally did not need to leave too many people to guard these passages. Without much resistance, they broke through the passage and rushed to the Netherworld realm. Abysmal heavenly domain was the legendary Netherworld. It was filled with the chi of the Netherworld and was an extremely powerful heavenly domain in ancient times. The name of the Netherworld shook the heavenly realm, and experts were as numerous as clouds. In the end, it was still broken through by the foreign races, and the experts suffered heavy casualties. The legendary Yellow Spring and the Bridge of Helplessness were both in the 9 Serenities heavenly domain. Back then, when Lu Ming entered the tomb of the Reincarnation Emperor, he had seen the Netherworld helplessness. It was the 9 lives devilish silkworm, created based on the Netherworld helplessness of the 9 Nether realm. There were many ancient books among the body cultivators that recorded many secrets, including the territory of the 9 Nether heavenly region. After they entered the 9 Nether heavenly domain, they rushed towards the Yellow Spring. Along the way, they encountered some other races, but they were easily defeated. The 9 Nether heavenly domain was very vast. Although it was not as big as the Taiching heavenly domain, it was not much different. After flying for several days, a large river stretched across the land in front of them. The river was extremely wide, and one could not see the other side at a glance. The water in the river was yellow, sticky, and filled with a nauseating stench. This was the Netherworld. It was said that the water of the Yellow Spring had a terrifying corrosive, devouring, and cursing power. Once they fell into the Yellow Spring, only death awaited them. It was said that even the heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses would be in danger if they fell into the Yellow Spring. As for the Yellow Spring, no one knew how long it was. No one really knew. No one knew where the source was, and no one knew where it flowed. Some people walked along the Yellow Spring and found that the Yellow Spring flowed into the eternal void. Along the void, it would pass through the passage between the Taiching Heavenly Realm and the Hunyuan Heavenly Realm, which was the current battlefield. This was their hope, and they were going to advance along the Yellow Springs. Kill! A dense crowd of alien races had gathered by the Yellow Spring River, and they were charging toward them. Not good. It seems that the foreign tribes have guessed that we are coming to the Yellow Springs and have gathered a large number of experts here. Someone's expression changed. Kill them from the other side. One of the grand elders of the immemorial body cultivators shouted, and everyone rushed in another direction. However, not long after, a large number of foreign races also came from that direction. Charge! A grand elder shouted, and everyone rushed over. They were already at the edge of the Yellow Spring. There was only hope if they rushed over. The powerhouses from both sides collided fiercely. On Lu Ming's side, everyone below the rank of a Marshal Supreme had been kept into the small world. Those who were left outside were all powerhouses above the rank of a Marshal Supreme. With some of the strongest body cultivators, the Grand Supreme Elders, as the vanguard, they were like a sharp blade, charging into the non-humankind army. Countless alien races were killed and exploded. However, there were also powerhouses in the alien race, including those in the Heavenly Emperor realm. The Heavenly Emperor realm was too terrifying. Once they made a move, they could destroy the world. Lu Ming and the group's attacks were immediately blocked and their speed slowed down. Behind them, a large number of alien races charged forward, and the two sides were engaged in a bloody battle. Kill! Lu Ming roared and went berserk. The 9 types of laws covered Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the imperishable golden body. The inextinguishable golden body, coupled with Lu Ming's current physical strength, burst out with infinite power. Lu Ming completely ignored his defense. Like a war beast, he charged into the alien races and punched out with both fists. With every punch, at least a few alien races were blown up by Lu Ming. As long as he was not a great emperor, no matter what rank true emperor he would be killed in an instant by Lu Ming. Even if it was a rank 18 true emperor, it was the same. Lu Ming was now truly invincible among true emperors. Bang, bang. Lu Ming had already killed countless alien races and his body was bathed in their blood. Slowly, they broke through the non-humankind's defense and came to the shore of the Yellow Spring. Bring out the heaven-span battleship. One of the Grand Elders shouted. At the same time, he waved his hand and a battleship flew out, floating above the Yellow Spring. You guys control the ancestral battle bodies to defend against the alien races. We're going to activate the sky warship. A voice spread in all directions. Boom. Following that, the Grand Supreme Elder's body rumbled as a stream of vital energy and blood gushed out and entered the sky-reaching warship. Buzz. The warship trembled and buzzed. A terrifying aura emanated from it as it rapidly grew in size. It was impossible to leave the Yellow Springs without a powerful treasure. Once a person entered the netherworld and touched the water of the netherworld, only death awaited them. Even the celestial the Arch would be in danger. Only by relying on the ancestral treasure of the immemorial body cultivators, the sky-reaching battleship, could one enter the netherworld and ride on the sky-reaching battleship to the eternal void. Boom, boom. Following that, a few more Grand Supreme Elders who were body cultivators stimulated their blood chi and surged it into the sky-reaching battleship. The trembling of the sky-reaching battleship became more and more intense, and its entire body glowed as it rapidly expanded. Stop them! Kill, kill, kill! The alien race members roared. They charged over from all directions. There were 5 to 6 foreign races who were astonishingly powerful. They were all powerhouses of the Heavenly Emperor realm. They walked in the air, emitting terrifying fluctuations. With a single blow, the heavens and earth would shatter. Their power was unimaginable. Block it! Some of the elders of the immemorial body cultivators roared. They were no match for them, so they could only rely on those zombies. They controlled the zombies and charged forward. Some of the zombies had the battle strength of the Heavenly Emperor realm and were able to resist the Heavenly Emperor of the alien race. However, they were outnumbered and were suppressed the moment they met. Bang, bang. Some of the Great Emperor realm zombies were hit by the non-human Heavenly Emperor and exploded in the air. But now, he had no choice but to sacrifice these zombies to buy time for the Grand Elder. Buzz. After a while, the sky-reaching warship expanded to tens of thousands of meters in size and landed on the Yellow Spring River. Get on the sky-connecting battleship. We'll cover you. One of the Grand Elders roared and charged over to fight with the non-human Celestial Emperor. The other Grand Elders also rushed over. As for those with weaker cultivation bases, they charged towards the heaven-span battleship. This was especially so for those who cultivated nomological laws. As their small worlds had a large population, the Archean body cultivators protected them and allowed them to board the sky-reaching warship first. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the rest also boarded the warship. Then the others boarded the warship one after another. Only the Grand Supreme Elder and some powerful zombies fought with the other party. Chapter 2308 Back, Retreat. The Supreme Elders of the immemorial body cultivators fought as they retreated. Don't let them go, stop them. One of the non-human Heavenly Emperors roared in anger as beams of destructive light shot out from his eyes. They were extremely terrifying as they blasted toward the body cultivator Grand Elder. The other non-human Celestial Emperors also launched a fierce attack. The Grand Supreme Elders who cultivated physical strength found it difficult to retreat to the ancient warship. Among the immemorial body cultivators, there was an old man who was a peerless expert. His battle prowess was terrifying. Unfortunately, the foreign race also had such an expert who was able to hold him back. And NBSP in the end, they had no choice but to order a few powerful zombies to launch a suicidal attack to temporarily hold back the enemy. The Grand Elders seized the opportunity to board the sky-reaching warship. However, A few powerful zombies were blocked by the other party and were besieged. Their indestructible bodies were torn apart. Let's go! The Heavenspan battleship rumbled and sailed toward the depths of the Yellow Spring. Stay! A total of 6 to 7 foreign races were chasing after them. They were all Heavenly Emperor existences. They didn't give up and unleashed terrifying attacks, wanting to blow up the sky-reaching battleship and bury all of them in the Yellow Springs. However, the body cultivators' Grand Elders joined forces and blocked the other party's attack. Moreover, one of the most powerful Grand Elders punched through the space, causing a Heavenly Emperor alien to spit out blood. He fell back toward the Yellow Spring River. Voila! The waves of the Yellow Spring River rolled up, and one of them hit the non-human Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor shrieked miserably as his body flew around in the sky. His burly body quickly withered. In the end, the Celestial Emperor managed to block the corrosion of the Netherworld's water, but his aura was weak and he almost died. The crowd gasped. The Yellow Spring water was indeed terrifying. Even a Heavenly Emperor would be severely injured if hit by the Yellow Spring's waves. What was the origin of this Yellow Spring water? How was it formed? Isn't that too terrifying? A Heavenly Emperor stood at the peak of this world. Although the foreign Heavenly Emperor was probably just an ordinary Heavenly Emperor, it was shocking that some Netherworld water could seriously injure him. The other foreign Celestial Emperors all revealed looks of fear and didn't dare to pursue. If they were blasted into the Yellow Spring River, the consequences would be unpredictable. If a Heavenly Emperor was seriously injured by the waves, he would definitely die if he fell into the Yellow Spring River. The non-humans could only watch as the warship sailed into the depths of the Yellow Springs. Everyone heaved a long sigh of relief. They had finally gotten rid of the pursuit of the non-humans. At the same time, they were secretly surprised. They didn't know what material the sky-reaching warship was made of, but it could actually sail on the Yellow Spring River without being damaged by the water. Among the Archean body cultivators, a Grand Supreme Elder informed them that the sky-reaching battleship was found in an ancient ruin by an Archean body cultivator ancestor. Everyone could only let their imaginations run wild. What kind of ruin could obtain a treasure like the Heavenspan battleship? The sky-reaching warship was extremely huge. It sailed in the Yellow Spring River and followed the direction of the river water. No one knew where it was flowing to. Everyone could only wait patiently. A month later, the sky-connecting battleship had traveled a long distance, and there was nothing in front of it. He had reached the edge of the Netherworld realm. However, the Yellow Spring River didn't stop. Instead, it flowed into the void. A river that wasn't on the ground but connected to the void was truly shocking. Everyone looked on in a daze. He couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the heavens and earth. The sky-reaching warship followed the Yellow Spring River and sailed into the void. They looked around and saw the dark void in all directions. The Yellow Spring River was like a passage, and they had no idea where it flowed to. At this point, all the Grand Elders perked up. It was recorded in the ancient books that the Yellow Spring River would pass through the battlefield between the Taiching Heavenly Region and the Hunyuan Heavenly Region. They had to concentrate and seize the fleeting opportunity to get out of here. Time passed day by day. They had no idea how far they had traveled in the dark void. The place was silent, as if it was eternal. "Look, what's that?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed and looked ahead in shock. The others also looked over. "That's..." Ming was also shocked at what he saw. His eyes widened. In front of the Yellow Spring River, at an unknown distance, a mountain emerged. The mountain was in front of them, but no one was wrong. There was really a mountain. There's actually a huge mountain above the Yellow Spring River. I've never heard of it. An old man sighed. He was the Grand Elder of body cultivators, but he had never heard of such a thing. There was no such saying in the rumors about the Yellow Spring River in the past. There were mountains on the Yellow Spring River? The Heavenspan battleship continued forward, but the mountain was still floating in front of it. It didn't seem to be getting any closer. Could it be that that is the end of the Yellow Springs? Someone mumbled. The others were shocked. The end of the Yellow Springs was a mountain? This sounded really outrageous. We're here, attack! At this moment, a Grand Elder roared. His blood and chi were in turmoil as he threw a punch at the void to his right. The power of this punch was shockingly strong. As it was thrown out, the space exploded continuously like paper. At the same time, the other Supreme Elders also made their moves, constantly blasting in that direction. With so many experts attacking at the same time, the power was terrifying. The space was completely torn apart, and the situation outside could be seen. Outside, it was a deathly silent land. The battlefield. It's that battlefield. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He could tell that it was the battlefield between the Taiching Heavenly Region and the Hunyuan Heavenly Region. He could not be wrong. As expected, the Yellow Spring River would pass through the battlefield between the Taiching Heavenly Region and the Hunyuan Heavenly Region. The distance between this place and the battlefield was very thin, and it was forcibly opened by several Supreme Elders. Let's go! A Grand Supreme Elder was steering the sky-reaching battleship toward the spatial gap. The cracks in the space were healing on their own. The other Grand Elders kept bombarding the cracks in the space. Boom, boom, boom. The sky-reaching warship successfully left the Yellow Spring River and rushed into the gap. Not long after, the Heavenspan battleship charged out of the spatial gap and landed on a piece of land, stirring up a cloud of dust. I'm back! Lu Ming sensed it carefully and was overjoyed. This was definitely the battlefield. After going around in a big circle, Lu Ming returned to the battlefield again and brought back a large number of experts. With the addition of this group of Archean body cultivators, the strength of Two World City would also increase. Brother Lu Ming, we will follow you now. One of the Grand Supreme Elders waved his hand and the heaven-connecting battleship shrunk rapidly. He put it away and smiled at Lu Ming. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.